Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Quirkless Deku was reborn with Wolverine's power. Here is short summary. Izuku didn't have the best childhood, cast out for being quirkless he was deemed worthless. However, after an incident Izuku's world would change forever. Experiment on and tortured, will Izuku still want to be a hero or will he choose a different path? This story is about Izuku with Wolverine's powers. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Midnight stood atop of her platform. Is everyone ready? For Izuku his team would consist of Uraraka, Hatsume, and Tokiyami. Tokiyami the bird-faced student had a particular quirk that Izuku knew would help them. Izuku along with Hatsume and Tokiyami would hold up Uraraka while she had on a headband with all their points added up. You guys ready? Ready, they all responded. Izuku nodded. Good, stick to the plan and we win. Midnight then raised her whip. This event will be 10 minutes long and remember even if you lose your headband you aren't out so keep trying. Alright with that let's start. On your marks, get set. Go. With a crack of her whip Midnight signaled the start of the event. As soon as it started everyone rushed Izuku's team, but he wasn't worried. Just like I thought. Looking over to his right Izuku saw Todoroki's team running at him. Looking to his left he saw Bakugo angrily glaring at them. We are getting those points. Izuku smirked as they approached. Let's run these fools over. His teammates nodded. Tokiyami activated his quirk, Dark Shadow, come to me. From his stomach a black bird-like creature appeared. Cover Uraraka. Dark Shadow nodded. Roger that. Looping around Dark Shadow covered Uraraka completely. Ready. Given the signal the group began to run forward, with Izuku in the forefront they were basically a tank. The other students were surprised, this was such a straightforward tactic, no way it would work. The first unfortunate team to encounter them was a group from another class. They tried to activate their quirks but before they could Izuku ran at them and ran through them. The students were knocked down to the ground, at which point Hatsume used a grapple gun and grabbed the points off of them. Izuku looked back and smiled, ha ha ha. With this no one will be able to stop us. Todoroki's team stopped. We can't go charging in head on, we need to be smart. Momo agreed. Todoroki, use your ice, make some walls. Nodding Todoroki activated his quirk and put up several ice walls in front of Izuku. However Izuku didn't care. You think this will stop us? With a snick Izuku popped his claws. Reaching out he slashed the ice just as they were about to hit and thanks to the damage he did the ice shattered as they ran right through it. Tisk, damn it, we need to think of another strategy, said Todoroki. However before they could another team would attack, this team being Bakugo's. It's over you useless losers. Those points are mine. Hey raccoon eyes. The name is Mina, said Mina as she used her acid to melt the floor beneath Izuku's team. However since they were running her aim kept moving and as a result she accidentally sprayed Izuku on the thigh with it. Izuku yelled out in pain as he fell to one knee. Looking at his leg Izuku saw the skin melting off. Damn it, Hatsume get us out of here. Hatsume nodded and activated the jetpack and took the entire team up into the air just as Bakugo came in with one of his explosions. Get up after them, ordered Bakugo. Hiroshima looked at him confused, does it look like we can fly? Bakugo smirked, fine, I'll do it myself. Jumping into the air Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself up towards Izuku. Hatsume looked down, guys. We may have a problem. Izuku and Uraraka looked down, is that even allowed? Asked Uraraka. Midnight cracked her whip, I will allow it, he's not touching the floor so it's all good. Deku you useless F***ck. This is payback for the hospital. Bakugo was about to blast Izuku's team out of the sky when all of a sudden Dark Shadow appeared and took the blast head on. Dark Shadow won't be able to keep that up, he's weak to bright light. Explained Tokiyami. Then let's send the hothead back down, said Izuku with a smile. Just as Bakugo was about to fire off another blast, Dark Shadow used its talons to smack Bakugo down to the ground. "Nice work, Tokiyami," said Uraraka as she watched Bakugo fall. Lucky for the explosive kid, his teammates caught him. "Let me go. I'm going back up," he yelled out. "Man, forget about them. We should focus on getting points. If we need them, we'll go after them," said Kirishima. The others agreed. They needed points if they wanted to move on to the next round. "Fine, let's go, but we are coming back for them," said Bakugo reluctantly. Izuku looked down to see Bakugo's team peel away. "Looks like they are leaving us alone. For now at least, but when we land every team will jump on us," said Uraraka. "Speaking of which, we should head down soon. This jetpack won't last forever," explained Hatsume. Izuku nodded. "Right, Uraraka, deactivate your quirk. Hatsume, make sure we land gently. Tokiyami, protect Uraraka. When we land, the swarm will come again. I'll make a diversion." With a plan set, Izuku's team began to fall down towards the arena. Uraraka was starting to get woozy thanks to her quirk, but nonetheless the group landed. And just as Izuku predicted, the other teams descended on him. "Let's move." The team moved, and as they encountered another team, Izuku had a plan. As they ran towards the other team, Izuku dug his claws into the ground, tearing it up. With one mighty throw of his arm, he managed to throw the debris at the other team. This continued on for a while. The arena was now full of scratch marks and debris. 2 minutes. Yelled out Midnight. "All right, if we keep this up, we are sure to win," said Uraraka. However, that's when an ice spear came in and stabbed Izuku in the chest. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. Slowly looking up, he saw Todoroki throwing metal rods covered in his ice towards him. "Look who's finally back," said Izuku as he reached up and pulled the rod out. The wound quickly healed, but as it did, 2 more rods came in and stabbed Izuku in each leg. "Damn it, I need some help here." Tokiyami nodded. "Dark Shadow, defend." As more rods came flying in, Dark Shadow knocked them out of the air with his talons. However, this exposed Uraraka to everyone, and Iida saw that. "Guys, she's exposed. We may have only one chance to get those points. And I know just how to do it." "How?" asked Momo. "You'll see, but Todoroki, get ready to grab those points," said Iida. Todoroki didn't know what he meant, but he readied himself. "Whatever you got planned, I'm all for it." Iida went into a running position and revved his engines. With blue flames coming out of calfs, Iida activated his ultimate move. Recipro Burst. Izuku could smell something burning and was about to warn the others, when all of a sudden, Iida and his team appeared behind them. Izuku looked up to see that the headband on Uraraka's head was gone. "They took the points," said Izuku. "And just like that, Uraraka's team has just fallen to last place. Will they be able to get some points before the time runs out?" yelled out Present Mike. Uraraka's eyes widened. How? I didn't even see them move." "Not the time for that, we need those points back," said Tokiyami. "Use the jetpack, Hatsume," yelled out Izuku. Hatsume clicked the button to use it, but all she heard was the sound of it puffing. "What the?" Uraraka looked at the jetpack and noticed the engines were clogged up with purple balls. "This looks like Mineta's quirk. When did that elf get to us?" asked Izuku as they ran towards Todoroki's team. "It must have happened when we landed." "Dark Shadow, get ready," said Tokiyami. Dark Shadow readied its talons. "Ready." 1 minute, yelled out Midnight. Uraraka's team gunned it towards Todoroki's team, who were now unable to move thanks to Iida. "Sorry everyone, but that's it. Don't worry about it, we win if we keep these points," said Todoroki as Momo created more rods. "Uraraka, get ready too, we are running straight at them and I'm not stopping for anything," said Izuku. Uraraka nodded. "Ready, let's end this." Todoroki tried to use his ice to create walls of ice, but Izuku with the help of Dark Shadow smashed through the ice. "They're getting closer," warned Iida. However, Izuku's team wasn't the only team going after Todoroki. "This is our last chance, get after them," yelled out Bakugo as he hit Kirishima on the head. 30 seconds, yelled out Midnight. The crowd cheered. Bakugo nearly popped a blood vessel, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Jumping off, he used his quirk to launch himself at Todoroki. Uraraka's team was closer and were the first to attack. Dark Shadow flew in and tried to take the headbands right off of Todoroki's head but missed. However, that's just what Izuku wanted. Seeing a chance, Izuku jumped up, surprising the other team. Todoroki panicked as he saw Uraraka's hand reach out to him. With no other option, Todoroki raised his left arm and almost activated his other half. However, that's when Todoroki noticed what he was doing and dropped his arm. Seeing her chance, Uraraka reached out and grabbed one of 3 headbands. The headbands were backwards so you couldn't see the point value. But they weren't finished. Dark Shadow then appeared once again and swiped another headband. "We got them. Midoriya, your plan worked," yelled out Uraraka. Izuku nodded. "Which ones did we get?" "Time's up," yelled out Midnight. Bakugo, who was in midair, fell face first into the ground mad. In first place is Team Todoroki. They managed to take the 10 million points from Team Uraraka. Izuku looked up at the scoreboard. Does that mean? That's when he noticed that his team was in second place. Damn, oh well, we made it through anyway. Good work everyone. With that, Izuku retracted his claws. We were so close to the 10 million points, Midoriya. We got so unlucky, said Uraraka, pouting a bit. Izuku smiled. I know, but don't worry, we'll get them next time. Now it's time to enjoy a short break, but before we do that, let's find out what the final event is going to be. With a crack of her whip, Midnight pointed towards the Jumbotron and the words "one-on-one" appeared. Looks like it's the return of a fan favorite, one-on-one fights. While you students are taking your break, we will determine the matchups by lottery. The students then began to walk towards the tunnel. However, as they walked, Todoroki walked up to Izuku. Midoriya, a word. Izuku looked at Todoroki. Sure, Uraraka, go on ahead. Uraraka nodded. Try not to fight people yet, Midoriya. The 2 students then went into the stadium and found an empty corridor. So what's this about? You almost made me use it, said Todoroki. Use what? Asked Izuku. Todoroki raised his arm. His quirk, his fire. Your plan almost made me use it. Good, you should use it, said Izuku. I refuse to use his power, said Todoroki, slightly agitated. Wrong, it's your power. Yet you choose to limit yourself. Everyone here is giving it their all and you're just half-assing it. Either way, get your shit together, or you have no reason for being here. Izuku then walked away from Todoroki. The reason why I'm here is to show my father, Endeavor the number 2 hero, that I can be great without his father. For years he's made my life a living hell and I will absolutely not use his power. Izuku stopped. Then you're even more selfish than I thought. And you don't know what hell is. Maybe one day I can tell you. Without saying another word, Izuku went up to meet his class. Class 1A were in the stands waiting for Midnight to announce the matchup. After about a 30-minute break, it was now time, but strangely enough an entire team from the cavalry battle withdrew. This included someone from Class 1A, a student called Mashirao, who could recall doing anything and felt like his place wasn't earned. Now that you are all rested, let's move on to the final event. These are the matchups. Just then the Jumbotron was filled with a bracket with all the students' names. As luck would have it, Izuku would be fighting first, against someone named Hitoshi Shinso. Who the heck is that? Oh well, doesn't matter, I'll win anyway. Will Midoriya and Shinso please make your way down to the arena? Announced Midnight. Izuku got up from his seat. Good luck, Midoriya, said Uraraka. Izuku nodded, thanks. As Izuku was leaving, he was stopped by a tail. Wait, Midoriya, fair warning, this guy might look weak but his quirk is weird, so be careful, warned Ojiro. Thanks for the warning, but I'll be fine. Whatever he throws at me I'll just heal, said Izuku, brushing Ojiro off. Izuku appeared from the tunnel to the sound of applause, and there he is, the beast of 1A, Izuku Midoriya. Present, Mike yelled out. Stepping onto the arena, Izuku finally got a look at his opponent. Shinso was a tall boy with messy blue hair and tired-looking eyes. Whoa, you look like Mr. Aizawa. Are you his son? Asked Izuku. Shinso looked at Izuku with a blank expression. Not really. Really, you look exactly like him, said Izuku as he stood at one end of the arena. Alright, let's get the final event on the way. Let's explain the rules, shall we? Said Midnight. Right, so these are the rules. You win by 3 methods. The first is knockout, second would be rendering your opponent unable to move, and the final way is forcing them out of bounds or surrender. Myself and Cementos will be here in case things get out of hand, but be warned, almost anything goes. Now are the rules clear? Both fighters nodded. Ready. Begin. However, neither fighter moved. Hey Shinso, was it? I think you should just give up, said Izuku, popping his claws. Shinso smiled. Nah, I'm good, but I got to ask. There's a rumor going around. Students are calling you the monster of Ua. So is it true? Are you a monster? Izuku stayed silent, but his expression said it all. Oh wow, that's a scary look you have. So I guess it's true. So I'm guessing the part of your class shunning you is also true. A loner, a nobody, a total freak. I'm surprised people actually teamed up with you. They must have felt bad for you. Izuku raised his claws. I'll make you regret that. Izuku began to walk towards Shinso, but as he did, the blue-haired student smiled. Idiot. That's when Shinso activated his quirk. However, as Izuku was walking towards Shinso, he felt a sudden sharp pain from his head. Izuku yelled out in pain, grabbing at his head. Ah! Izuku's screams echoed throughout the whole stadium. Uraraka got up from her seat. Midoriya. What's going on? He looks like he's in pain, explained Momo. Down in the arena, Shinso was shocked. This has never happened before, but you should be under my control now. Walk out of the arena. However, Izuku didn't listen. Didn't you hear me? I said walk out of the arena. Izuku fell to his knees. The pain was so intense that his claws began to pop in and out of him repeatedly. Something was wrong. Through the grunts and yells of agony, Izuku managed to speak. Let it stop. In his mind, Izuku began to remember. He remembered the doctor's single order during his experiments. Kill, 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 kill. Outside, Izuku let out one final yell of pain before lowering his head with his arms slumped in front of him. Shinso was surprised. Looks like you finally succumbed to my quirk. Now walk off the edge. However, that's not what happened. Izuku suddenly snapped his head up and growled at Shinso with burning red eyes. Getting up, Izuku let out an animalistic yell and charged at Shinso. Nezu and All Might, who were in the stands watching, were shocked. What happened to him? Asked Nezu. The kid's power. What is it? Asked All Might. It's called brainwashing. He can control people's minds and make them do what he wants, explained Nezu. All Might got up from his seat. We need to stop this fight. Midoriya's mind is still broken from the experiments. If someone enters his mind, then he'll snap. However, it was far too late. With claws at the ready, Izuku ran at Shinso. Jumping at Shinso, Izuku took a swipe at the student and managed to slice his arm a bit. Shinso fell on his butt, grasping at his now bleeding arm. All right, I give up. But his surrender fell to deaf ears. Izuku jumped on Shinso and smashed his head onto the cement floor with enough force to crack it. Izuku then retracted his claws and began to punch Shinso over and over in the face. Thanks to his adamantium-coated knuckles, Izuku shattered Shinso's nose on the first hit. Blood began to stain Izuku's hands as he continued to beat down on Shinso with no control. At first the crowd cheered since they thought it was getting good, but their cheers soon turned to silence when the blood started flying. Even Bakugo thought that this was too much. In the stands, Uraraka couldn't believe it. She grabbed something around her neck, and no. Midoriya, stop it. Punch. Please. Punch. Midoriya, that's enough. She yelled from the stands. Down at the arena, Izuku was ready to end this. Raising his fist, Izuku popped his claws. The metal claws gleamed in the sun, and with a yell, Izuku plunged his claws towards Shinso. Midnight and Cementos were already trying to intervene, but they wouldn't make it. All Might was about to jump from the balcony when Uraraka's plea was heard. Just as Izuku was about to stab Shinso, he heard Uraraka's voice. His rage-filled eyes began to soften, and just in time too. With his sanity restored, Izuku stopped his claws just millimeters from Shinso's face. Izuku looked down at his hands. They were covered in blood. That's when he saw the state Shinso was in. Oh my god, No 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 no. What have I done? That's when something came flying in and punched Izuku to the ground. Just then the cement began to reshape itself and hooked into Izuku's arms and legs. That's when a purple mist hit Izuku in the face. After a few seconds Izuku fell unconscious. All Might had jumped onto the arena and stopped Izuku. I think it's best if we call this fight. Midnight agreed. Izuku Midoriya has won. Take Shinso to Recovery Girl now. And make sure to restrain this one. With the help of Cementos, Izuku was carried towards the inside of the arena. Uraraka sat back down on her chair, relieved that Izuku didn't kill Shinso. Oh thank God. Uraraka then let go of the necklace around her neck, which had the adamantium bullet. See, I told you he was a monster, said Mineta trembling. They should just put him in jail after what he did. Most of the class didn't want to admit it, but they kinda agreed. Uraraka then stood up quickly. They didn't know what she knew. They didn't know Izuku like she did. Without saying a word, Uraraka walked away from her class. The first battle of the final event went horrible to say the least. Izuku was confined to a specialized restraining device. His arms were shackled with specialized cuffs that were meant for superpowered individuals and strapped to it with chains. Moments later Izuku began to wake up. Looking around he found All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu standing in front of him. What happened? You don't remember? Asked Aizawa. Izuku shook his head, bits and pieces, but nothing is clear right now. Then what do you remember, Midoriya? Asked Nezu. I felt an urge to kill. When Shinso used his quirk it felt like thousands of hot needles were trying to dig their way into my head. Then I heard the doctor's voice telling me to kill. I heard his voice over and over again telling me to kill. Explained Izuku. What happened to the person I was fighting? Is Shinso okay? He's alive, somehow. He has several broken bones in his face, along with a broken nose. If you didn't stop when you did, Shinso would be dead, said Recovery Girl. Izuku hung his head. I see, so what now? Am I expelled or something? Everyone turned to Nezu. Not this time, it was our fault for not predicting this would happen. Shinso will be fine, and it appears that you've gained your sanity, so I see no reason to expel you, yet. Izuku looked up. Thank you, but if you're fine with it, I want All Might to be down in the arena when I fight. Just in case I go crazy again. All Might nodded. Of course, I don't wish for this to happen again. Oh right, Midoriya, have you been able to read the file yet? Asked Nezu. Izuku shook his head. No, not yet. I was planning on reading it after the festival. Right, I heard All Might convinced you to hand over the file. So thank you. Nezu gave a kind smile. You are most welcome. Now let's get you out of those restraints. As they were discussing what to do, there was a knock at the door. Come in, said Nezu. In walked Uraraka. Hi, is Midoriya here? I wanted to see how he was doing. That's when she saw Izuku with the cuffs around his hands. What are you doing? We are securing him. Midoriya is dangerous, explained Nezu. Uraraka was taken aback. You're talking about Midoriya like he's some sort of animal. Uraraka, that's enough, said Izuku. They have a right to go this far. I lost control of myself and I hurt Shinso really badly. But still, Uraraka couldn't argue against that. Izuku smiled. It's fine really, they were just about to let me go anyway. But thank you, for sticking up for me. That's when All Might walked over to Izuku and unhooked all of the restraints on him. There you are, now go back to the class. And Uraraka, I do believe you are next on the bracket. The two nodded and began to walk out of the containment room. Who are you fighting against? Asked Izuku. Oh, I'm fighting Bakugo, said Uraraka. Bakugo, huh? He's going to be a tough matchup, said Izuku. Uraraka slumped her shoulders. I know. But I'm going to win no matter what. All that training I did with you won't go to waste. Izuku smiled. Good, make sure to give him hell. Uraraka nodded. Thanks Izuku, I will. As the two walked, Izuku had something he wanted to ask. Wait, Uraraka, did you think about using it? Uraraka stopped and turned to Izuku. Truthfully, I did think about using it. But luckily you snapped back to reality. Izuku nodded. Good, it's reassuring to know that you will do what's necessary. Uraraka smiled. Yeah, I really didn't want to use it. Also, I still don't have a way to shoot the damn thing. So I was going to ask Momo to create a gun. Izuku nodded and the two once again began to walk down the halls. Just because I would do it, doesn't mean it would be easy for me, Midoriya. Suddenly the intercom blurred out, "Will Bakugo and Uraraka please make your way towards the arena?" Taking a deep breath, Uraraka readied herself. "I better get going, I'll see you soon, Midoriya." "See you, I'll be watching," said Izuku, and he watched Uraraka leave. Izuku made his way to where his class was, only to have them quiet down when he arrived. Izuku decided to sit in the back, away from everyone else, if they didn't fear him before they sure as hell did now. But to his surprise one classmate came over. "Mind if I sit down with you?" Izuku looked up to see Momo standing beside him. "Sure, go ahead." Momo nodded. "Thank you." She sat down and looked down at the arena where Uraraka and Bakugo were about to start their match. "So what happened down there?" "It was similar to the USJ, you lost control." "Why?" Izuku didn't respond. Instead he found it annoying. "Come on, I told you before, didn't I? I'm interested in you, so throw me a bone here." Izuku sighed. It was the kid's quirk. It made me remember something. "Something terrible." "I see. Care to share?" asked Momo. "No. Now let me watch the fight." "You should watch too, you lost your fight with Tokiyami," said Izuku, crossing his arms. "I guess you're right. Fine, I'll watch." "Not like it's going to be much of a fight though. Bakugo is going to win this," said Momo. "Don't count Uraraka out yet, she's got more than a few tricks up her sleeve," said Izuku. Down at the arena, Midnight pointed at the two fighters. "Ready?" They nodded. "Set, fight." However, just like Izuku's fight, none of them moved. "Hey round face, why don't you just surrender?" "You can't beat me," said Bakugo. Uraraka smirked. "What, are you scared of me or something?" Bakugo's eye twitched. "Huh. Me afraid of you? Please, it's you that should be scared of me." "Ooh, look, I'm shaking so much," said Uraraka, mocking Bakugo. "Why don't you come over here and show me why I should be afraid?" "You know what, I'll go to you." With that, Uraraka charged towards Bakugo at full speed. Bakugo saw this and raised his hand. "Fine, I'll show you why. Just don't cry when I beat you." Now in range, Bakugo fired an explosion that ripped through the ground and hit Uraraka, sending her flying back. However, that didn't stop her. Sliding to a stop, Uraraka gritted her teeth and ran towards Bakugo once again. However, this time would be different. As she ran, Uraraka would touch the debris caused by Bakugo's explosion and launch them at him. Bakugo fired off more explosions to break the debris. So annoying. "Give up." All the explosions were causing black smoke to cover the arena. Uraraka used this as cover, but Bakugo could see the shift in the smoke. "Do you think I'm that dumb?" he yelled out, firing an explosion where he saw the shift. But it was all a ruse. Instead of hitting Uraraka, Bakugo got her jacket. This surprised Bakugo. He was even more surprised when Uraraka suddenly appeared behind him. "This is over," she yelled out as she tried to touch him. However, Bakugo wouldn't let that happen. "You think so? Think again," he yelled out, firing another massive explosion. Uraraka's body was launched as a result. Rolling to a stop, she tried to get up. "Stay down, the weak should know their place," said Bakugo. With her arms shaking and her body covered in burn marks, Uraraka pushed herself off the floor. "And never, I won't give up. Midoriya trained me and I won't let him down." "You mean that useless? Oh come on, we all know I'm better than him. The only reason he's in this school is because someone felt bad for him. He doesn't deserve to be here," said Bakugo. "No, you're wrong," said Uraraka. "Midoriya has been through so much, he deserves a chance, we all do." Uraraka once again ran at Bakugo, but she kept being thrown back by his explosions. "Why does she keep doing that?" asked Momo. "Because of that," said Izuku, pointing towards the sky. Momo looked up to see a small mountain worth of rocks and debris floating in the air. "Oh." Izuku smirked. "Yup, she used that move on me while we trained and it worked. However, it won't work on Bakugo, unfortunately. It would have worked on literally anyone else." With one final explosion, Uraraka wiped the dirt from her face, giving up. Asked Bakugo. No, but this fight is as good as over, said Uraraka. Oh, is that right? Then let's finish this, said Bakugo. For the final time Uraraka ran towards Bakugo, her legs burned, and her injuries hurt with every step, but she kept pressing forward. Bakugo was about to fire off an explosion when all of a sudden Uraraka touched the tips of her fingers together. What the? I should really thank you, Bakugo, you never even realized it. You were too focused on me to see the bigger picture, said Uraraka, closing the distance between them. Bakugo looked around but didn't see anything. What did you do? Uraraka smirked, surprise. Bakugo then finally looked up to see the debris falling towards him. So this was your plan the whole time? Normally someone would now have to choose between the debris or their opponent. Unfortunately for Uraraka, this was Bakugo. Raising both of his hands up, he fired off a massive explosion. The explosion shook the entire stadium and completely destroyed the debris. Uraraka was surprised but didn't have time to dwell on it when a hand reached out to her. Nice plan, but this is over. With a loud boom, Bakugo hit Uraraka with a point-blank shot. Izuku closed his eyes and sighed. She did her best, but unfortunately Bakugo was just better. Wait, what is he doing? Asked Momo. Izuku opened his eyes to see Bakugo walking over to Uraraka, who was crawling towards him. Uraraka was trying to make an attempt to reach Bakugo, but the pain wouldn't let her get up. Must show him that I can. Bakugo stopped in front of the girl. You won't show him anything. Now get out of my arena. Bakugo fired off an explosion. The entire arena was surprised. Uraraka was already beaten, yet like Izuku, Bakugo went too far. Or did he? Smoke blanketed the area around the two, but that's when a voice was heard through the smoke. I won't let you hurt her anymore. If you feel like fighting some more, then take another step. As the smoke cleared, Izuku was seen with his right claws just underneath Bakugo's chin and his left claws millimeters away from his neck. Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw Izuku's burnt skin healing right before his eyes. Why you? Momo was surprised. I didn't even see him move. Izuku stared down Bakugo, daring him to do something. Uraraka is unable to fight. Bakugo wins, yelled out Midnight. Izuku looked down to see Uraraka had stopped moving. Retracting his claws, Izuku reached down and gently picked up Uraraka bridal style. Wincing in pain, Uraraka managed to slightly open her eyes. Midoriya. Shish, don't talk, rest. You did great, Uraraka, said Izuku. Tears began to well up in Uraraka's eyes. But I lost. Yes, but you showed everyone watching that you can take on the best of us. That's something you can take pride in, said Izuku. Uraraka gave a weak smile. I wish I had your healing powers right about now. Izuku chuckled. I bet you do. That's when Izuku could feel Uraraka's body go limp. Looking her over, he noticed that she was now unconscious. As Izuku walked away from Bakugo, he stopped to deliver a warning. I hope you make it to the finals, Bakugo. I can't wait to make you pay for what you did to her. Bakugo spit on the floor, looking forward to it. Freak. With that, Izuku carried Uraraka towards the nurse's office. The entire stadium was silent. Here was Izuku, the student who beat down Shinso in the first match, carrying an injured classmate. All Might watched from the balcony, so he does have a soft side. That means he isn't just a killing machine like the doctor made him out to be. There is hope for him, but I'm afraid when he finds out about the file that hope will be gone. Nezu also commented on Izuku's reaction, but he had much more sinister thoughts. It seems like he has a weakness. If it comes down to it, we can use the both of them. I will not allow the weapon the doctor created to be unleashed in my school. I will do whatever it takes to keep everyone safe from Izuku. However, they weren't the only ones who saw this. In the unknown bar, Shigaraki watched the fights on TV. So that's him. Is that another one of your failed experiments, Doc? Stain asked. The doctor nodded. Yes, meet Izuku Midoriya. So what do you think? Can you take him down? Asked Shigaraki. Stain scoffed. His healing factor is nothing like the others. But no one is unkillable. Shigaraki nodded. Good, then take care of him. Then we'll kill All Might. Stain turned to look at Shigaraki. Did you just give me orders? Shigaraki stood up from his chair. Is that a problem? As a matter of fact, yes. I never said I would kill the boy, now did I? Nor did I say I would ever join your little league, said Stain. Did you not want to kill heroes? Kill this boy and you can kill All Might, said Kurogiri. Stain turned his back on the villains. Kill All Might. Whoever said I wanted to kill him? All Might is a true hero in a world full of fakes. But All Might is the best of us. As for the kid, only time would tell. For now I only hunt those I deem unworthy. But if this boy becomes a hero, then he will eventually interfere with your plans, Stain, said the doctor. Then I will take care of him when he does. My vision of a world purged of fake heroes will come true. Now send me back to Hosu, I still have work to do, said Stain. Seems to me like you can't kill him, said Shigaraki. You don't have a way to do it, do you? Stain stopped. What was that? I said that. However, before Shigaraki could finish his sentence, Stain tackled him to the ground and pressed a katana to his neck. Make no mistake, kid, this sword is one of a kind. It's made out of pure carbonadium, which renders healing powers ineffective. Stain then pushed the sword, causing Shigaraki to bleed. But it can very easily slice the heads off of punks like you. Want to test it? Shigaraki's eyes began to fill with rage. Why you? He reached out to touch Stain, but someone stopped him. That's enough, Shigaraki. Shigaraki turned to a monitor which displayed the words AFO. Master, we cannot force him to join. However, I do think he and the boy will meet soon enough. In the meantime, Stain, would you mind letting my student go? Asked AFO. Stain removed his sword. Don't get in my way, or it's you I come after next. You missed face. Send me to Hosu. Kurogiri looked at the monitor. Do it. Nodding, Kurogiri opened a portal and Stain walked through it. With Stain now gone, Shigaraki stood up. Damn it. Easy. His recruitment was a failure, but don't worry about it. For now you should know 3 Nomus will soon be ready for deployment. They aren't as strong as the one at the USJ, but they will be great in combat, said AFO. Shigaraki smiled. Good, I know just how to use them. With Uraraka in his arms, Izuku made it to the nurse's office. Recovery girl, you in here? Over here, son. Wow, that Bakugo kid really did a number on her, huh? Izuku nodded. All right, put her down on the bed. Izuku obeyed and placed Uraraka gently on the bed. Uraraka winced in pain. Will she be all right? Asked Izuku. Recovery girl walked over and looked at Uraraka. 2nd-degree burns, bruises, and possible broken ribs. Yeah, she'll be fine once I heal her. Izuku sighed. Thank goodness. Before I do that, I need to clean her wounds. After that, I'll heal her. Once that's done, I'll send her back up to the group. Recovery girl looked up to see Izuku looking down at Uraraka with soft eyes. Now that's a look I haven't seen from you, said Recovery girl. Izuku was confused. What look? The one you just gave Uraraka. You're concerned, but it's more than that. You looked sad. In all my time with you during counseling, you never seemed sad. Why? Asked Recovery girl. I don't know. I guess it's because I never had a reason to be sad. But seeing Bakugo hurt her like that, it made me feel something. Explained Izuku. I see. Well, it's progress nonetheless. I guess those sessions are working, and you called them useless. Said Recovery girl with a bit of a smug look. Yeah, whatever. You still haven't fixed me yet. I still did beat the sh*t out of a student. Said Izuku. Recovery girl pointed her cane towards Izuku. That you did, and don't think we aren't going to talk about it in your next session. Izuku sighed. Can't wait. I should get going. My next fight is coming up. Will you take care of her? Recovery girl nodded, as if she was my own child. Now go. With any luck, she'll be able to watch your fight. Thanks. Izuku then reached down and grabbed Uraraka's hand one final time before letting go and walking away. Once Izuku walked out of the room, Recovery girl smiled. One of the strongest students in this school, with a messed up past, and he didn't even notice. Idiot is in love and doesn't even know it. I guess it's expected after what he went through. Izuku walked down the halls of the stadium and towards the waiting room. However, as he walked, Izuku got the whiff of something burning. As he turned the corner, Izuku was met by Endeavor, the number 2 hero. The two walked past each other, but only after a couple of steps Endeavor called out to Izuku, "Hey boy, I wish to speak to you." Izuku stopped. "Not in the mood, now buzz off. It's about your upcoming fight with my son, Shoto," explained Endeavor. "He's your kid." "Wow, I don't see the resemblance," said Izuku, now turning to face the hero. "So, what about him? You've seen it too, right?" asked Endeavor. "His potential is amazing, and one day I believe that he will surpass me and even All Might himself." However, before the hero could keep going, Izuku interrupted, "Can you get to the point? I don't want to waste my time here." That pissed off Endeavor. "Well, aren't you a smart mouth? Maybe I should teach you some manners." The flames on Endeavor's face began to flare out. "Your threats don't scare me, now get to the point," said Izuku, again. Letting his flame die down, Endeavor scoffed, "Fine, I want you to make Shoto use his fire." "Why? He clearly doesn't like it," explained Izuku. "He is acting like a child. Until he stops acting like one, he will never fulfill my dreams." "That's where you come in," explained Endeavor. "You see, you're not afraid to get dirty, you're not afraid to do what's necessary, and you're just what Shoto needs right now. I want you to make him use his fire." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Now why would I do that? I could easily beat him, why would I make him use it?" "Because if you do this, I will offer you a sidekick position when you graduate." "How does that sound?" asked Endeavor. Izuku looked at the flaming hero. "Yeah, no. I've talked to you for like 5 minutes and I can already tell you're a prick. So I'll have to pass on this." With that, Izuku began to walk away. Endeavor scoffed, "Stupid boy, I expected nothing less from a lab rat." That comment made Izuku stop. "What did you say? You don't know, do you?" asked Endeavor. "Know what?" questioned Izuku. "Oh, this will be good, just think about my offer, kid. If you manage to do it, come and find me," said Endeavor, walking away. Izuku's eyes burned with rage. That son of B*TCH knows something. Now in the waiting room, Izuku began to think. He knew his next opponent would be Todoroki. He also knew that he would be only using half of his powers. "Man, I could beat him easily, but if I win while he's not at full strength, is it even a win?" Izuku sighed. "Well, whatever, a win is a win." Just then the intercom turned on. "Will Midoriya and Todoroki please make your way towards the arena?" Getting up, Izuku began to walk out of the waiting room. As he left the corridor and walked out the arena, he was met by the sound of very few people cheering. Izuku didn't care though, he had nothing to prove to anyone. Stepping onto the arena, Izuku looked at the other end to see Todoroki. "Are both fighters ready?" asked Midnight. Izuku turned to his left to see All Might standing beside the arena. He was there to make sure Izuku wouldn't go crazy again. Both fighters nodded. "Begin." Todoroki wasted no time attacking. Stomping his foot to the ground, he created a massive pillar of ice. Izuku ran straight at it and with a snick his claws came out. Jumping into the air, Izuku slashed down towards the ice, breaking it. In the stands, after getting healed by Recovery Girl, Uraraka was allowed to join Class 1A in the bleachers. She did have bandages on her arms and face, but for the most part she was alright. Uraraka got there and noticed that the fight had already started. "Did I miss much?" Mina turned to Uraraka. "Good to see you up, and no, it just started." Uraraka nodded. "Good, I didn't want to miss Midoriya's fight." "Ribbit, it seems to me that you're not afraid of Midoriya." "Why is that? After everything he's done, how are you not afraid?" asked Sue. Everyone in the class wanted to hear her answer. Ochako turned to them with a face full of determination. "The reason I'm not scared is because I understand Midoriya. Well, I can't say much since it's not my place to tell, but he's been through a lot. He's still trying to figure things out. But don't confuse it with pity, it's not that. Sure, he could be a bit wild sometimes, but I also know Midoriya has a soft side. He just doesn't know how to really show his emotions yet, and when he does, it can come out a bit wild. But even after all he's done, Midoriya saved us at the USJ, and I'm proud to call him a friend." With that, Uraraka turned her attention back to the fight. The class was stunned. Maybe they've been treating Midoriya a bit badly. Momo looked at Uraraka. She understands him, very interesting. Back in the arena, come on Todoroki, the same old tricks won't work on me. Yelled out Izuku as he landed and swung his claws towards Todoroki. Seeing the claws coming, Todoroki created walls of ice in front of him. But as Izuku's claws made contact with them, they completely shattered. Todoroki's eyes widened as the last ice wall fell. Leaning back, he barely managed to escape the claws. Seeing a chance, Todoroki raised his hand and created several ice spikes and launched them towards Izuku. Crossing his arms in front of him, Izuku braced for it. As the ice hit Izuku, he was thrown towards the arena's edge. Izuku gritted his teeth as the ice kept coming, and with a powerful yell he managed to raise his arms and stab into the ground. This prevented him from sliding any further, and good thing too, Izuku was now at the edge of the arena boundary. Seeing that his attack wasn't working anymore, Todoroki let the spikes die down. This gave Izuku the chance he needed to get rid of the spikes that were embedded into his body. Standing up straight, Izuku took a deep breath and flexed his entire body. This caused all the ice to shatter. Blood spurted out when Izuku flexed, but the wounds quickly healed. Exhaling, Izuku looked Todoroki dead in the eyes. Now that was much better. However, unlucky for you. It seems that's all you can give. Looking down, Izuku saw ice begin to form on Todoroki's skin. Todoroki's breathing was heavy, and with every breath you could see every exhale. Shut up. If you keep this up, you'll freeze to death, warned Izuku. I don't care, yelled out Todoroki as he created waves of ice. With his arms up, Izuku ran claws first towards the ice. First his claws would stab into the ice, then came his momentum, which was enough to shatter the ice. This continued until Izuku was now close enough. Retracting his claws, Izuku managed to punch Todoroki in the abdomen. Todoroki spit out blood as he slid backwards. The crowd cheered as they finally got to see who got the first hit in. Looks like Midoriya has the upper hand. Will Todoroki be able to win? Yelled out present Mike. Using his ice, Todoroki stopped himself from sliding further back. Grabbing his abdomen, he looked up only to fall to his knees with blood running down his mouth. What? I just ruptured your liver, said Izuku walking towards Todoroki. How? That was only a single punch? Asked Todoroki, surprised that Izuku did so much damage. I'm just stronger, explained Izuku as he stopped in front of Todoroki. Faster too, not to mention my regenerative abilities. In simple terms, you were just outmatched. If only you used it, you would have stood more of a chance. Izuku then grabbed Todoroki by the shirt and threw him across the arena. Hitting the ground hard, Todoroki created a wall of ice, stopping himself. Use what? That fire of yours. I know you still haven't used it. So use it, yelled out Izuku as he kicked Todoroki in the chest. With the wind knocked out of him, Todoroki struggled to speak. And never, I rather die than use his fire. Izuku bent down. That's just the thing, Todoroki, it isn't his fire, it's yours. Yet you choose to limit yourself. I get it, you hate your dad, and in the brief time we talked I can tell he's a real piece of shit. Todoroki's eyes widened. You talked to my father. So it's true, you two really are working together. What did he promise you? Sensing danger, Izuku jumped back, just as an ice spike came up from the ground and managed to cut Izuku up to the chest. The tip part of his shirt was now ripped and blood poured down the open wound. While it's true he did offer me stuff, I declined. He pisses me off, said Izuku as the wound on his chest healed. Todoroki balled his fist. You lie. Raising his arm, Todoroki tried to use his ice, only to have Izuku appear and slash at his side. Falling to one knee, Todoroki placed pressure on the wound. You're free to think whatever you want, but know this. While everyone here is trying their best, you are just half-assing it. Even Shinso, he gave it his all. He deserves to take your spot if you act like this. It's pathetic. Todoroki gritted his teeth. Shut up. Slamming his hand to the ground, Todoroki created an ice spike which pierced Izuku's stomach. Izuku slumped forward on the ice. Todoroki thought he had just one. However, as he looked closer, he saw that instead of piercing Izuku's stomach, Izuku had actually got his claws to block the attack. Your movements are getting slower. said Izuku as he looked up. Slashing outward, Izuku destroyed the ice and opened palm strike Todoroki in the chest. The hit sent Todoroki flying, rolling to a stop. Blood dripped down the student's nose. How much? Asked Izuku as he walked towards Todoroki. How much what? Asked Todoroki, spitting out blood. How much pain is it going to take until you realize that it's your fire, not his? That's what you can't see. You are so blinded by your own hate that you can't see it, said Izuku. Todoroki got up. See what? You're holding yourself back. If you want to be a hero, then break free of your restraints and show that asshole of a father what it means to really bring the heat, said Izuku as he got closer to Todoroki. Todoroki's eyes widened. Can I really do it? Can I actually become better than my father? That's when memories of his mother began to play in his mind. No, I will be better. I'll show him. I'll show you all. Izuku was suddenly pushed back by a powerful blast of heated wind. About time. Looking over, Izuku saw the bright radiant flames emanating from Todoroki's body. You're an idiot, you know that right? Said Todoroki. You just gave me the upper hand in this fight. Izuku raised his claws. Is that what you think? Let's test that theory, shall we? Izuku then ran towards Todoroki with the intention of ending this fight. However, before he could get close, Todoroki put up a fire wall in front of him. This won't stop me, yelled out Izuku as he jumped through the fire. Izuku came out the other side with his shirt now almost completely gone. However, that's what Todoroki wanted. In the air, Izuku couldn't dodge. Ah shit. Checkmate. With his arm raised, Todoroki launched a powerful fire spiral towards Izuku. All Might, who was watching on the sideline, was amazed. Kids these days are getting stronger and stronger. It will only be a matter of time before they surpass us. Wait. Isn't that flame a bit too hot? Oh no. Todoroki also noticed it, but it was already too late. The student could do nothing as his flames engulfed Izuku. The arena was filled with the screams of Izuku as his skin melted away. Todoroki quickly let his fire die down, but the damage was already done. The arena fell silent. All Might couldn't believe it. Midnight looked away. Class 1A felt sick. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. Inko fainted, and Uraraka stood up from her seat horrified. And no. Midoriya. Izuku fell to his knees. The camera panned to Izuku's left and all seemed to be alright, but it's when the camera panned to the right that everyone saw what happened. Everything was gone. Izuku's entire right side of his body was gone, reduced down to nothing but his metal bones. Organs were gone, his right lung gone, his right kidney gone, his intestines gone. There wasn't even any blood since the fire instantly cauterized his left side. All Might quickly jumped in and used a cape to cover Izuku's body. The camera feed to the sports festival was cut. Someone call recovery girl, yelled out Midnight. Will that even help? I think he's dead. I know he heals, but this is just too much damage, said Aizawa. Todoroki fell to his knees looking down at his hands. I just killed him. All Might looked down at Izuku's body and his eyes widened. I don't believe it. The heroes around Izuku looked down to see the impossible. It started from his left side. The red tissue that went over the bone began to appear. He's regenerating. That's impossible, said Present Mike. We need to get him inside, suggested All Might. The other heroes agreed. Right, All Might, take him. Mike, make an announcement and tell them that Izuku is still alive thanks to his regeneration quirk, ordered Aizawa. The group nodded. All Might quickly picked up Izuku and made sure that no one saw the state he was in. Mike and Midnight stayed behind to address the crowd. The TV broadcast was also turned back on. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Thanks to Midoriya's quirk, he is alive and healing, somehow. With any luck he should be healed in no time. Once we have more information we will get it out to you. Just know that he is alive. Todoroki looked up. He's alive. I didn't kill him, thank goodness. In the stands Uraraka was on the verge of tears. I need to go see him. How is he still alive? Questioned Mineta. The class knew that he had a regenerative quirk, but they assumed it wasn't that strong. How wrong they were. Momo watched as Uraraka ran into the halls towards the nurse's office to check up on Izuku. However, when Uraraka got there, she was stopped by All Might at the door. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you in." "Why not? He's healing, isn't he?" asked Uraraka. All Might looked at the door. He's still healing, and it's not a pretty picture. "I've seen a lot during my time as a hero, but this is the first time I've seen anything like this." "You wouldn't want to see it, trust me." Uraraka thought about it. Fine, but when he heals completely I want to see him." All Might agreed. "Very well." Inside the nurse's office, Recovery Girl was astonished. Izuku was healing at a rapid pace. In the minute that it took to bring him to the nurse's office, he was already starting to regrow his muscles. The red of the muscles were soon covered up by skin and hair. The last thing to regrow was his fingernails. Recovery Girl looked at the heart monitor and was surprised to see that everything was normal. "It's simply amazing. He regenerated with half of his body gone. I've never seen anything like this. Even the best regenerative quirks can't do this. Yet he did it in less than 5 minutes," said Recovery Girl. Nezu was also in the room. He looked at Izuku. "It is amazing but also terrifying." "Why is that, Nezu?" asked Aizawa. "Think about it. If he ever turns into the weapon the doctor made him to be, then there would be very little we could do to stop him," explained Nezu. Recovery Girl sighed. "Come on, Nezu, you know as well as I do that Izuku is not a threat. At least not yet. Until he does pose a threat, then we will deal with him. Until then, leave him alone and let him enjoy this time." Nezu turned away. "Call me if there are any changes." With that, Nezu walked out of the office and informed All Might and Uraraka that Izuku has now fully recovered. Walking down the empty halls, Nezu couldn't help but think about Izuku. "We need a plan to deal with Izuku should he ever turn against us." Uraraka smiled at the sight of Izuku now fully healed. He's not waking up." "Why isn't he waking up?" Recovery Girl sat on her chair with a clipboard. "My best guess is that his body is still recovering from the shock. He should wake up right about." Suddenly Izuku's eyes shot open. He sat up and looked around frantically. His breathing was heavy, his heart rate skyrocketed, and with a snick he popped his claws. "Midoriya, it's okay, you're okay. No one is going to hurt you," said Uraraka. Izuku turned towards the girl. "You Uraraka?" She nodded. "Yes, I need you to listen to me, Midoriya. Try to calm down," said Uraraka as she slowly approached him. All Might and Aizawa stood at the ready in case something happened, but to their surprise nothing did. Once Uraraka reached out and touched Izuku's hand, he began to calm down. His claws slowly began to retract and his heart rate decreased. "How are you feeling?" asked Uraraka. "I'm fine. What happened?" "I remember Todoroki's fire and that's about it," said Izuku. "You gave us quite a scare, young man. Todoroki had no control over his fire and burned you. In all honesty, we thought he killed you. Half of your body was gone, but then you just started regenerating," explained All Might. Izuku laid back down on the bed. "I see, so I'm guessing I lost." That's when Aizawa spoke. "Technically no, but we think it's better if you withdraw." "What? No way. I'm fine, plus I get the feeling Bakugo is going through to the finals and I want to fight him," said Izuku. All Might was about to say something when Uraraka grabbed Izuku's hand. "I know you want to get payback for me, Midoriya. But please, don't fight anymore. You have already done enough, please do it for me." "But Izuku noticed something in Uraraka's eyes. He sighed. All right, I'll withdraw." Uraraka nodded. "Good, so are you feeling well enough to walk?" asked Recovery Girl. Izuku got up from the bed and pulled the sheets off of him. He stood up and began to punch the air. "What do you think?" Uraraka blushed. Letting out a little squeak, she covered her eyes. She turned away but gave another quick look. Aizawa facepalmed. "I think you should put on some pants first." Izuku looked down to see that he was butt naked. "Oh right, fire." After putting on some pants, Izuku and Uraraka went back upstairs with the class. Just as they were about to join the rest of the class, Izuku stopped her. "Hey Uraraka, I just want to say, thank you." Uraraka tilted her head. "For what?" "You know, for coming to see me," said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. "Of course. It's what friends do." Izuku looked up at Uraraka. "Friends, huh? Well, thank you again. Now come on, The final fight is about to start. With Uraraka right behind him, Izuku walked onto the bleacher area. Everyone in Class 1A turned to look at Izuku. He said nothing and took a seat in the back with Uraraka. That's when Izuku noticed someone was missing. Hey, where did Iida go? He had a family emergency to attend to, said Momo. So he withdrew from the fights, and it seems like you did too, Midoriya. It's good to see you're still alive. You sound almost disappointed, Momo. But yeah, I withdrew after some convincing. Still should have won that fight, said Izuku. Momo giggled. That's for sure. Hey, you two, it's starting, said Uraraka, pointing down towards the arena. Izuku watched as Todoroki and Bakugo squared off. Who do you think is going to win? Asked Momo. Izuku thought about it. It should be Todoroki, but I get the feeling he won't win. Why is that? Asked Uraraka. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He's scared. Down in the arena, Todoroki was doing well against Bakugo, but it would be only a matter of time before his ice would slow him down. Using his explosions, Bakugo dodged all of the ice flying towards him. You'll have to try harder than that, half and half. Todoroki gritted his teeth. I need to use the fire. Raising his arm, it looked like Todoroki was about to use it. However, just as small embers began to show, his mind flashback to when he burned Izuku. Horrified, Todoroki dropped his arm. Bakugo saw this and used his finisher move to blast Todoroki out of the ring. Hitting the wall outside of the arena, Midnight raised her whip. Todoroki is out of bounds. Bakugo wins. The crowd cheered. Fireworks were set off as Bakugo had just won the UA Sports Festival. However, on the field, Bakugo was pissed. This wasn't a win. That bastard let me win. He didn't even use his fire against me. Izuku watched from the stands as Bakugo angrily walked off the arena. Well, looks like he's pissed. Man, I wish I could have competed for third. While I'm sure you would have won, it's better if you didn't, Midoriya. You got half your body burned off, said Uraraka. Yeah, but I'm fine. It's like I said before, I heal, always have, always will, said Izuku. Now that the sports festival is over, I have something I need to do. Izuku then got up with a serious look on his face. Where are you going, Midoriya? Questioned Uraraka. To apologize. Izuku then walked over to the general ed section of the bleachers. However, he did not go inside, instead he waited outside. After the awards were handed out, the general ed students all began to walk out of the bleachers. Each student flinched when they turned to see Izuku leaning up against the wall. Izuku wasn't concerned with them, he was only concerned about one student in particular. After a short while, a voice called out to Izuku, "What are you doing here?" Izuku looked up to see Shinso. His nose and parts of his face were covered in bandages and he had bruising around one of his eyes. Izuku pushed off the wall. Look about what I did. However, before he could say anything, Shinso stopped him. I know what you're going to say and I get it. Izuku looked at Shinso confused. I thought if I could show up your hero course students, then I can show everyone that I deserve to be a hero. Guess I was wrong. That's not why I'm here actually. I'm here to apologize. I didn't mean to beat you up like I did. Your quirk, it was a heck of a lot stronger than I thought it was going to be. And well, let's just say my mind isn't the prettiest place to be in right now. Shinso's eyes widened. As to if you deserve to be a hero, I can't tell you that since I'm not even sure why I'm even in the hero course. Pity, I guess. But I do know this, if I ever leave the class, I would like it if you took my place. With that quirk of yours, I'm sure you could become an amazing hero. Shinso was left speechless. Well, anyway, sorry about beating you up. With that, Izuku walked away. But just as Izuku was about to turn the corner, Shinso called out to him, "Hey, Midoriya." Izuku stopped and turned to Shinso. Next time don't hit me so hard. Izuku smirked before turning the corner. He may have beat me up, but he seems like a normal guy, thought Shinso as he went to join his class. After the festival was over, everyone in Class 1A went to change out of their PE uniforms. One by one, the boys all exited the locker room. Now it was only down to Izuku. He sat on the bench looking at his locker. Izuku took a deep breath and sighed. Well, it's not going to read itself. Standing up, Izuku opened his locker and inside was the file All Might gave him. Reaching in, Izuku grabbed it. It felt heavy. After changing, Izuku left the locker room with the folder in his hand. Took you long enough, I was starting to get worried. Turning to his right, Izuku saw Uraraka standing there in her uniform. Uraraka. What are you doing here? Uraraka walked up to Izuku. I was waiting for you, duh. Why? Asked Izuku. Because it looked like you had something on your mind the last time we talked. Midoriya, is everything alright? Questioned Uraraka. Izuku looked at the folder in his hands. Define alright. What's in the folder? Asked Uraraka. Remember what I said about me not remembering what happened to me? Uraraka nodded. Well, this file has everything that they did to me. Uraraka's eyes widened. Then that means, yeah, I'm about to find out everything. Uraraka then noticed something. Midoriya, your hands, they're shaking. Izuku looked down at his hand and noticed that she was right, he was shaking. You're scared of what you'll find inside, aren't you? Izuku grabbed his arm in an attempt to stop himself. No, I'm not. Uraraka stepped up to Izuku. Midoriya, don't lie to me. It's okay to be scared, especially about this. Being a good bit taller than Uraraka, Izuku looked down at the girl. I said I'm not scared. I'm trembling with excitement, explained Izuku. Uraraka backed up. All right, then open it. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What? The file, open it. Right here, right now. If you're not scared, then you shouldn't have a problem reading it here, said Uraraka, almost challenging Izuku. Izuku narrowed his eyes. Fine. Raising the folder, Izuku prepared to open it but stopped. Open it, said Uraraka once again. Izuku could feel his heart rate rising. He wanted to open it but his body wouldn't listen to him. Then in that moment he lowered his arm. All right, fine, you win. I am scared. What if I find something that I can't handle? Then you do what you always do. Izuku looked at Uraraka confused. You take the hit and you heal. Remember, you heal, always have, always will. Izuku laughed. Using my words against me, Uraraka. I'm hurt. Uraraka smirked. You always do it to me, so a bit of payback was in order. But I'm still not sure about reading this, not alone at least, said Izuku. Then why not go home and read it over with your mom? Questioned Uraraka. However, Izuku shook his head. No, I won't put my mom through that. That's when Uraraka got an idea. How about my place? Really? You wouldn't mind? Asked Izuku. Of course not. How does tomorrow sound? We have the weekend off anyway, said Uraraka with a smile. Izuku nodded. Sure, I'd feel better if you were there. Anyway, let's go. I'll walk you to the station. The two then walked out of the stadium and then out of the school towards the train station. After talking on the train for a bit, they arrived at Uraraka's stop. I'll text you my address later. Bye, Midoriya. Izuku waved through the glass door as the train departed the station. This gave him a chance to think about the file, about today's events, and about his powers. Tomorrow is going to be a hell of a day. Hospital. Iida is the type to take things slow, read over the instructions a couple of times before diving into something. He also likes to have all the information in order to do something. However, this time he ignored everything and ran like a madman possessed. He ran down the halls of that hospital until he came upon the room he was looking for. Bursting through the door, he yelled out, "Brother!" There on the hospital bed was Tensai, also known as the pro hero Ingenium. He had a respirator on and had bandages around his torso. What happened? Asked Iida. Your brother, he lost a fight against Stain, explained his mother. The hero killer. Then is he, however his mother shook her head. No, he's alive but just barely. Stain did a number on him, not to mention his spine. Doctors say that it would take a miracle for him to walk again. Tensai may be alive, but Ingenium is dead, explained his mother, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears fell from Iida's face as he grabbed onto the railing. Why, you bastard Stain, I'll find you, and when I'll do, I'll make you pay, that I swear. Hosu. Night was approaching the city and the hero killer Stain sat above a rooftop looking down at the city. So many fakes, so little time. Well, I have to start somewhere. Standing up, Stain revealed his swords. Time to get hunting. Izuku was ready. Today was the day he was going to find out what happened to him. Was he scared? Yes, but lucky for him Uraraka agreed to be there for him. Grabbing the file, Izuku put on a green shirt and threw a black jacket over it. "All right Mom, I'm heading out," he yelled out as he was just about to leave. "All right sweetie, make sure you come home before dinner. And no funny business you hear," said Inko. "I know you're going to meet up with a girl." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "How did you know?" Inko laughed. "I'm your mother, I know everything. That and I heard you talking with someone the other day, not to mention what happened in the sports festival." "Everything huh?" thought Izuku. "Hey Mom, can I ask you a question?" Inko nodded. "Of course you can, although I may not have the answers." "If you found out I'm not who you think I am, what would you do?" questioned Izuku. Inko gave her son a soft smile. "Izuku, you are my son. While I do admit there are things I don't know about you, like where that anger came from at the sports festival, I love you nonetheless. No matter what you are, no matter what you do, I will love you." Izuku nodded. "Thanks Mom, I'll be back." With that Izuku walked down to the station and got on a train with the file in his jacket pocket. After a while Izuku got off at the designated stop and walked down a couple of blocks. He approached an apartment complex and looking down at his phone he determined this was the place. Scrolling through his contacts Izuku began to call Uraraka. "Hello." She answered. "Hey Uraraka, I'm at the apartment building." "What unit are you in?" asked Izuku. "I'm on the 3rd floor, look up." Looking up Izuku saw Uraraka waving down at him. Izuku smiled. "I see you. I'll be right up." Walking up the steps Izuku was greeted by Uraraka. "Good to see you're feeling better." Uraraka nodded. "Yup. After another round of recovery girls beep, I healed up nicely." "Still nothing on a healing factor though," said Izuku with a bit of smugness. Yeah, whatever. Come on in. Welcome to my humble abode," said Uraraka opening the door to her apartment. Izuku walked in and removed his shoes. Looking around he noticed that her apartment was rather small. "Not a bad place you got here. Really, it was the cheapest I could find that was close to the train station," said Uraraka as she went towards the kitchen. "Take a seat, I'll get you some tea." Sitting down at the table Izuku looked over at the counter to see a photograph. It was a picture of Uraraka and two people down by the beach. "Here you go, hope you like green tea," said Uraraka, as she placed the tea down. "Love it actually," said Izuku as he took a sip. "Your parents?" "Oh yeah, my hard-working and doting parents. They called me after I lost to Bakugo to see if I was alright," said Uraraka. "So how are you? I mean, besides physically," said Izuku. "It's been rough to say the least. I can't stop thinking if there was something more I could have done. If only I was a bit stronger, I could have won," said Uraraka as she sat across Izuku with her tea. "Hey, don't beat yourself about it. You fought hard, you even managed to surprise Bakugo, and he's never surprised," said Izuku. Uraraka smiled. "Thanks Midoriya. Well, I should still get some internship offers, so that's good." "Internship offers?" questioned Izuku. "Yeah, Midoriya, don't you remember? Mr. Aizawa said that after the sports festival we'd be going with pro heroes and interning with them," explained Uraraka. "Huh, guess I wasn't paying attention. It is not like anyone is going to pick me to intern with, not after what happened with Shinso," said Izuku. "I'm sure the school will find someone to take you," said Uraraka with a smile. "Now, let's get to what you came here for. Do you have the file?" Izuku reached into the inside of his jacket and pulled out the file. "Right here." Placing it on the table, Ochako looked at the file. She tried to reach out for it but Izuku stopped her. "Look, before we open it I just want to ask you something." Ochako nodded. "If I find something." However, before he could finish his sentence Uraraka placed a hand on his. "Then we'll deal with it together, okay? No matter what's in this file, I will always be here Midoriya, no matter what." Izuku smiled. "Thank you Uraraka, now, let's get this over with." Opening the file Izuku looked inside and what he saw surprised him. What? This is it," he said as he grabbed 5 measly pieces of paper. Uraraka grabbed one and began to read it. "This is a police report. Says here you went missing the first day of middle school. You were kidnapped and Eraserhead tried to save you. Wait, Mr. Aizawa tried to save you. This doesn't make any sense. It says here that they abducted me for my organs since I was quirkless. It also says that my quirks awakened because of the trauma, while I was captured. But why would they keep someone for 2 years? Asked Izuku. Unless your regeneration quirk, said Uraraka. They kept harvesting your organs once they regenerated. Then that means your flashbacks are of when they harvested them. Seems like it, but what's with all this retracted information? Most of the last 2 pages are retracted, and it says there is a video somewhere. Why wasn't it included? Questioned Izuku. And there's also the thing with the doctor. He said that he made me what I am. That I was, a weapon. Maybe he was just trying to get under your skin. Trying to make you mad. Said Uraraka. No, I don't think so. I think there's some truth to his words. But who should I believe, the doctor who attacked us? Or All Might in this file? Said Izuku as he put down the papers. I would go with All Might on this one. Said Uraraka. All Might was the one who found you after all. See, it says so right here. And hey look, it says your claws are made out of a dense aluminum alloy, whatever that means. Izuku looked at the paper that Uraraka was holding, and sure enough it said All Might along with other heroes saved him. Guess I should believe this file. Maybe the doctor was just trying to piss me off. That still leaves one more question. What happened in those 2 years I was gone? I have no memory of what happened. My best guess is trauma. You don't remember because you don't want to remember. Explained Uraraka. I guess, but what if the doctor is right? What if I really am just a weapon? Is that why I killed so easily, because I was already used to it? What did I do? I need to know, yelled out Izuku as he slammed his hands onto the table. Midoriya, listen to me. The doctor was full of crap, you are no weapon. You are Izuku Midoriya, don't forget that. Said Uraraka as she walked over to Izuku. You saved me from Bakugo, would a weapon do that? You even saved us from the Nomu at the USJ. If you were really a weapon then you wouldn't have done that. I guess you're right, sorry I got angry right now. Said Izuku. Lifting up his hands he noticed that he actually cracked the wooden table. I'll pay for that. Uraraka smiled. It's fine really. Izuku found himself memorized by Uraraka's eyes, he found them alluring. Without warning Izuku hugged Uraraka. She immediately turned bright red. Midoriya. What are you doing? Sorry, thank you, for doing this. Said Izuku as he held her. I'll let you go now. However, just as he was about to let go, Uraraka hugged him back. Don't. With her head buried into his chest, Izuku could see the red on Uraraka's ears. Just stay still for a bit. Uraraka. Reaching down Izuku lifted Uraraka's chin up. You're cute when you blush. That only caused her to blush even harder. Don't make fun of me. Said Uraraka as she tried to push him off, only to stumble backwards. Izuku's eyes widened as he held her waist but the momentum dragged him along. The two went back. Uraraka fell on the sofa. Izuku managed to catch himself by putting out his arms. Now with both arms beside her face Izuku was practically on top of Uraraka. The two looked at each other. Uraraka. Midoriya. For some reason the two found themselves drawn towards each other. Izuku leaned down drawing closer to her lips. Uraraka's lips trembled but she didn't stop him. Just as they were millimeters from each other's lips there was a knock on the door. Izuku pulled away and looked at the door. Uraraka also got up. Were you expecting someone else? Asked Izuku. Uraraka shook her head. And no, just you. Just then the doorknob began to wiggle. Getting off the sofa the two looked at the door. They're trying to get in. Said Uraraka in a loud whisper. Izuku raised his fists and popped his claws. They chose the wrong place then. But before Izuku could move in Uraraka stopped him. Wait, let me see who it is first before you start slashing. Izuku nodded. Making her way towards the door Uraraka looked through the peephole. Ochako, are you in there? Yelled out a man. Uraraka's eyes widened. Oh no. Who is it? Questioned Izuku. It's my parents. What are they doing here? They didn't even call ahead. Said Uraraka turning to Izuku. Oh then it's fine, just open the door. said Izuku, as he retracted his claws. No, if my dad sees me here with a guy, he'll kill you, said Uraraka, in a bit of a panic. You need to hide. Really, we aren't doing anything bad, said Izuku as Uraraka began to push him towards her bedroom. I know, but just to be safe, stay here. Please, begged Uraraka. Izuku sighed. Fine, sorry about this, Midoriya, I'll make it up to you, I promise. With that, Uraraka closed the door to her bedroom and walked over to the front door. Hey mom, hey dad. I wasn't expecting you to. What are you doing here? We're here to celebrate, of course. You did so well in the sports festival, we just had to come, explained Mr. Uraraka. Uraraka smiled. Thanks, but you two really didn't have to. She then thought back to moments ago with Izuku. Kinda ruined something. Mrs. Uraraka noticed something about her daughter. Are you alright, Ochako? You're looking a bit red. Uraraka turned to her mother. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Ochako, are you hiding something from us? Questioned her father. Sweat began to drip down Uraraka's face, and no. Alright then, can we come in, or are we just going to stand outside the whole time? Uraraka then invited her parents in. However, as they went towards the living room, Uraraka's mother noticed the file on the table. What's this, Ochako? Uraraka panicked and quickly snatched up the file. Nothing, just some homework I was doing. Okay, so anyway, how have you been? We saw your fight with that boy, asked Mr. Uraraka. I've been good, all things considered. But that fight really did get out of hand. I lost and got beat up pretty bad, said Uraraka as she put the file away. Lucky for you that boy, the one with the green hair, saved you, said Mrs. Uraraka. So tell me, is he your boyfriend? Uraraka blushed. And no, he's not. His name is Izuku Midoriya, and he's a friend and my classmate. You say he's a friend, but the way he carried you off the arena makes me think he likes you, teased her mother. However, Mr. Uraraka wasn't having it. No way. There's no way my Ochako would ever fall for such an animal. You saw what he did to the indigo-haired boy, he nearly killed him. Just because he saved Ochako doesn't mean anything. Izuku, having very good hearing, listened in on the conversation. Well, I can't say I blame him for saying that. He's not an animal, said Uraraka. Izuku's eyes widened. Midoriya is a kind person. Yeah, he can be scary sometimes, but I know there is good within him. Why does everyone judge him without getting to know him? Uraraka's parents looked at each other. You're right, Ochako, we may have judged him too early. He did save you after all. Besides, the way you just spoke of him makes me think you actually do like him, said Mrs. Uraraka, teasing her daughter. A small blush formed on Uraraka's face, and not really. Izuku smiled hearing Uraraka defend him. After a while of hiding, it was apparent that Uraraka's parents were going to stay. So instead of staying in her room all day, Izuku found a pen and paper, and wrote a note saying that he didn't want to get in the way or get her in trouble. It also said to hold on to the file. Izuku would pick it up later, and it said thank you for sticking up for him. Leaving through the window, Izuku used his claws to climb down the apartment. Making to the ground, Izuku looked back up. I felt like I just got caught with someone's wife hiding like that. Overall, it was a strange experience, but it wasn't all that bad. Izuku thought back to when Uraraka's lips were just millimeters away. As Izuku walked down the street, he suddenly felt his heart flutter. What's this feeling? 2 days later. It was now Monday, which meant it was time to go back to school. Izuku met up with Uraraka as he was on the train. She apologized for what happened, but Izuku said it was fine, he understood. Now in class, the two waited for Aizawa to join them. As the bell rang, Aizawa walked into the room. This time he didn't have all the bandages around his face. Alright everyone, I hope you all got a good weekend rest, because it's time to step on the gas. As some of you know, your performance during the sports festival will influence the number of offers you get. These are the number of offers you each received. Pressing a button, the screen behind Aizawa showed each student's name and a number. As you can see, the higher you placed, the more offers you got, said Aizawa. Izuku combed through the list and saw that Todoroki had the most, even though he got second. But he didn't see his name. If you don't see your name, it's because you didn't get an offer. But don't worry, you'll still be able to intern with a hero. Izuku sighed. Yeah, I kind of saw this coming. No one would pick me after what I did. Which leads me into the next thing. Before you choose which hero you want to intern with, you first have to pick hero names, explained Aizawa. The class erupted in cheer. Finally, something fun, said Mina. Aizawa then suddenly activated his quirk and silenced the class. As I was saying, these hero names may very well be permanent. So you should really give it some thought or else you might get stuck with a name you do not like, said Midnight walking into the room. Most of the boys blushed at the sight of her. Izuku, however, did not. Midnight here will be helping you through this, so I'll pass it over to her. Aizawa then pulled up his sleeping bag and rolled to the corner. Alright, everyone, grab a whiteboard and pass it down. Once you pick a name, come up and show us, said Midnight. Izuku grabbed one of the whiteboards and opened the marker. What should my name be? One by one his classmates began to go up and present their names. Uraraka chose the name Uravati, which Izuku thought suited her. Now it was down to 3 students, Izuku, Todoroki, and Iida. Both Todoroki and Iida chose their names to be their hero names. But something about Iida had changed, and Izuku noticed it. Alright, last but not least, Midoriya, please come up and show the class, said Midnight. Shit. Izuku looked down at the board and after thinking for a second he quickly wrote down something. Getting up, Izuku made his way towards the front of the class. I heard this name while I was on the way back. The kids were clearly talking about me. And the way they described me was pretty cool. Turning around the sign, Izuku showed what he wrote down. The Wolverine. That is an interesting choice in name, Midoriya. Any particular reason why you chose it? Questioned Midnight. Izuku shrugged. Not really, I just thought it sounded pretty cool. Plus, the animal is a fierce creature and that's basically what I am according to others. Midnight hummed. In all honesty, it's not a bad name, and it suits you, so good job. Izuku nodded and went back to his seat. Now that everyone has gone up, please go over the list of hero agencies that gave you offers and decide by Wednesday. The class was dismissed. As Izuku got up to leave, Aizawa stopped him. Midoriya, a word please. Izuku stopped and turned to his teacher. After school, come to the guidance office. The day went on as normal and it was now time to leave. Well, not for Izuku. After getting the file back from Uraraka, he made his way towards the guidance office. There he found Aizawa and Nezu waiting for him. Midoriya, glad you can make it, said Nezu. Izuku took a seat in front of them. So what's this about? This is about your actions during the sports festival, explained Aizawa. Izuku rolled his eyes. Alright, what's the punishment? I already didn't get any internships, so there's not much you can do. Actually, you did get internships, said Nezu, and quite a few of them. Really? Then why didn't Aizawa tell me? Questioned Izuku. Because that's where your punishment comes in. For your actions against Shinso, we decided to take away most of your offers. Instead, we are only giving you one, said Nezu as he slid a piece of paper towards Izuku. Grabbing the paper, Izuku looked at it. This seems more like I'm forced to go here. Nezu nodded. That's because you are. We believe this hero can help you figure some stuff out. Besides, she did ask for you personally. Really? Interesting, but why am I the only one who's getting punished? Bakugo did the same thing I did, not to the same extent but practically the same. If I'm getting punished, then Bakugo should as well, protested Izuku. Yes, we did consider that and are dealing with Bakugo in another way. He's still getting punished, so don't worry about that, said Nezu with a smile. Izuku didn't trust that smile. Whatever. I'll go with this hero to intern with. However, I won't promise I'll learn anything though. With that, Izuku got up to leave. But just as he was about to step foot outside, Nezu called out to him. Oh, by the way, Midoriya, have you been able to go over the file we gave you? Izuku didn't even turn around. Yeah, I did, not much in it to begin with. It just gave me more questions than anything else. Nezu nodded. I see, sorry that it wasn't to your liking. I do hope you get the answers to your questions one day. Once Izuku was gone, Aizawa turned to Nezu. he knows the file you gave him was a fake. Or at the very least he suspects it. Nezu, you have to tell him the truth. No, that information will not be shared with anyone besides us. Izuku is to never learn the truth, and I trust you won't tell him. Said Nezu. Aizawa sighed. I won't say anything, but if he finds out he'll hate you. Nezu nodded. I know. When this comes back to bite you don't expect me to come help you. Because if Izuku comes after you, there is little we can do to stop him. Remember that. Aizawa then left, leaving Nezu to his own thoughts. With that Izuku walked out of the room and was walking down the halls when suddenly a metal latched itself to his arm. Huh. Without warning Izuku was suddenly yanked down the hall. Izuku was dragged on the floor. He tried to fight back but by the time he popped his claws he stopped. Found you. Izuku looked up to see Hatsume. Hatsume. What the heck? Did you just yank me all the way here? Hatsume nodded. Yup. Getting up Izuku dusted himself off. Alright, can you tell me why? Remember at the festival, I wanted you to come to the lab so I can test some things with you. Well now it's time, explained Hatsume. Izuku thought back. Oh yeah, I guess you did say that. Look Hatsume, I'm not in the mood right now. But Hatsume wouldn't let Izuku go without a fight, please. Just for a few minutes. I made something really strong and I want to see if you can break it or not. Sighing Izuku relented. Alright fine, but only for a few minutes. Hatsume smiled. Awesome, let's go. Walking down to the support department Hatsume led Izuku to her workshop. The entire workstation was filled with gadgets. Not much of a clean person are you? Asked Izuku. I prefer my stuff as chaotically neutral as possible. Hold on, let me just find the baby and we can test it. Hatsume then began to look through the pile of gadgets. Izuku looked around and noticed everything around him, but it was a drill that made him jump. Aha, I found it, said Hatsume holding another shield. This one was circular. May I introduce my newest baby? This little baby has reinforced titanium fibers woven into it for extra strength. It could withstand hurricane-like winds and a PSI of 25,000 plus. It can stop bullets and is completely scratch-proof. Sounds impressive, said Izuku. Hatsume nodded. She's my pride and joy. Now, go ahead and try to break it. Placing the shield in a holding container, it sort of hanged like a target. Are you sure? Asked Izuku. Positive. I'm willing to bet 500 yen that it won't break, said Hatsume. Izuku smiled. Alright, I'll take that bet. Looking at the shield, Izuku pulled his fist back. With a snick, Izuku popped his claws and threw them forward. Much to Hatsume's surprise, Izuku's claws pierced the shield like it was nothing. His 3 claws went through the shield and out the back. Izuku then brought his arm down, completely shredding it. Now that he proved that his claws were stronger, Izuku retracted them. Looks like you'll have to go back to the drawing board with this one. And I get 500 yen, said Izuku. Turning around, Izuku found Hatsume with her jaw wide open. That's it, give me your claws. I'm finding out what they are made of right now. Grabbing Izuku's wrist, Hatsume pulled him towards a scanner. Wait Hatsume, I already know what they are made of. It's a dense aluminum alloy, explained Izuku, but Hatsume wasn't paying attention. Pop the claws, ordered Hatsume. Izuku rolled his eyes but obliged. Turning on the machine, a red laser began to scan Izuku's claws. After a few seconds the scan was done and Hatsume went to go check on the results. What? That's not possible. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What's not possible? Who told you those claws were an aluminum alloy? Questioned Hatsume. It was in a police report. Why? Asked Izuku. Well, that's wrong. That metal is not an aluminum alloy, said Hatsume. Izuku's eyes widened. Then what is it? It's called adamantium, and it's one of the world's rarest metals. Hatsume then turned the monitor and showed Izuku. See? 100% match. Izuku couldn't believe it. There has to be some mistake. It should be an aluminum alloy. It's not. Those claws are made of adamantium. Wait, didn't you say your entire skeletal system was covered in it? Izuku nodded. How? A procedure like that would kill you. I have a strong healing factor. I guess that's why, said Izuku. Midoriya, you shouldn't be alive right now. That healing quirk is really something if you survive the fusion, said Hatsume. The procedure to do that must have been agonizing. Izuku's eyes widened. Then that means, the dreams aren't dreams. Clenching his fist, Izuku walked out of the support lab. He thought about confronting Nezu and All Might, but he thought back to Uraraka. She told him to trust them, but how could he when the evidence was right in front of him? If what Hatsume says is true, then the file that All Might gave me really is a fake. Why would they give me a fake? If they won't give me the information I want, then I'll just have to take it, thought Izuku as he walked out of the support lab. A few days later, the entire class was now at the train station, ready to go to their hero internships. Each student carried a suitcase with their hero costumes inside. All right, your trains should be here in a few minutes. In the meantime, I will give you all a warning. You are to obey the orders of the heroes. If any of you get into trouble, then UA will punish you severely. Am I clear? Asked Aizawa. The class all nodded. Yes, sir. Izuku was in the back of the class not paying attention. He was still thinking about what Hatsume told him. Hey Midoriya, you alright? Looking up, Izuku found Uraraka. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking, that's all. Oh, about the internships, I hope. I can't wait to get started with mine, said Uraraka with excitement. Who did you go with again? Asked Izuku. Gunhead. He specializes in close quarters combat, and that's the place I need the most help in. So I thought he would be the perfect fit for that, explained Uraraka. Who did you pick? Oh, I went with the rabbit hero, Mirko. The school actually told me to go with her. Apparently she can help me. I don't really see how, but whatever, said Izuku. Uraraka thought about it. I heard about her. Apparently she's wicked strong and uses her legs for powerful attacks. She could help you with controlling your strength. Maybe. Hey, what's up with Iida? He's been a bit different lately, said Izuku as he motioned towards his classmate. Didn't you hear? His brother was attacked by the hero killer Stain. Luckily he survived, but it looks like his brother's career is over, explained Uraraka. Izuku looked at Iida with concern. Damn, that's terrible. Wait, didn't he pick an agency near where his brother was attacked? Yeah, he did. You don't think he's going there for revenge, is he? Questioned Uraraka. Most likely yes. Honestly, I can't say I blame him. I would go after Stain myself if it happened to me, said Izuku. Although, he could get in a lot of trouble. Maybe we should go talk to him. If he does anything dumb, he might get expelled or worse, said Uraraka. Izuku agreed and walked over to Iida. Hey Iida, you got a second? Iida turned to Izuku. Oh, sure, what can I do for you? You alright? You have a look in your eyes like you're about to kill someone. I heard what happened to your brother, and I also know that you took an internship near the place he was attacked. If you're thinking about getting revenge, however, before Izuku could finish, Iida stopped him. It's alright Midoriya, really. What happened to my brother was tragic, but it's part of being a hero. Just then the train pulled up to the station. Oh, that's my train. I'll see you later Midoriya. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Grabbing his suitcase, Iida began to walk away from Izuku. I'll be fine once I get my revenge. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He's going to do something stupid, I just know it. After a few minutes, it was now Uraraka's turn to leave. She made sure to make Izuku promise her that he would not get into trouble while in his internship. Izuku said he would try, but he didn't make any promises. For Izuku, his internship was a few cities away, but after a 45-minute train ride he arrived at the city. Walking for a couple of minutes, Izuku was eventually in front of a very wide 3-story tall building. It looked more like a warehouse than a hero agency. Guess this is the place. Seems kind of bland for a hero office. Walking inside, Izuku noticed someone sitting behind a desk. Hello, how may I help you? Asked a woman. The woman had what appeared to be whiskers and large round glasses. Yeah, I'm from UA. I'm here for the hero internship, explained Izuku. Oh right, Izuku. Midoriya, correct? Izuku nodded. Welcome, we were expecting you. My name is Terra. I am Mirko's assistant. Nice to meet you. So this is the Rabbit Hero's office. Not bad, this place is huge, said Izuku as he looked around the office space. It was bland looking, but the sheer size of the place was impressive. Terra smiled. Yup, Mirko has worked hard for all of this. Speaking of her, she should be finishing up her afternoon exercise now. Let's go see her. Follow me please. The two then walked upstairs to the second floor. Izuku was surprised to say the least. The entire second floor was basically one giant gym. Weights were scattered across the floor and the walls were covered in dents. But what surprised Izuku the most was the sound of metal clashing against each other. Looking towards the back of the room, Izuku saw someone on the leg press machine in a pair of bunny ears. 198.199.200. Getting up from the machine, a small woman with an athletic build and tanned skin appeared, wearing a black tank top and shorts. Izuku also noticed that she had a round white tail. Mirko, the kid from UA is here, said Terra. Izuku looked at how much weight she had on. 2,000 pounds, impressive. Not to mention she did 200 reps. Mirko walked over to Izuku and began to inspect him. So this is the famous animal of UA. Honestly, I'm not impressed. When Nezu said he had a problem child, I expected more. Izuku smirked. This coming from a hero that's barely tall enough to ride the roller coasters at Disneyland. Terra's jaw dropped. She knew Mirko's height was a difficult subject for her, and anyone who made fun of it got what was coming. Midoriya, I don't think you should be saying that. You should apologize. She's the one who called me names first. Let her apologize first, said Izuku, staring at Mirko. Well, you got a mouth on you, kid. Alright, Nezu said you were a great fighter, let's see how good you are. Mirko then got into her fighting stance. Izuku dropped his suitcase and popped his claws. Let's do this, Playboy bunny. Mirko smirked as she flexed her leg and jumped at Izuku. Dodging out of the way, Izuku took note of her speed. She's fast. Izuku turned to face Mirko but was met by her foot. Hitting Izuku hard in the stomach, Mirko managed to send Izuku sliding across the floor. Stabbing his claws into the floor, Izuku managed to stop himself before he hit the wall. What's wrong, kid? Done already? Mocked Mirko. Izuku stood up and dusted himself off. Lucky hit. Now, let me show you what I can do. Rushing Mirko, Izuku had a plan. If her ears weren't just for show, it meant that she had one weakness. As Izuku ran, he raised his claws and hit them against each other, causing a loud high-pitched sound. Mirko covered her ears and Izuku knew this was his chance. Jumping into the air, Izuku readied his claws in his right arm and brought down his fist towards the pro hero. Still a bit discombobulated, Mirko tried to jump back, only to have Izuku graze her arm. Izuku ultimately missed and stabbed his claws through the ground. What's wrong, hero? A kid got you on the ropes, mocked Izuku. Mirko grinned as blood began to run down the 3 slash marks on her arm. Oh, this is fun. Alright, let's see you react to this. Using her legs, Mirko bounced from wall to wall, gaining speed. Izuku was barely managing to keep up, but was surprised when she suddenly jumped at him and kicked him. Izuku tried to take a swipe at her, but by the time he threw his arm, Mirko was gone. Mirko was moving so fast that it looked like there were multiple of her bouncing around. And her kicks were strong, so strong that with each kick delivered, Izuku began to fall. With no option, Izuku had no choice but to go on the defensive. But he knew something needed to be done. This is getting boring, kid, I'll finish this, yelled out Mirko. Landing on the wall, Mirko put everything in this jump and pushed off the wall with so much force that it cracked. Now above Izuku, she prepared to end it. Luna arc. Raising her leg high into the air, Mirko was about to perform a front-facing axle kick. But just as Mirko was about to connect, her leg suddenly stopped. A massive gust of wind was created from the momentum. What the? Looking down, she noticed a hand around her ankle. Izuku had actually caught the kick. Man, your strength and speed is off the charts. And those kicks are deadly. Any normal person would have died by now. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a normal person, said Izuku as he threw her leg down. You saw it coming? Questioned Mirko as she landed on her feet. Not necessarily. It is more accurate to say that I sensed it, explained Izuku. I could feel your killing intent rise with every kick, and when you went in for that final kick, something inside me snapped. My senses were sharpened. Mirko smiled. That's something a killer would say. Not surprising since you almost killed that one kid during the sports festival. Whatever. Next hit wins. That fine with you? Izuku nodded. Let's do it. The two then ran at each other. Mirko went for a kick to Izuku's groin. Izuku went in for an uppercut with his claws out. But just as the two were about to land a hit, Terra clapped her hands together. That's enough. The two then stopped. Mirko stopped inches from hitting Izuku. Izuku stopped his claws just centimeters from Mirko's chin. Izuku's claws were so close that Mirko could feel the cold of the metal. Looking down, the two noticed how close they were to each other. How about we call it a draw? Asked Mirko. The wounds on Izuku's face and body began to heal. I can live with that. The two then backed off, retracting his claws. Izuku sighed. Sorry for calling you short. Mirko blinked, surprised by the apology. It's fine, and I'm sorry for calling you an animal. Let's start over, shall we? Rumi Usugiyama, also known as the Rabbit Hero. Mirko. She then extended out her hand. Izuku Midoriya, also known as the Wolverine. Thanks for letting me intern here, but I have to ask, why me? After what I did, I assumed no one would pick me. But Nezu says you asked for me personally, said Izuku as he grabbed her hand and shook it. The Wolverine, huh? Not a bad name. As to why I choose you, it's because of what you did during the sports festival. Let's just say I have experience on losing control. Hopefully I can teach you how to control yourself, said Mirko. Izuku nodded. I see. Well, anyway, you sure kick hard. I could feel my whole body shake with each hit. Years of practice, kid. Now go unpack. Once you settle and relax, Terra will call you down when dinner is ready. Grabbing his stuff, Izuku was then escorted by Terra to the third level where the dorms were located. Mirko watched as Izuku disappeared. Nezu wasn't kidding with this one. He was just centimeters away from killing me. This kid is dangerous. He needs to control himself. If he doesn't, he might end up as one of two things: a top 10 hero, or a S rank villain. Although, he does have a soft side. I can work with that. It was early, so much so that the sun wasn't even up yet, but Izuku found himself wide awake. Ever since he read the file, sleep was something he got very little of. Maybe I should just get up. I wonder if I can use the gym this early. Getting up, Izuku changed into his workout clothes, which consisted of a black tank top and shorts. As Izuku walked down the steps to the second floor, he heard the sound of something being hit. Making it down, he saw that it was Mirko practicing her kicks on a training bag. Awake already, kid? Questioned Mirko. You heard me, huh? I'm not surprised with those ears, but yeah, couldn't sleep. Mind if I get a workout in? Asked Izuku. Go ahead, I don't have a problem with it. Izuku nodded and walked over to the free weights. Mirko was surprised when he got the 75 pounds dumbbells. Not even going to warm up. Izuku smirked. This is my warm-up. Impressive. Nezu said you were strong. Mind if I test that strength of yours? Asked Mirko. After doing 30 reps, Izuku dropped the weights. Sure, what do you have in mind? The two then spent hours testing Izuku's strength. Setting up a punch machine that measured how hard you hit. The meter hit its max of 9,999. So Mirko moved on to something better, a punching bag. But that too proved useless when Izuku punched it so hard that he sent it flying across the gym. Okay, I think that's enough. I get that you're strong now, said Mirko. Thanks. So now what? Breakfast? Asked Izuku. Mirko nodded. You betcha. Terra makes the most amazing food. And her carrot cake is phenomenal. The two then walked downstairs and enjoyed breakfast. Mirko and Terra also noticed that Izuku ate a lot. He ate about 5 times more than even Mirko. Did they not feed you at UA? Asked Mirko. Sorry, it's just my body uses more energy for regeneration and stuff. So I eat a lot more, explained Izuku. After eating, the two then went back upstairs where Mirko said it was now time to train and to go put on his costume. Heading up to the third floor, Izuku changed into his costume and went back down. So what's first? Asked Izuku as he pulled off his mask. First is to learn how to control yourself. That confused Izuku. I'm talking about your rage, and those claws of yours. Raising one of his fists, Izuku popped his claws. What about them? They are dangerous, Midoriya. You can't just go around stabbing people. Even if they attacked you first, said Mirko. Izuku scoffed. You heard about what I did in the USJ, huh? Mirko nodded. I did. I even saw a video of when you went berserk in the sports festival. You looked more like a villain rather than a hero in training. Izuku looked down at his metal claws. Something inside me snaps when I'm pissed off. It's like an animal inside me just claws its way out. And that's the problem. You have to control that animal within you. Learn restraint. I know you could do it. The way you held that girl during the sports festival is proof of that. Who exactly is she to you? Asked Mirko. She's a friend. No, she's more than that. I don't know why, but when I'm around her that animal inside me calms down. Said Izuku as he retracted his claws. Good, we'll start with her then. Think of her next time you try killing someone. For now, let's learn how to control that rage of yours. Sit down, ordered Mirko. Izuku nodded and sat down on the floor. Close your eyes. Izuku closed his eyes. All right, now what? Picture something you hate, or someone, could be either or. Said Mirko. Focusing, Izuku began to picture the file in his mind, the lies inside, All Might, and especially Nezu. Izuku was now pissed off. Popping his claws, he clenched his fists. Don't lose focus on me. Keep thinking. Izuku then began to have flashbacks of when he was held captive. Blood smeared the floor and walls as he dropped the body of a man. He then looked around to see the faces of those around him, at first people he didn't know, but soon those faces turned to those of Class 1A. Horrified, Izuku snapped his eyes open and a cold sweat ran down his face. You good kid? Asked Mirko. With his breathing heavy, Izuku looked up at the hero and retracted his claws. Yeah, I'm good. Can we move on to something else? Seeing that Izuku clearly didn't want to talk about what he saw, Mirko nodded. Yeah, let's go do something else. Nezu says you have a healing quirk. Think there is a limit to it? Don't know. From what I was told, half of my body was burned off by Todoroki and I regenerated in a few minutes. Explained Izuku. Yeah, I saw the clip just as it cut out. Hard to believe you got something so strong. Said Mirko. Well, come on. Let's do some more physical training. The two then went back to combat training. It was now lunchtime, so it meant a break. Izuku reached into his pocket and noticed that he had a few missed texts from Uraraka. They all asked how he was doing for the first day, and if everything was going well. Izuku responded to a text, but as it sent, his phone began to ring. Hello. Hey Midoriya, how's it going? Asked Uraraka. Izuku shrugged. Not complaining. How about you? How was your first day with Gunhead? It was pretty standard. He just showed me around and right now he's teaching us hand to hand. Said Uraraka. I see, so have you learned any killer moves yet? Asked Izuku. Izuku could almost feel Uraraka's smirk. You bet I did. You better watch out, Midoriya, because I'm going to be a heck of a lot stronger than last time. Maybe I'll even beat you. You defeat me and I'll pay for dinner at whatever place you pick. Said Izuku. Is that a challenge, Midoriya? Because if it is, I'll gladly accept. Said Uraraka. Alright, deal. We'll fight when we get back to class. How does that sound? Asked Izuku. Bring it. I won't lose. Said Uraraka. Hearing her enthusiasm made Izuku happy. Uravity. We are starting back up again soon. Said a voice, who Izuku assumed to be Gunhead. Right. I'll be right there. Sorry about this, Midoriya. I'll have to talk to you later. Said Uraraka. Izuku smiled. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, alright, bye Midoriya. Stay safe, and don't get into trouble. Said Uraraka. I only promise to try. No guarantee though. Bye Uraraka. With that, Izuku hung up the call. Looking over to his right, Izuku saw Terra and Mirko. What? Oh, nothing. Just admiring young love. Izuku's cheeks blushed slightly. I will cut you. Said Izuku, showing his claws. Yeah. Get ready for tonight. We are going patrolling. Said Mirko. Izuku nodded. Finally some real action. Nighttime. This is boring. Said Izuku, sitting at the edge of a building in his costume. Beep it up, kid. Sometimes a hero's life is boring. You'll get used to it, said Mirko, also in her costume. I mean, we've only stopped a purse thief. And he gave up before we could do anything, said Izuku. Mirko sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right. Alright, let's head over to Hosu. I heard rumors that the hero killer had been spotted there. Izuku then thought back to Iida. Yeah, let's go. With Iida, Hosu. Iida was walking down the street with the pro hero manual. Alright Iida, it's important to stay alert. Not much happens in this city, but we get the occasional store break-in or carjacking. Iida nodded. Right, I'll keep a lookout. Still, I don't know why you chose my hero agency. You must have gotten better offers than mine, right? Asked Manuel. Well, I wanted to see how a local hero does things, said Iida. Manuel nodded. I see, then if that's the case I'll be able to teach you. Come, let us help the people. The two then walked down the street, but as they were about to turn the corner a car came flying by, crashing into a store and exploding. Iida ducked for cover. What the hell was that? Turning the corner, Manuel saw police and other heroes fighting 3 Nomus. One had wings, another had 4 eyes, and the final one was eyeless. Those are the same monsters from the USJ, said Iida. What? Yelled out Manuel. Damn, we need reinforcements. If they are just as strong as the one at the USJ, only the top heroes could finish them off. For now let's focus on saving civilians. However, just as they were about to help out, Manuel got a call over his radio. Be advised, the hero killer Stain has been spotted in Hosu. You are not to engage in any shape or matter. Focus on saving the people. Iida's eyes widened. Putting on his helmet, Iida turned his back on Manuel and took off to find the hero killer. Damn, not another thing we have to worry about. Iida, stay close. Looking back, Manuel saw that Iida was gone. Iida, where did you go? As Manuel looked around for his student, a loud screeching sound was heard. Looking up, Manuel saw the winged Nomu diving down towards him. With no time to prepare, Manuel could only watch as the monster approached. However, just as it was inches away from grabbing him, someone came crashing down onto the back of the Nomu. The Nomu roared as it began to fly back and straight towards a building. Slamming against it, the monster hoped that whoever was on its back would just fall off. With pieces of the building falling and dust filling the air, a voice was heard. Alright bub, let's see how you do without these wings. Manuel heard a snicked sound, followed by a slicing noise. The Nomu screeched in pain as it began to fall towards the ground. The Nomu hit the ground and slid to a stop. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Who are you? Asked Manuel. Getting off the back of the Nomu, Izuku appeared with his claws out. Call me the Wolverine. Damn it, Wolverine, I told you to stay close, yelled Mirko as she had the 4 eyes Nomu in her clutches. I did, you were just slow. Not my fault, said Izuku as he retracted his claws. That's when the sound of wheezing was heard. Looking down, Izuku saw the Nomu was trying to get up. Hold that thought. Raising his fist, Izuku proceeded to punch it in the head, knocking it out. Good, you didn't kill it, said Mirko. Trying to do what you told me, answered Izuku. Mirko nodded in approval. Hey you two, there's still one more, yelled out Manuel as the eyeless Nomu stomped its way towards them. Izuku popped his claws. I'll handle him. The Nomu then ran at Izuku. Pulling its fist back, he prepared to punch Izuku, only to have his entire hand severed. The Nomu looked down at his now bleeding hand, only to have Izuku stab into its abdomen. Didn't expect that, did you? Mocked Izuku. However, Izuku's eyes widened when the Nomu grabbed his arm and began to pull Izuku's claws out. What? Slowly but surely the Nomu pulled the metal claws out of himself. Izuku then felt something grab his other hand. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Not another one, said Izuku as he noticed that the Nomu had grown back its hand. Grabbing Izuku, the Nomu picked him up and threw him towards a building. The building crumbled as it fell all around the UA student. Wolverine, yelled out Manuel, obviously concerned. Oh snap, this can't be good, said Mirko. Hey Manuel, I suggest you step back for a second. What? Why? Asked Manuel, confused. Mirko pulled Manuel back a few feet. Just trust me. Wolverine will be fine. it's more likely he's more pissed off than anything else. And when he's mad, there's no stopping him. From the rubble of the building a hand suddenly appeared. Mirko, Manuel, the police, and all of the other heroes watched as Izuku appeared with a massive gash on his head. With blood running down his face, Izuku wiped it off. "All right, you." The wound on Izuku's face began to heal rapidly, and in a second it was gone. Time for round 2. Once again the two ran at each other. The Nomu swung wide. Seeing this, Izuku fell and slid on his knees to avoid the punch. Now successfully avoiding it, Izuku swiped at the Nomu's tendons. The Nomu roared in pain as it fell to one knee. Jumping up, Izuku aimed for its brain, only to be grabbed by the neck and thrown aside. "Damn it. Need help, kid?" asked Mirko, catching Izuku. Izuku scoffed. "I had him." Putting Izuku down, Mirko cracked her knuckles. "You didn't have shit, you got to learn how to work with others. You distract him while I finish him." "Yeah, right. You distract him and I'll finish him," said Izuku as he ran towards the Nomu, leaving Mirko with no choice but to do what he said. Zooming past Izuku, Mirko jumped into the air and raised her leg. "Take this." Concentrating her entire strength into her heel, Mirko delivered a powerful axle kick. The kick was dead on. The Nomu's head whiplashed down as the ground beneath them shattered from the sheer impact. "That good enough for you?" "Oh yeah, that should be perfect," yelled out Izuku as he appeared underneath the Nomu and proceeded to slash across its chest. However, Izuku wasn't finished. Jumping up, Izuku stabbed into the monster's cheek. Twisting his body, Izuku managed to get on the shoulder of the Nomu, pulling his hands free. Izuku then plunged his claws into the exposed brain, effectively ending the fight. Having now defeated two of the Nomus, Izuku retracted his claws. "So, how was that?" Mirko looked at Izuku. "Not bad, you kept the collateral damage at a minimum. You did kill it, but it had regeneration. Overall, I'd give you a 7/10. Next time though, don't just jump into things. This is just an internship. I have to give you permission first to fight, which I haven't." Izuku shrugged. Yeah, whatever. I did good work and that's all that matters. Oh, I didn't kill him. He'll probably heal, maybe. That arrogance is going to get you killed one day, kid. Anyway, for now we help with cleaning up. It's the boring part of the job, but it has to be done," said Mirko. "Come on, let's get to work." Nodding, Izuku followed Mirko when he suddenly got a text message. Grabbing his phone, Izuku noticed it was from Todoroki. It didn't have words, only a location. Strange, why would Todoroki send this? Wait, this location, it's close. Wasn't Iida in this city? "Hey Manuel, didn't you have a student with you?" asked Mirko. Manuel's eyes widened. "Oh shit, you're right. Iida was here, but he suddenly took off. I need to find him." Hearing this, Izuku began to put everything together. "Oh, you gotta be shitting me. He's actually going to do it. Alright Wolverine, we have to first." However, when Mirko turned around, Izuku was already gone. "Oh, that little shit." With Iida and Todoroki fell to his knees. Cuts covered his body. Iida was on the floor bleeding from several stab wounds, unable to move. "Damn you." Stain, the hero killer, stood over the defeated Todoroki with blood on his sword. "You fought hard, kids, but you are just too green. In the end, what did it get you?" Iida gritted his teeth. I will kill you for what you did to my brother." Walking over to Iida, Stain laughed. "Is that what this is about? So it's revenge you're after, right? Well, let me tell you something, kid, there are bigger things you should be worrying about. Like, how are you going to get out of this situation? Because right now, it seems like you are completely alone. Your friend here tried to rescue you, but look at him now. I could kill him right now and it would be all your fault." Iida's eyes widened. "But I won't do that, not yet at least. Not until I get rid of all of the fake heroes in this world. And what better way of doing that when cutting the stem before the flower blooms?" Raising his sword, Stain was ready to kill Iida right there and then. "I'm sorry brother, I couldn't avenge you." Stain brought the sword down, but as it was just inches from Iida's neck, 3 claws stopped its advance. "Don't touch my classmates." Looking up, Stain met the eyes of an enraged Izuku. Throwing his arm forward, Izuku managed to throw Stain towards a wall. Kneeling down, Izuku checked on Iida. How are you feeling, Iida? Could be worse, I could be dead. Izuku smirked. As much as I appreciate the help, I have to ask you to stand aside. Stain is mine. Oh, is that right? Okay then, get up and finish him off. Go on, get up, said Izuku. Iida couldn't, for he had fallen to the effects of Stain's quirk. Oh, that's right, you can't. Now sit there and think about what you did. Your stupid actions almost got Todoroki killed. Looking over, Iida saw Todoroki's body on the floor. Oh God, what have I done? So who are you supposed to be? Asked Stain, picking himself up. The Wolverine. I don't appreciate you hurting my friends. Want to try that on me? Mocked Izuku. Stain gripped his sword. Oh. A bit cocky, aren't we, kid? Alright, I'll bite. Let's see what you got. Rushing Izuku, Stain slashed across Izuku's legs and sides. You should have stayed silent, kid, you would have lived longer. That's when Stain heard something cutting through the wind. Ducking down, 3 claws swiped across. Impossible. Jumping back, Stain was surprised to see Izuku still standing. You're good with that sword. You're fast too, but unfortunately for you, I'm the wrong opponent for you. Stain then recognized who Izuku was. Wait a minute, I know you. Yeah, you're that guy the doctor made. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What? You know me? Yeah, the failed experiment. The one the doctor and the guy with the hands are trying to kill. Said Stain. Where is he? Where's the doctor? Asked Izuku. Now why would I tell you that? Asked Stain. It's funny though, you're just like me. I'm nothing like you, yelled out Izuku. Oh, you don't think so? Let me show you something. Removing the bandage wraps around his arms, Stain showed that his arms were covered in scars and rotting flesh. Courtesy of the doctor himself. Another of his experiments, just like you. Lies, the doctor only wanted me for my organs. Said Izuku. Stain laughed. Is that what they told you? Do you honestly believe that crap? Izuku stayed silent. You don't believe it, do you? I bet you have dreams too. Of what they did, what you did. Those aren't dreams, kid, those are flashbacks. I trust the file they gave me. If she trusts it, then so will I, said Izuku, brandishing his claws. Izuku then ran at Stain and was about to stab him when the sound of a sword unsheathed was heard. Iida didn't even see the attack. Izuku saw it, but only when it was already too late. A cut then suddenly appeared along Izuku's arm. Normally it would heal within a second, but this was not the case. Why isn't it healing? Asked Izuku as blood ran down the cut. It's because of this, said Stain, holding a new sword out. My pride and joy, made of pure carbonadium, wreaks havoc on healing powers, making them all but useless. Izuku smiled. Sounds like I'll just have to kill you before that happens then. You could, or I could kill your classmates before you get the chance. But I'll give you one more option. Let me show you what they did to you. I have all the information you are looking for. Izuku was stunned. Why would you help me? What do you want in return? Asked Izuku. Stain smiled. Smart kid, I want you to join me. Help me in my quest of killing all these fake heroes. What do you say? Will you join me? Izuku stood still and actually thought about it. Show me first, then I'll decide. Very well. Putting away the sword, Stain turned his back on Izuku. Follow me. Izuku retracted his claws and began to follow Stain. Wait, Midoriya, don't go. You can't, said Iida, still on the floor. I can do what I want. He has information I need. That's something even Nezu wants to keep from me. Izuku then walked past Iida and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Unknown location. Stain led Izuku to what appeared to be an abandoned store. Inside it looked like a run-down store. It was only after Stain pushed the counter that a secret basement was exposed. Down here. Walking down the steps, Izuku was surprised to see several computers and wires leading towards the middle. What is this place? This is where I look up the fake heroes. I analyze their movements and come up with the perfect way to eliminate them. Explained Stain. Taking a seat on a chair, Stain began to hack into the police department's files. And we are in. Let's see what really happened to you. Soon a file appeared that made Izuku nervous. Weapon X. Seems like you weren't the only one. By the looks of things it seems our friend the doctor was working for someone. They wanted a weapon capable of killing anyone. That would be you, said Stain. Clicking on the file, images of where they found Izuku began to show up. One being Midnight holding Izuku in her arms. Another one with All Might standing in the back putting pressure on his wound. There's even a video. Show me, ordered Izuku. I really am just a weapon. Stain nodded and clicked on the video. It wasn't of Izuku's rescue, but rather it was a video of what the doctor did to Izuku. The physical and mental torture that he had to deal with, and time stamps that would show for how long each torture would last. Then came the quirk granting process. First it was his heightened senses, his healing powers, followed by his bone claws, then came the adamantium bonding. Izuku watched himself submerged into a tank, as the high-velocity needles dug into his skin and began to inject the boiling hot metal onto his bones. Izuku's screams echoed on screen for a full 2 minutes before falling silent, but it quickly returned when the doctor celebrated his success. Damn, you really went through hell, didn't you? They tried to make the perfect soldier, but instead they got you, said Stain. Wow, and it says here that Nezu and the rest of the heroes agreed to keep this a secret from you. Can you give me a copy of everything? Asked Izuku. Stain then downloaded everything onto a flash drive and gave it to Izuku. So about that deal we had. Are you willing to join me now? You see it now, don't you? This world is filled of fakes and frauds. Join me and together we'll rid the world of them. Putting the flash drive in his pocket, Izuku sighed. Sorry, but I can't do that. As much as I distrust the heroes now, I don't want to kill them. Well, not all of them at least. I see, then too bad, we could have been an amazing team. Turning his chair around, Stain swung the carbonadium blade at Izuku, which he blocked with his claws. If you won't join me, I'll just have to kill you. Sparks flew as Izuku's claws and Stain's sword grinded against each other. We'll just have to see about that. Stain then kicked Izuku in the stomach, sending him sliding back. As Izuku looked back up, Stain appeared and slashed at him. The sword managed to cut Izuku across his forearm, causing his entire arm to bleed. Izuku growled as he ran back at Stain and began to swing his claws at him. Stain managed to block some of the attacks, but the strength behind the hits was so strong that Stain couldn't keep up with them. Now Izuku was getting in some hits. Scratch marks began to appear all around Stain's body as their fight continued. Jumping from the wall, Stain activated a spike that appeared on the tip of his boot. Izuku didn't see it, but once Stain kicked him in the shoulder and the spike stabbed into him, he knew what had happened. Izuku tried to swipe his claws up, but Stain jumped out of the way, landing on the ground. Stain smirked. You should have joined me, kid. Looking at Izuku, Stain suddenly felt something he hadn't felt in years: fear. Slowly turning his head, Izuku had lost the green behind his eyes. Oh crap, he snapped. Izuku let out an animalistic roar as he charged at Stain. Stain reached into his pocket and threw ninja stars. They managed to hit Izuku in the thigh, arms, and chest. But right now Izuku didn't feel a thing. All he knew right now was rage. Outside the store, Mirko arrived looking for her student. She heard from Iida that he left with the hero killer. Come on, kid, you better be in here. As she was walking towards the store, something from the inside suddenly flew at her. Jumping into the air, Mirko saw that it was Stain. Looking at the store, she then saw Izuku appear covered in deep cuts and bleeding with every step he took. There was also a large gash wound on his chest. The kid is hurt. How? Stain slid to a stop and slowly picked himself off the ground. Why, you know, it's not too late to reconsider. With 3 stab wounds in his shoulder, Stain stared down at an enraged Izuku. Yeah, you probably can't hear me. Right now you're thinking about the hunt. And the only thing that will satisfy you is to kill me. Stain smiled. Well, if it has to end this way, I'll take you down with me. Spectators and Mirko watched as Izuku ran at Stain. The villain weakly raised his sword at Izuku, and Izuku raised his claws. Mirko looked around and noticed people were recording him. Wait, kid. Stop. It's over, he can't fight anymore. She tried to yell out, but it was too late. Izuku then plunged his claws into Stain. Landing on the ground, Mirko could see the tip of Stain's sword. To her horror, the end was coming out of Izuku's back. Kid. Stain coughed out blood as he fell to his knees. Why, you really are a monster. Looking down, Stain noticed Izuku's claws were stabbed into his chest right near his heart. Pulling his claws free, Izuku allowed Stain to fall to the ground dead. With blood dripping down the tips of his claws, Izuku looked down at Stain's lifeless body. No, I'm the Wolverine. Grabbing the hilt of the sword, Izuku began to pull the blade out of himself. Blood splattered when Izuku finally pulled it out of himself. Looking at the blade, Izuku needed to make sure it couldn't be used against him again. Holding it one hand, Izuku raised his claws and with the last of his strength he slashed the sword into 3 pieces, rendering it completely useless. Finally succumbing to his wounds, Izuku fell face first onto the floor. Mirko pushed the people away. Rushing over, she noticed that Izuku was bleeding everywhere and his breathing was heavy. We need to get you to a hospital fast. Mirko tried to pick him up and noticed that Izuku was extremely heavy. Man, you are one heavy kid. Jumping from roof to roof, Mirko eventually made it to a hospital where they began to work on Izuku. Mirko called Ua and informed them of what was happening. Soon after, Aizawa and All Might arrived. How did this happen? Asked Aizawa. The kid healed from having half of his body burned off. I don't know. My best guess it had something to do with Stain, explained Mirko. And the hero killer, where is he now? Asked All Might. Dead. The 2 heroes' eyes widened. Midoriya here killed him. Aizawa sighed. Good God. I don't get it. I knew the kid had issues, but Stain was already defeated. There was no need to kill him. That's not the only thing. It turns out Midoriya left with Stain voluntarily, according to another student, Iida, said Mirko. He went by his own will. But why? Asked All Might. Something about information and the truth. Whatever that means. All Might and Aizawa knew what this meant. You don't think Stain showed him the truth, right? Asked All Might. It's a possibility. Nezu would want to hear about this. How long have they been working on Midoriya? Asked Aizawa. About an hour now. Last time I checked he was in critical condition. However, just as Mirko was saying this, the doctor treating Izuku appeared. He is fine now. We patched up what we could, said the doctor. Can we see him? Asked Mirko. You can, but he's still asleep. His body is still healing, but at a much slower pace. He'll probably wake up in the morning. All Might nodded. Then I'll leave it to you now. He's in room 181. The next morning, Izuku slowly opened his eyes and heard the sound of beeping. Looking to his right, he noticed a heart rate monitor. So you're finally awake, kid. Looking forward, Izuku saw Mirko sitting in a chair. Where am I? Asked Izuku. Hosu Hospital. You fought the hero killer Stain and ended up here after you got a sword through your stomach, explained Mirko. Izuku tried to sit up and felt something tug his wrist. That's when he noticed that he was handcuffed to the bed. What is this? Mirko stood up. What do you think? You killed someone. Yeah, it was the hero killer, but you are no hero. You are just a student. You disobeyed me, left your friends in the alley, and left with the enemy. Izuku tried to respond, but Mirko didn't let him. No. You shut up and listen. You Midoriya are nothing but a liability. You are rash, too quick to anger, you don't work well with others, and the actions you took last night endangered the lives of many. You're lucky that no one but the hero killer died last night, because their deaths would have been on you. Once the doctor checks on you, Aizawa has something to say to you. After that, the police will come in and take you down to the station for interrogation. Consider your internship over. Do I make myself clear? Izuku narrowed his eyes. Crystal. Good catch. Mirko then tossed Izuku his phone. It's been buzzing since this morning. Seems like news of your fight with Stain has reached that girl you were talking to. Mirko then walked out of the room. Looking down at his phone, Izuku noticed that he had dozens of missed texts and a few missed calls from Uraraka. Izuku wanted to call her. He really did, but he knew that the next time they talk, it would be for the final time. After everything, I know what I have to do. I can't trust Ua anymore. I have to leave. I don't want to, but they lied to me. They kept information from me that I wanted, and for what? What was Nezu thinking? Later that day, Izuku was confronted by Aizawa. Entering the room, Aizawa felt a shiver run down his spine. There he saw Izuku staring at the TV in the room. Midoriya. Izuku turned and faced his teacher. Mr. Aizawa, have you come here to chew me out? If you are a bit late to the party. Mirko beat you to it. I'm just here to ask some questions. That's all. Izuku nodded. Let's start with why you left with the hero killer. And how did you get so injured? You've always healed, what was different? He had something I wanted. Responded Izuku. As to why I didn't heal? Don't know. And what did you want? Asked Aizawa. Something you, Nezu, All Might and all of Ua have been hiding from me. Said Izuku. We have already given you all the information we had. Whatever information Stain gave you is fake. Argued Aizawa. Izuku smiled. I know, I should trust you guys. You are heroes after all. Why did you kill him? Asked Aizawa. Izuku lost his smile, because he deserved it. That's not up to you. Retorted Aizawa. Is it? Huh, I must have been sleeping during that lecture. You want the truth? Then listen up. He has killed dozens of heroes across Japan. If I didn't stop him, he would have gone out and killed more. I made sure he'd never do it again. Said Izuku. But that still leaves the number of murderers the same. You killed a murderer, but you also became one. You can't fight crime by becoming a criminal Midoriya. Said Aizawa. You know that answer is bullshit and you know it. The only reason why I'm being punished is because you have a boss, I don't. Where is Nezu anyway? I thought he'd come here to personally yell at me. Asked Izuku. He's busy with stuff at Ua. But that's besides the point Midoriya. What you did last night will reflect badly on you, the school, and the heroes. So that is why Nezu has decided on a punishment. You are to be suspended for 6 months. Where in that time, you will receive counseling every day at Ua and under heavy hero surveillance. Failure to attend even one session will result in your immediate expulsion from UA. Said Aizawa standing at the edge of the bed. Is that all you have to say? Asked Izuku, ignoring Aizawa. The cops will be here shortly. I hope you won't do anything you'll regret in the meantime. Aizawa then walked out of the room, leaving Izuku to himself. Raising his uncuffed hand, Izuku popped his claws. I won't regret a thing. Slicing the chain off, Izuku then got up from the bed and noticed that his costume was folded on a cabinet. 30 minutes later, Aizawa would return with the chief of police and several officers ready to take Izuku downtown. As Aizawa opened the door, he saw that Izuku was nowhere to be found. Only an open window was seen. Son of a bitch. The police chief, who was a dog, sniffed the air. He's not here. Where is he? I don't know. Aizawa then walked over to the bed and noticed that there was a note. Picking it up, he read it. After he was done, he slammed his fist against the wall. We need to find him, now. And someone contact Nezu. Tossing the paper down on the bed, the cops began to run down the halls of the hospital. The note read, consider this my official withdrawal from UA. You're all a bunch of liars who kept the truth of what really happened to me. I can no longer trust you. Don't come looking for me, this is your first and only warning. The Wolverine. With Shigaraki. Shigaraki stood atop of a building overlooking the destruction of the city of Hosu. This is simply amazing. Just 3 Nomus did all this, I'm impressed. That's when Kurogiri appeared behind him. Why are you so cheerful? We lost all 3 Nomus. Don't you see Kurogiri? The boy, he no longer trusts the heroes. Stain showed him what truly happened. Now that he knows, he's bound to be lost. That's when we'll come in. We might not be able to kill him, but we can sure as hell bring him to our side. It's time to see if those new recruits are really useful, said Shigaraki, laughing throughout the night. Nezu was in his office working on some paperwork. It had been a long day and he was just about to call it a day. Leaning back in his chair, Nezu breathed a sigh of relief, but that's when every hair on his body suddenly stood up. What is this? I haven't felt this in years, not since I got my quirk years ago. This feeling, I'm being hunted by an alpha predator. That's when the phone on Nezu's desk rang, causing him to jump slightly. After letting it ring a few times and calming down, Nezu reached for the phone. However, as he did, Nezu felt the cold touch of metal objects in his neck. Let it go to voicemail. Ordered a man in the shadows. Nezu pulled back his arm. I knew you would come, but I didn't think you'd do it so soon. Stepping out of the shadows, Izuku appeared wearing his costume and his claws pressed up against Nezu's neck. Shut up and turn around slowly. Nezu spun his chair around and was immediately met by another 3 claws, this one pointed right at the principal's face. Nezu could feel every fiber of his being telling him to run, to hide, anything to survive, but his body wouldn't move. Like an injured antelope cornered by a lion, Nezu could do nothing but let it happen. Izuku's expression was cold, dark, and filled with hatred. So, are you planning on killing me too? Asked Nezu as he swallowed a nervous lump in his throat. That will all depend on how you answer my questions. Now let's begin, shall we? Asked Izuku, pressing his claws against Nezu's neck. I just want to know why. Why would you lie? Lie? I haven't lied to you. That's when Izuku threw his fist forward. Nezu froze in fear as Izuku's claws flew across his face. Blood then began to run down 3 scratch marks. Want to try again, or do you want another matching scar across your other eye? Why did you lie? Why didn't you tell me what really happened to me? We thought it would be best if you never found out. Your mental state was in shambles when we found you. If you knew that you were made to be a weapon, there was a chance you would have become it, said Nezu. Better for who? Me, or you? I trusted you. Trusted All Might. You were the ones who saved me. I had a right to know. And to make matters worse, you gave me a fake file. You wanted me to believe your lies. Yelled out Izuku. Nezu flinched. I know, we were wrong. We should have never kept it from you. What they did to me. Izuku shook his head. All I wanted was to be left alone and to know what happened. Yet I was forced into this school. I tried to live a normal life, make friends, and grow relationships. Izuku thought back to Uraraka. But last night I found out something about myself. Mirko was right. I don't work well with others, and I doubt I ever will. That's why I'm leaving this school. To hell with you, and everyone in this school. I can't trust anyone anymore. And what will you do? Asked Nezu. The police are looking for you as we speak. Izuku narrowed his eyes. That is none of your concern. I'll tell you this once, Nezu. Do not come find me, if I even get a sniff of you nearby. I will kill you, and not even All Might will be able to stop me. What about Uraraka? Do you still trust her? What will you tell her? By the looks of things, the two of you are rather close. She likes you, Midoriya, and you like her, said Nezu. Izuku's eyes softened. I don't know, but she will understand. Will she? Asked Nezu. Or will she understand that you abandoned her? Izuku said nothing. Nezu was trying to play at his emotions, and Izuku knew that. Let's just calm down and talk this out. Maybe we can come to an understanding. This is calm, Nezu. Trust me, you wouldn't want to see me when I'm angry, just ask Stain. Said Izuku with poison behind his words. You know, I thought about killing you. But I'll hold off on it, for now. Count yourself lucky, but know I could kill you whenever I want. Nezu's eyes widened as he felt Izuku's killing intent. The pressure was so intense that he fell back in his chair. Now on the floor, Nezu began to scatter back on the floor, all the while squeaking like a rat. Izuku smiled as he retracted his claws. Seems like we are both animals. Reaching into his pocket, Izuku threw something towards Nezu. Looking down, Nezu saw that it was Izuku's UA ID card. Midoriya. Nezu looked up to see that Izuku was gone. Nezu sighed. What have I done? Inko was mad. No, rather furious. Getting off of the taxi, she angrily stomped her way towards UA's front gate. There she was met by Aizawa and All Might. Mrs. Midoriya, thank you so much for coming. Aizawa tried to greet her, but Inko wasn't having it. Take me to Nezu, now. Inko demanded. Aizawa was silenced and nodded. Come this way. The three then walked into the building. Inko walked past the classes and eventually found herself in front of Nezu's office. Aizawa knocked. We are here, sir. Come in, instructed Nezu. Opening the door, Nezu sat behind his desk, and to his right was Naomasa. Mrs. Midoriya, it's nice to see you again. I just wish it were under better circumstances. Inko took a seat. Me too. Now, where is my son? It had been a whole week since Izuku left UA and there was still no sign of him. Nezu sighed. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to locate him yet. Inko's eye twitched as she slammed her fist onto Nezu's desk, causing everyone in the room to flinch. This is all your fault, you do know that, right? Nezu stayed silent. Izuku just wanted to know the truth. Yet you fed him false information, lied to his face. But not only him, you lied to me too. I knew there was a reason why you and the police wanted to keep the police reports hidden. We did it to help you, Mrs. Midoriya, said Naomasa. The two of you had already gone through enough. We didn't want to burden you further. Burden me. I spent countless days, sleepless nights looking for my son when he first disappeared. When you finally found him, I thought it was a miracle. But your actions led to my son disappearing. You drove him away. You act no better than the villains you fight. The heroes looked away in shame. And you. All Might looked up to see Inko pointing at him. There was a time Izuku idolized you. He trusted you, why wouldn't he? You were the one to save him. But you broke that trust, and now he's gone, all thanks to you and your stupid actions. All Might, for all his heroic acts, in all of his years hadn't ever had someone scold him like that. It felt strange. I know we failed you and your son. But please try to understand, we did what we had to do to make sure it would never happen. We couldn't risk Midoriya becoming the weapon he was built to be. Explained Nezu. Midoriya may rightfully be one of the most dangerous individuals in all of Japan. We couldn't risk it. Look at where that's gotten you. Your fear is what drove him away, said Inko. Izuku, my son is now gone, and I don't know where he is. We are following several leads, but it's apparent that Midoriya doesn't want to be found, said Aizawa. I don't blame him. Right now he doesn't trust anyone. Not even me. Inko balled up her fist. He must think I knew and didn't tell him. Mrs. Midoriya, we will find him and bring him back safely. You have my word, for whatever it's worth, said All Might. Inko scoffed. Right now your word mean nothing to me. All I care about is finding my son. Count yourselves lucky I don't sue this school into the ground. With that, Inko turned away and slammed the door shut as she left the office. Nezu looked at his paws in shame. It's all my fault. It's all of our fault, Nezu. We chose to keep it a secret. And now we are paying for it, said Aizawa. Detective, what are these leads you were talking about? Naomasa nodded. Yes, there are rumors of a boy traveling city to city and fighting crime. Local heroes have tried to capture him but have been unsuccessful. There is also another rumor about a new gang that popped up, their logo, 3/marks. Those are the leads we are following. Rumors, yes, but it's the best chance we got in finding Midoriya. Aizawa nodded. I have some underground heroes I can talk to, maybe they can help in our search. In the meantime, tell all the officers looking for him if they do manage to find him, do not approach him. We can't risk him lashing out on someone. With that, Naomasa left the office, leaving only Aizawa, All Might, and Nezu. How did Class 1A take the news? Asked All Might. They were pretty shaken up, especially Uraraka. I get the feeling if we don't tread carefully we might lose her too, explained Aizawa. Does she know about Izuku? About what they did to him, the truth? Asked Nezu. Aizawa nodded. Yes, it seems that Izuku, before he disappeared, gave Uraraka a USB drive that contained a copy of the real file. We've tried to get it back from her but she has refused. Nezu got up from his seat. We can worry about that later. Right now finding Midoriya takes precedent. Call every hero you know and have them on the lookout for him. We will find him no matter what. The day went on as normal and it was now night time and the heroes went out looking for Midoriya. What they didn't know was that someone in Class 1A was also looking for him. In her apartment, Uraraka zipped up a black jacket and threw the hood over her head. I'll find you Midoriya. 1 month later. Unknown location. Nighttime had fallen over what seemed to be an abandoned warehouse in the middle of nowhere. But strangely enough, people were walking into the rundown building. Once inside, the entire atmosphere changed. Loud screams, cheers, and music played. And in the center of it all was an octagon. People sat in the bleachers drinking and smoking. In the ring, Izuku stood off to the side with no shirt on, ready for his next fight. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the main event. On one side, the undefeated king of the octagon, and youngest competitor, the Wolverine. The crowd cheered, some booed, and others screamed out. Against the newcomer, with the deadliest quirk I've seen in a while. Switchblade. Stepping onto the ring, a tall man with a muscular build raised his fist. The crowd cheered as they saw the man activate his quirk. That's when blades began to appear around the man's arms and back. Izuku just scoffed at the sight of it. The match will begin in 1 minute. Place your bets now. The undefeated Wolverine, or the newcomer Switchblade. Everyone bet on Izuku. He was after all the undefeated champion. Time's up, so let's get ready to rumble. The crowd cheered as the starting bell rang. Izuku did nothing but stand there as Switchblade jumped into the air. Twisting his body, Switchblade began to spin around rapidly. Jumping back, Izuku avoided the blades on the man's arms. That's when Switchblade began to spin faster and faster. The increase in speed caught Izuku by surprise, and Switchblade managed to cut Izuku across the chest multiple times. Blood splattered as Izuku stumbled back. Grunting in pain, Izuku grabbed at his chest. "What's wrong, kid? A little cut got you down," mocked Switchblade. "What cut?" asked Izuku, removing his hand and showing that he was already healed up. Switchblade was surprised. "Impossible, I was sure I cut you." "No matter. With my blades I can cut through anything, even you." Going in for another try, Switchblade once again spun in circles. But this time, just as he was about to cut Izuku again, the sound of metal clashing was heard. "What?" Izuku smirked as he stopped the blades with his hands. The blades managed to cut into Izuku's finger and hit the metal-coated bones. Blood now ran down Switchblade's blades. "You call those blades? Snikt, these are real blades." Popping his claws, Izuku threw Switchblade back. "He heals and has claws." "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Using blades on his elbows, Switchblade tried to stab into Izuku's chest, only to have it blocked by Izuku's claws. "Let me show you how to use blades properly." Lifting his other arm, Izuku slashed down and shattered the blades on Switchblade's elbows. Izuku then began to swing his claws widely, destroying all of the blades surrounding and cutting Switchblade's body. Bits of metal broke off and blood splattered the floor of the arena as Switchblade was now being overwhelmed. Now, with no weapons and deep cuts covering his body, it was apparent that Izuku had won this fight. Retracting his claws, Izuku then pulled back his fist and punched his opponent in the face. Thanks to his metal knuckles, Izuku shattered Switchblade's nose on impact. Izuku would then punch him over and over again. Blood flew across the ring, splattered on the floor, and stained Izuku's fists as he continued the beating. With every hit, Izuku broke bones. By the third hit, Switchblade was already knocked out. It was only until Izuku hit him in the stomach that he ended the fight. Falling to the floor, Switchblade had cuts and bruises all over his face. Izuku beat him up so bad that he no longer looked like himself. And the winner, and still the undefeated champion of the ring, the Wolverine. The announcer reached out and lifted Izuku's bloody hand. The crowd cheered and began to chant out his name. Not wanting the attention, Izuku walked out of the ring and into the back. Outside, separate from the main building, was a small shack. There Izuku had his own room where he could rest. An hour later, the announcer came in. "Nice fighting, kid, here's your cut." The man then threw an envelope at Izuku. Catching it, Izuku opened it up to find several 1,000 yen bills inside. "Thanks, now leave me alone." "Whatever, I'll see you tomorrow night, kid." With that, the announcer left his room. However, only a minute later someone knocked. Izuku ignored them, but whoever it was kept knocking. Finally getting annoyed, Izuku got up and swung the door open. "What do you want?" Standing in front of him was someone wearing a black trench coat with a hood that covered their face. "Who the hell are you?" asked Izuku. Reaching up, the mystery person pulled off their hood. Izuku backed away when he noticed who it was. What are you doing here?" Staring back at him was Uraraka. "Hey Midoriya." Izuku grabbed Uraraka and pulled her into his room and quickly shut the door behind her. "Are you crazy? What if someone saw you here? How the hell did you find me?" Looking around his room, Uraraka noticed several stacks of cash. "You've been busy. Illegal quirk fights. By the looks of it, you're good too. I saw your fight. You almost killed that man. Stop ignoring me. How the hell did you find me?" asked Izuku once again. However, Uraraka once again dodged the question, so this is where you've been hiding. That's when Izuku got fed up and pushed her against the wall. Izuku then slammed the wall hard. I'm asking you nicely, Uraraka, how the hell did you find me? Uraraka didn't even flinch. It wasn't easy, but through my dad's construction company I got in touch with some people. There was a rumor about one of our old construction sites being used after the project was abandoned. After looking up and going to all abandoned projects, I came upon this place, and now here I am. I would have never guessed that you would pick one of the most remote areas. It took me hours to get here by train. Izuku scoffed. It wasn't supposed to be easy. Letting go of Uraraka, Izuku went to sit on his bed. So you found me, now what? Are you going to convince me to go back to Ua? Uraraka shook her head. No, even if I tried, there's no changing your mind now. I was worried about you, Midoriya. You shouldn't, I'm just fine. As you can see, I'm still alive, said Izuku. I see that, but this place, you don't belong here, Midoriya, said Uraraka. Is that right? Then tell me, where do I belong? At least here I'm not lied to, said Izuku. Yes, but you're nothing but entertainment for them. I know you won't come back to Ua, but at least come back with me. If I was able to find you, the heroes won't be far behind. You can stay in my place, offered Uraraka. Izuku looked at Uraraka. You know I can't do that. I'm a wanted man now, Uraraka. If I go with you, you'll just get wrapped up in my mess. I don't want that, not for you. Uraraka sighed. Then at least take this. Reaching into her pocket, Uraraka pulled out her phone. Grabbing the phone, Izuku looked at it curiously. It has your mom's number. Inko and I have gotten close this last month. She misses you, Midoriya. Call her right now. I don't think that's a good idea, said Izuku. Now, ordered Uraraka. Izuku flinched. Fine. Clicking on her number, Izuku began to call his mother. It didn't even ring twice when she picked up. Hello. Izuku was nervous. Hey mom, it's me. Oh my god, Izuku. Where are you? Are you all right? So Uraraka did find you. I had my doubts, but she's a really kind girl. How dare you make such a lovely girl sad? Oh, are you sleeping all right? Izuku was bombarded by several questions. Mom, it's okay, I'm fine. Just busy, that's all. Sorry I made you worry, said Izuku. You better be. Inko sighed. I understand why you left, Izuku. I just don't understand why you didn't talk to me first. We could have done something about it. I didn't want you to suffer like I did, explained Izuku. Izuku, I am your mother. Your suffering is also my suffering. When you left, I had flashbacks when you first disappeared. I didn't know what to do. Izuku felt horrible. I thought you hated me. I thought that you thought that I kept the information from you. I didn't. I had no idea either. Izuku could tell she was telling the truth. I know, Mom. I'm sorry I left without saying anything. It's just, I couldn't be at that school any longer. I get it, Izuku. I really do. All I care about is your well-being. If that school was treating you badly, I support your decision. Izuku smiled. Thanks, Mom. It wasn't all bad. Izuku then turned to Uraraka. I did meet some amazing people. Oh, you must be talking about Ochako. She is an amazing girl. She even came and visited me almost every day to make sure I was all right. Now, I know you two are alone, but no funny business you hear. I'm not ready to be a grandmother yet, joked Inko. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, I know. That's when Izuku got the scent of someone. Looking at the door, he recognized who it was. Shit, hey Mom, I gotta go. I'll talk to you real soon, alright. Love you, bye. Hanging up the phone, Izuku tossed it to Uraraka. You need to hide. Uraraka was confused. What's going on? Is someone here? Yes, now hide. If they find you here, we'll really be in trouble. Hide under the bed and don't come out no matter what. Uraraka nodded and quickly got under the bed. Once she did, there was a knock at the door. Izuku opened the door. You're here again. I said I would keep coming back until you joined us, didn't I? Said a voice. I already told you I won't join. Now leave, Shigaraki. Uraraka's eyes widened. Placing her hands over her mouth, Uraraka held back the urge to scream, What's Shigaraki doing here? And what does he mean by asking Midoriya to join him? Wait, are they trying to recruit Midoriya? As Uraraka hid, she suddenly felt something cold hit her side. Looking down, she noticed that it was a revolver. Reaching it, Uraraka looked into the cylinder and noticed the adamantium bullet loaded. She then saw 5 bullet casings on the floor. He didn't. Come now, everyone has a price, so what will it take to get you over to our side? Money? No, you already rejected an insane offer. Power? No, you already have that. Oh, I get it, you are a growing man after all, we can get you women. Beautiful women, much better than those girls at UA. And much better than that brown-haired girl. That's when Uraraka heard a snikt. Izuku had just popped his claws. Say another word and I'll gouge out your heart, threatened Izuku. The Nomu standing behind Shigaraki began to move but stopped once Shigaraki put up his hand. Alright, fine, then tell me what you want and we'll get it. Get me the doctor and I might just join you, said Izuku, much to Uraraka's surprise. Would Izuku seriously consider joining up with the League? Uraraka asked herself. She thought about it and yes, after what Ua did, Izuku would consider it. Looking at the revolver in her hands, Uraraka put it behind her back. You know I can't do that, responded Shigaraki. The doctor is still a vital part of our plans. We can't have him dying so soon. Then you have nothing to offer me. Leave now, ordered Izuku. Fine, but I'll be back. Here, take this. The Nomu then reached over and handed Izuku a small device. Contact me if you've changed your mind. Don't worry, it's not bugged or anything, we wouldn't want you to find us after all. Just know that we haven't lied to you. Izuku looked at the device. Whatever. Shigaraki then walked away. That's when a black portal opened up. Walking in, Shigaraki disappeared. If we can't talk you into joining us, I'll just have to resort to more direct measures. Every man has a weakness, whether that be friends, family, or girlfriend. Closing the door, Izuku went back inside, and retracted his claws. You can come out now. Uraraka crawled out from underneath the bed, and with a helping hand from Izuku she got up. What was he doing here? He's been trying to recruit me into the League since I left UA. I've rejected his past offers though, answered Izuku. Midoriya, answer me truthfully. Have you really considered joining the League, if they give you the doctor? Asked Uraraka. Izuku stayed silent for a second before answering, yes. Uraraka's eyes widened. How could you even consider joining them? Midoriya, you were in UA. You got what it takes to be a hero. I've heard about your vigilante work too. You help people, not hurt them. Izuku looked away. Keyword was, I'm not in UA anymore, Uraraka. And I'm not a hero. I'm a criminal now, remember? But they attacked us, remember? The USJ, they were going to kill us. Iida, Sue, Todoroki, we could have died. If they didn't attack us we wouldn't even be having this conversation, argued Uraraka. That's when Izuku noticed what she said. So you rather that I lived my life without knowing? Izuku then stepped up to Uraraka. To be ignorant of the truth. To live my life is a lie. Is that what you wanted? Uraraka took a step back. And no, that's not what I meant. What did you mean? I thought out of everyone you'd understand why I needed to know. Guess I was wrong. Izuku then turned his back on Uraraka. Uraraka's eyes softened. Wait, Midoriya, I didn't mean it like that. I just want. What do you want, Uraraka? Tell me, what do you want? Asked Izuku. Because I sure as hell don't know what I want. Tears welled up in Uraraka's eyes. To have you back. When I heard that you left I was devastated. I kept asking myself if I could have done something to prevent this. I played the scenario over and over in my head but got nothing. But that's when I realized, all I wanted was to have you back. You made me feel safe, happy, but once you left, it was gone. Turning back around, Izuku found Uraraka in tears. He sighed. Look, I didn't mean to get angry like that. It's just, I'm still figuring things out and it's pretty lonely up here. Uraraka wiped away the tears. It's fine, I should have prepared myself better. Honestly, I didn't think I'd find you here. So are you really going to stay here? Izuku thought about it. I don't know, it's like you said. If you manage to find me, the heroes won't be far behind. But before that happens, want to go on a date? Izuku led Uraraka into the forest. After walking for a while they made it to the top of a hill. The moon was new, so that meant there was no light. Midoriya, where are we going? Asked Uraraka. Just hold on, we are almost there, said Izuku. Uraraka was confused but went along. After walking past some trees, the two then came upon a clearing atop of the hill. All right, look up, instructed Izuku. Up? What are you talking about? Uraraka's eyes widened when she looked into the sky. The entire night sky was lit up by stars. Wow, there's so many of them. Izuku then sat down on the soft grass. Uraraka quickly followed suit. I thought you'd like it. I come here every once in a while to clear my head. It's one of the few things I could enjoy out in the middle of nowhere, explained Izuku. The food beeps, I don't get much sleep, and I have to fight all the time. But today was different. How so? Asked Uraraka, still looking at the stars. You were different. I won't lie to you, Uraraka, I missed you. Every day I thought about you. You were a source of comfort for me, said Izuku. Uraraka blushed. Well, you're welcome. It's what a hero does. So I've been thinking, what if I left Ua and joined you? We can go wherever we want, as long as we are together it wouldn't matter. Izuku smiled, always playing the hero, but no, I won't let you throw away your dreams for me. I'm just glad you're here. Really? Then maybe you can explain this. Reaching behind her back, Uraraka pulled out the revolver and tossed it to Izuku. Catching it, Izuku looked at Uraraka. I also found 5 bullet shell casings, care to explain? Izuku's focus shifted towards the forest below. I got low. There was a time in the month I was gone when I couldn't take it anymore. Questions kept popping into my mind. I walked aimlessly for days out in the mountains hoping that I'd find a reason to keep going, but I didn't. So I loaded the gun not knowing where the adamantium bullet was and fired. 5 times I shot the gun, and all 5 times the bullets would just bounce off my head. But just as I was about to squeeze the trigger for the 6th and final time, I stopped. For some reason you popped into my mind. As I was thinking about you, your smile, your face, I couldn't bring myself to do it. So I moved on, hoping that one day I'd run into you. And now you're here. Uraraka, you mean more to me than anything in this world. Uraraka had tears in her eyes. Reaching out, she grabbed Izuku's hand. Midoriya, I can't say I know what you're going through, I don't. But you can bet that I will stay by your side no matter what. The two then looked at each other. Izuku saw the stars shining in Uraraka's brown eyes. Uraraka saw the shine of the stars bounce off of Izuku's face. The two inched closer to each other. Uraraka blush darkened with every time they got closer. Reaching out, Izuku touched Uraraka's cheek. She flinched at his touch. Uraraka. Uraraka's lips trembled. Midoriya. Under the light of thousands of stars the two beeped. After a few seconds the two pulled away. We just. Uraraka couldn't believe it. Izuku nodded. We did you not like it? Uraraka shook her head. No, I did. It's just, it felt amazing. Ah, you're so cute when you blush, teased Izuku. Uraraka's blush darkened. Don't make fun of me. Sorry, I won't. So are we a thing now or what? Asked Izuku as he reached out and grabbed Uraraka's hand. Why yeah, unless you don't want to, said Uraraka. Izuku then pushed Uraraka to the ground. Now atop of her he smiled. There's no one I'd rather be with right now. Same here, but there is one condition I want to add to make this work, said Uraraka, much to Izuku's surprise. Call me Ochako. Is that all? All right Ochako, I love you. Ochako blushed. The two then began to beep once again underneath the stars. Izuku, feeling a little frisky, reached under Ochako's shirt. Ochako flinched as she felt his hand on her belly and slowly make its way up. Izuku then moved down to Ochako's neck, beeping it passionately. Ochako flinched. Izuku, I. Stopping for a second, Izuku looked at Ochako's red face. Her breathing was heavy. Izuku wanted to keep going, but he could see in Ochako's eyes that she wasn't ready. It's okay, we'll stop here. Ochako nodded, sorry. Izuku got off of Ochako and sat beside her. We don't have to rush things if you don't want to. For now we can enjoy the time we spend together. Putting his arm around her, the two spend the next hour just staring into the starry sky. Eventually they did go back to Izuku's makeshift home. After making some tea, the two sat around talking about what they've done over the last month. Ochako mentioned the final exams against the teachers. Fortunately she passed with the help of Todoroki. Izuku was happy to hear that Todoroki started to use his fire. He's getting stronger by the day, that's good. Ochako even mentioned that Class 1A was about to go to a quirk training camp. She didn't know where it would take place yet. After talking for 2 hours, Izuku looked over at the clock. It read 2 a.m. Damn, it looks like you missed the last train. What, really? It's already that late. But I have school tomorrow. There's no way I'll make it, said Ochako. Stay here tonight. I'll give you some money for the early bullet train. You should make it home in time to change into your uniform, said Izuku. With no other option, Ochako nodded. I'll take the couch. Izuku raised an eyebrow. No way, you sleep on the bed. I'll take the couch, it's the least I can do for making you come all this way. Ochako waved her hands in front of her. I couldn't, Izuku, this is your place. Please, I'll feel bad if you don't. Besides, this area isn't known for its safety. I'll have to keep watch, explained Izuku. Ochako laughed. Would people really mess with you? No, they wouldn't, said Izuku. That's what I thought. You should get some rest too. Not to be mean, Izuku, but that couch doesn't look like the best place to sleep. Ochako wasn't wrong. Everything that Izuku had in his place was either stuff he found or it was broken. Sleep on the bed, with me. You sure? It is a pretty small bed, said Izuku, just slightly embarrassed. Ochako nodded. You'll just have to get close then. The two then got into bed. Face to face the two looked each other in the eye. After everything I've gone through, meeting you has made it all worth it, said Izuku. Ochako blushed. I love you, Izuku. I love you too, Ochako. The two then began to drift off into sleep. After an hour, Izuku sat up from the bed and made sure Ochako was asleep, which she was. Opening the door to his place, Izuku walked outside. He walked down the road and onto a large clearing. This should be far enough, you can come out now. I know you're there. Only the sound of crickets was heard. You have 5 seconds to come out before I start killing you. 5, 4, 3, 2, with a snicked sound Izuku popped his claws. However, before he could reach one, someone jumped out from the trees. Easy kid, I'm just here to talk, said Aizawa with his hands up. You mean we? You, Midnight, Present Mike, All Might, and the several dozen officers with their guns out, not including of course the sniper that currently has his sights trained on me. You guys can't sneak up on me, I could smell you coming from miles away. The only reason you got this close is because I let you. I'm guessing you followed Ochako here. I thought I told you and Nezu to not look for me, said Izuku, glaring at Aizawa. Aizawa rubbed the back of his head. Your guess is correct, it surprised even me. To think she would be able to find you before the police or any pro hero did. Look kid, I know what you said and I get why you feel that way, I really do. But do you honestly believe we'd just walk away? If you value your lives, yes. Right now with the heroes and police here, I'd say the odds are about even. I warned you what would happen if you came after me. Don't blame me for what happens next. Izuku then walked towards Aizawa with claws at the ready. Believe me, I know. I've seen the way you've beat up those men in the ring. However, you don't want her to be caught up in this, do you? Asked Aizawa. Izuku stopped. She has nothing to do with this. No, not yet, but she might. Look, we ed up. We really ed up. Nezu wants to apologize. If you'd just come back with us we could. However, before Aizawa could finish, Izuku cut in. I don't want an apology, I want to be left alone. I was having a good night until you came along. This is your final warning, Eraserhead. Leave, now. Threatened Izuku. You know I can't do that, said Aizawa. Izuku sighed. Then I'm sorry your life had to end this way. Faster than Izawa could react, Izuku appeared in front of him with his claws pulled back ready to stab into him. However, just as Izuku's claws were inches away, something zoomed towards Izuku and grabbed his arm. "I think that's enough, young man," said All Might as he gripped down on Izuku's wrist. "Well, if it isn't the number one hero here to stop me, shouldn't you be out saving a cat from a tree or something?" mocked Izuku. "Or are you here to lie to me again?" "I came here to help a student of mine," said All Might. "Former student, learn the difference," said Izuku as he pulled his arm back. All Might's eyes widened as he noticed that Izuku broke away from his grip. "Are you here to fight? I'm ready when you are." But before Izuku could say anything else, All Might pulled Izuku in close and kneed him hard in the stomach. He then grabbed him by the arms and flung Izuku towards the trees. After smashing through several trees, Izuku hit the ground hard. Looking down, Izuku noticed a tree branch stabbed into his side. "Alright, fine, if that's how you want to play it." Pulling out the branch, the wound quickly healed. "Two can play at that game." All Might walked through the forest looking for Izuku. "This is stupid, Izuku, you can't match me in raw power. I am the number one hero for a reason. Now come on out so we can talk properly." Looking around, All Might found the place Izuku had landed but didn't find him. "You may be right, but strength isn't the only way to take someone down. And if you wanted to talk, then you shouldn't have brought everyone else," said Izuku as his voice echoed throughout the trees. All Might felt as if he was being hunted, and with good reason. He actually was. That's when Izuku dropped down from the trees and slashed down on All Might's back. Cutting across his back, All Might yelled out in pain. Turning around, he swung his arm only to hit nothing but air. "I warned Nezu would happen if anything came for me. After I'm done with you, I'll go after him." Izuku then ran and sliced All Might's ankles, causing the number one hero to fall to his knees. "Face me, Izuku," yelled out All Might. "You coward, fight me like a man." "But I'm not a man, remember, to you I'm just a weapon. A monster, for you guys to keep locked up. Well, no more." Focusing, All Might heard Izuku's voice coming from the right. Turning around, All Might threw his fist forward, Texas Smash. With the single punch, All Might leveled a large portion of the forest. "You're afraid, All Might," said Izuku, laughing evilly. "Good, you should be." That's when Izuku jumped out from the forest and double fist punched All Might across the face so hard that he sent the hero flying back. Now it was All Might's turn to slam into trees. "Man, you've been working out." The hero then felt something warm run down his nose. Wiping it, he noticed that it was blood. "You tend to get bored when you're all alone. And thanks to my healing powers, I can push my body past its normal limits. I'm a lot stronger than I was before." That's when All Might turned to the sound of thumping. As All Might narrowed his eyes, he saw something gleaming in the distance. "Your claws give you away." All Might pulled his fist back, but just as he was about to punch, a whole tree came flying at him. "What the?" Lucky the hero caught the tree. "This was your plan. You need to come up with a better plan. Made you look." Turning to his right, All Might's eyes widened as he saw Izuku swing a massive tree. With no method of blocking the tree, Izuku managed to hit All Might across the face, sending him flying towards the clearing. Izawa was with Present Mike and Midnight when the giant hero fell just a few meters away. All Might. They could see blood spilling out from underneath the hero, signaling an injury. Just as they were rushing to his aid, something else came in and landed on the hero. The impact was so hard that the ground under the hero cracked. As the dust cleared, everyone was shocked to see Izuku stepping on the hero with his claws dug into his sides. Izuku pulled out his claws. Blood dripped from them as he looked down at All Might. "Don't worry, they weren't lethal hits. I even missed your weak spot." All Might tried to raise his head, but Izuku kicked the hero in the face, forcing him back down to the ground. Blood ran down All Might's nose as Izuku stomped on the number one hero once again. Twisting his foot, Izuku caused All Might to grunt out in pain. "Stay down, All Might." All Might could see it in Izuku's eyes. He had seen those eyes before in the man he feared, his old enemy. "All for one, he won't hesitate to kill me. We need to play this correctly or everyone here will die." The heroes and police tried to move in, but Izuku pointed his claws at them and at the fallen hero. "Don't move, unless you want me to kill him." Aizawa raised his arm, stopping everyone. Easy Midoriya, we get it. We'll leave you alone, just let All Might go. With his breathing heavy, Izuku got the words out, you'll just come after me. This way I'll send a clear message to everyone. Maybe with his death you'll learn. All Might's eyes widened as Izuku brought his claws down. Aizawa reached for his capture weapon but wouldn't make it in time. However, that's when a voice called out to him, Izuku. That's enough. Stop. Izuku stopped his claws centimeters from All Might's neck. Why should I? Ochako then walked in between the heroes. If you kill All Might, all of Japan will come for you. I won't let you throw away your life like that, not for someone like him. Uraraka, please stand back, said Aizawa. Ochako turned to Aizawa. Shut up, Mr. Aizawa. You should be the ones to stand back. If Izuku was serious, you wouldn't be standing here. She then turned to Izuku. Please Izuku, let him go. Or else what? Asked Izuku. That's when Izuku heard the clicking of a gun. Don't make me do it. You told me to use it on you if you ever go too far. Now is that time, said Ochako pointing the gun at Izuku. Izuku couldn't help but smile. I knew I could trust you. It's good to see that you still have what it takes to stop me. Truly, thank you, it means a lot, said Izuku as he retracted his claws. Ochako let out a relieved sigh as she lowered the gun. Izuku then made her way towards her. Keep the gun, give me the bullet. Ochako nodded. Taking out the bullet, she handed it over to Izuku. I hate it when you make me do this. I know, I hate myself for making you do it. Izuku then looked at All Might. So where does this leave us? With blood running down his nose and barely able to sit up, All Might stared at Izuku. We'll back off, for now. Izuku nodded. Good, then tell Nezu this. I'll never go back to Ua, but if he leaves me alone I won't come for him. But if he pulls something like this again, he won't see me coming. As long as Ochako is at Ua, I won't become your enemy, I swear. How do we know you won't go after Nezu once you leave? Asked Aizawa. You don't. But hey, if I really wanted him dead, he would already be dead by now, said Izuku. Leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Simple as that. I'm guessing you are leaving? Asked Ochako. Izuku nodded. Yeah, shame really. I made a lot of money here. Ochako lowered her head. Will I see you again? Izuku smiled and lifted up her head by the chin. The two looked at each other for a second before Izuku leaned in and beeped Ochako. After a few seconds Izuku pulled away. I'll keep in touch. But I don't have a way of contacting you, said Ochako. Don't worry about that. We'll figure it out later. Izuku then walked in between Eraserhead, Midnight, and Present Mike. I trust you'll get her home safe. Aizawa nodded. Yeah, we'll get her home. I'll trust you then. Later. With that Izuku walked away from the group and headed towards his home. There he collected his things and grabbed all the money he earned from fighting. He left nothing behind, not even the communication device Shigaraki gave him. Leaving no indication on where he was going, Izuku would be once again alone, but this time, he had a reason to keep going. Back with the heroes. As promised, Aizawa made sure that Ochako would make it home. He didn't want to piss off Izuku more than he already was. As she left, Aizawa did warn her that they would talk at school. Are we going to chase after him? Asked Present Mike. And get ourselves killed? No thanks, said Midnight. You saw what he did to All Might. So we're just going to let him go? Asked Mike. Don't you remember what he said? He can smell us from miles away. Even if we get close he'll just know where we are, said Midnight. We are going to need help, said Aizawa. I think it's time to call them. All Might, who was being tended by medics, couldn't believe it. Are you sure that's wise? No, it's a really dumb idea and one we are most likely going to regret, but we are running out of options, said Aizawa as he pulled out his cell phone. Dialing a number, Aizawa called Nezu. Sir, yeah, we found him. But he also knew we were coming. How did it go? Well, Nezu, let's just say if it wasn't for Uraraka we would most likely be dead right now. All Might got the worst of it, but overall we are fine. Sir, I think it's time we call them in. Aizawa nodded. Yes, I understand. We'll talk later at UA. Hanging up the phone, Izawa sighed. So what did Nezu say? Is he going to call them? Asked Present Mike. He said he would consider it. Which most likely means he will. Let's get out of here. All Might call recovery girl once you get to a hospital. You'll be needed again for what's to come, said Izawa. All Might nodded. I'll be ready. Izawa looked up at the sky. I let you go once, kid. I won't do it a second time. Ochako was nervous. Even though she didn't do anything wrong per se, she was still nervous. Right now she was being escorted to Principal Nezu's office. Stopping at the door, she took a deep breath and knocked. Come in. Opening the door, Ochako entered to find Nezu sitting behind his desk. To his left Izawa, and to his right an injured All Might stood, almost as if they were guarding him. Please have a seat, Uraraka. We just wished to ask you some questions about the other night. Ochako nodded and nervously sat on the chair across from Nezu. So what do you want to know? For starters, let's talk about how you were able to find out where Midoriya was before any hero, said Izawa. I know people, said Ochako without giving anything away. Izawa sighed, knowing that she wouldn't say more than that. Alright then, what were you doing with him? Ochako blushed slightly as she thought back to last night's events, especially atop the hill. We just talked about what we did over the last month. Okay, do you know where he is going now? Asked Nezu. No, he didn't say. I can only imagine it's somewhere far away from you guys, said Ochako. The heroes looked at each other. Can you tell us anything about what Midoriya had been doing over the last month? Anyone that he mentioned, a place, anything, asked All Might. Ochako looked away. There are two things that had me worried that he mentioned. Please, Uraraka, we have to know, said Izawa. Turning to the heroes, they could see sadness in her eyes. During the time Izuku was missing, he apparently tried to kill himself. The heroes couldn't believe it. Obviously he didn't succeed, but just the fact that he tried to is what has me worried. Izuku needs help, real help. A massive wave of guilt hit the heroes. Nezu hung his head. My God, what have we done? You said there were two things that worried you. What was the second? Asked All Might. Shigaraki from the League of Villains visited Izuku. They are actively trying to bring him to their side. The heroes' hearts dropped to the floor when they heard that. He'd refused, but only because they wouldn't let Izuku kill the doctor. If they gave him the doctor, I'm sure Izuku would join them. Izawa turned to All Might. If that happens. All Might clenched his fist. If that happens, All for One will have the greatest weapon in the world at his disposal. That's when Ochako began to piece things together. Wait, the file, it said Izuku was made to be a weapon. But it never mentioned who he would be used against. Are you saying that Izuku was made to kill you, All Might? There's no point in hiding it now, not from you. Yes, Midoriya was made to kill me. The experiments on him were because of one man, All for One. He is my arch nemesis and the most dangerous man on this planet. I fought him once and won, but my body was badly damaged. All Might relaxed his body and in a puff of smoke he transformed into his skinny form. This is my true form, and this is the scar that All for One left behind. Lifting the side of his shirt, Ochako was disgusted to see a large wound. Apart from severe damage to my body, my entire stomach had to be removed, and my digestive system is crippled. Now I can only be a hero for about 2 hours, and any damage I take in a fight shortens the time. All for One must have known this and made Izuku to kill me. He almost did last night, but he deliberately missed my weak spot. Ochako was shocked to say the least. I don't know what to say. This is all so much to take in. That's why we need to know where Midoriya is. If he told you anything, left any clues, now is the time to tell us. Pleaded Izawa. Sorry, but he really didn't say anything. I asked if we'd see each other again and he said yes, but that's about it. Said Ochako. There's another thing we have to worry about. Said Nezu. Midoriya is strong physically, but mentally is a different story. Right now his mind is broken, and a broken mind is easily controlled. If All for One finds a way to control Midoriya, then it will spell disaster. That's when Izawa remembered last night. Uraraka, last night you managed to stop Midoriya from killing All Might. You used a gun, but you just said he survived trying to kill himself. What was different? Ochako didn't want to say anything, but the thought of Izuku being controlled scared her. The difference was the bullet. Normal bullets won't do, so the gun had an adamantium bullet, the same metal Izuku's bones are fused with. Izuku took it from the doctor when they attacked the USJ. According to Izuku, one good shot to the head will do the trick. But you gave him the only one, now the only one capable of killing Midoriya is himself, said Nezu. Ochako couldn't tell them about the one she still had, they can't know that I have the other bullet. What do we do now? Asked All Might. Now we go on as usual. We'll give Midoriya some space, let him cool off. For now Uraraka, please get ready for the training camp. You leave in a few days after all, said Nezu. Ochako nodded. Right, I'll just leave now. Bowing, Ochako walked out of Nezu's office. So are you going to call them? Asked Aizawa. Not yet. It may be a long shot, but maybe we can still talk Midoriya into turning himself in. But in order for that to happen we have to find him. I just hope we find him first, said Nezu. A few days later, Ochako and the rest of Class 1A were currently on a bus on their way to the campsite. There they would train to improve their quirks and bodies. Man, I'm so excited for this, said Mina. It is quite the challenge, said Momo. I can already tell this is going to be hell, said Jiro. To think they would have both hero courses together for this, ribbit, said Sue. That's when Mina grew a sly grin. Speaking of together. Hey Ochako. All of the girls turned to Ochako who was currently looking out the window. Hearing her name, Ochako looked back to see all the girls looking at her. Huh. What? Don't act dumb with us, you told us yourself. You and Midoriya are a thing now, right? Asked Toru. Ochako blushed. Well, yeah we are. Mina let out a high-pitched squeal. You are going to give us details when we get to camp. I still can't believe you found him, said Momo. It wasn't easy. I'd been looking for him almost every day and sometimes I would spend the nights looking too, explained Ochako. I was so happy to see him, but now I don't know where he went again. That's when Mina wrapped her arm around Ochako. If you found him once, you can find him again. Don't worry Ochako, you'll see him again. So how was Midoriya anyway? Asked Jiro. He was alright for the most part, still a bit rough around the edges but alright. I just hope he finds a place to sleep. The place I found him wasn't the best, said Ochako. That's when the bus they were on suddenly slowed down and stopped at the edge of a cliff. All right everyone out, ordered Aizawa. Looking outside the window, Ochako was confused. Why here? We are still miles from the campsite. No. With Izuku, unknown city. Izuku was currently walking down the street wearing a jacket and hood to cover his face. He already found a place to sleep that wasn't a shack. Buddha was still always looking behind his shoulder. Always on alert for any hero or officer who was trying to catch him. Making it to his apartment, Izuku put down the groceries that he went to buy with the money he earned from cage fighting. He looked at the calendar and remembered that Ochako was going to be on the training camp one of these days. I wonder how camp is going. With Ochako. This camp beeps, yelled out Ochako as she and her entire class were being chased by several rock monsters. Back with Izuku. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Izuku decided to sleep for a while. The sun was still out, but after being on edge all night and all morning he was tired. Walking over to the next room, Izuku threw himself onto the bed and fell asleep. Izuku didn't like to sleep because he knew once he closed his eyes the nightmares would come back, and today was no different. Sitting down on his desk, Izuku had his head down. Hey Izuku, wake up. Class is over. Looking up, Izuku found Ochako in her school uniform. Oh hey Ochako, guess I slept through the entire class again. Ochako laughed. You always do that. Do you not get enough sleep at home? Izuku got up. It's not that, it's just I've been having nightmares recently. The two then walked out of the classroom and towards the train station. There they waited for the train to arrive. So are we still on for this Friday? Asked Ochako. Izuku tilted his head. Friday. What for? Ochako pouted. Our anniversary. It's been a year since we got together. Did you really forget? And no, I was just testing you. And yes, we are still on for Friday. Don't worry, I have something very special planned, said Izuku with a smile. Good, then I can't wait then. Izuku smiled as he looked at Ochako. However, that happiness quickly disappeared when he heard a familiar voice. Well, isn't that nice? How about a hand for the young couple? Turning, Izuku saw a hand reach out and grab Ochako by the neck. His eyes widened in pure horror as Ochako began to turn to ash right before his eyes. Ochako, he yelled out. Turning around, he tried to pop his claws without checking who it was. Izuku stabbed his claws into the person's stomach. With rage behind his eyes, Izuku looked at the person and noticed that it was Shigaraki. You bastard! Why did you do that? With a twisted smile, Shigaraki spoke, to prove that you are nothing but a monster that kills and gets people killed. If you weren't around, that girl would still be alive. You are nothing but a monster. Izuku then twisted his claws. Go to hell. With blood running down his lips, Shigaraki struggled to breathe. Oh, I'm sure I will, but you are already in it. What? That's when the image of Shigaraki disappeared and in his place appeared Ochako. Looking down, Izuku noticed that his claws were digging into her. No, I didn't mean to, Retracting his claws, Izuku grabbed Ochako and gently placed her on the floor. Blood poured down the wounds as Izuku tried desperately to stop it. Ochako, please don't die on me. With what little strength she had left, Ochako managed to reach out and touch Izuku's face. Why did you do this? Why? This is all your fault. Tears began to well up in Izuku's eyes as he felt Ochako's hand fall and hit the ground. Ochako, hey, come on, don't do this. Please, I'm sorry, come back. Holding Ochako's lifeless body in his arms, Izuku let out a scream of pure anguish, one that can only come when someone you love dies. That's when Izuku suddenly opened his eyes in the real world. Sweat poured down his forehead as he breathed heavily. Looking down, Izuku noticed that he did pop his claws in his sleep. Slowly retracting them, Izuku breathed a huge sigh of relief when he knew that it was all a dream. Just a dream, it was just a dream. Looking out the window, Izuku noticed that it was starting to get dark. How long was I asleep for? He looked at a clock on the wall which displayed the time and day. Izuku then noticed that he had slept for a whole day. I was asleep for more than 24 hours. Whatever, I need a shower. Getting up from the bed, Izuku made his way to the bathroom and took a shower. However, once he got out, a familiar smell filled the air. Wrapping a towel around himself, Izuku walked out to the living room where he found Shigaraki sitting down on the sofa. Here to recruit me again, Shigaraki? Asked Izuku. Yes, has your answer changed? Asked Shigaraki. Walking over to the fridge, Izuku grabbed a can of soda. No, not unless you bring me the doctor. Shigaraki chuckled. Once again, you know we can't do that. But this time I have something to offer you, something that you can't refuse. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what would that be? A life, said Shigaraki. A life? What are you talking about? Asked Izuku. I'm talking about that brown-haired girl in Ua. What was her name again? Oh right, Ochako Uraraka. Izuku's blood ran cold. Shigaraki smiled. To think she would be your greatest weakness. Izuku's pupils dilated. What did you do? Shigaraki put up his hands. Me, nothing. You know that Class 1A will be at a campsite today, right? Well, my associates have orders to capture the girl. Izuku popped his claws and jumped at Shigaraki, but before he could get in close, a black portal opened up in front of him. Izuku fell in only to reappear in the kitchen. I wouldn't waste my time, kid. In 3 hours my associates will move in and capture her. Once we do, you will join us whether you like it or not. Izuku growled. Not if I save her first. Standing up, Shigaraki smiled. You are welcome to try, but the only ones who know where they went are myself and the heroes at Ua. And we both know they are looking for you, so who will you turn to for help? Us, or the heroes? The choice is yours. You still have the device I gave you, right? Call me when you've made your choice. Disappearing into a portal, Izuku was left alone in the apartment. Damn it. I have to track them down. Going into the other room, Izuku went to the closet and looked inside. There he found something that he hoped that he wouldn't have to put back on, his hero costume. Ever since he left, Izuku both wanted and feared to put the costume back on. Most of the time Izuku put on his costume, someone would die, and this time would be no different. But this was to save Ochako, so he had to put it on. If he wasn't going to put it on for her, then why the hell was he even here then? Putting on his costume, Izuku took a deep breath as he pulled down the mask. It's now or never. Izuku quickly made his way to the highest place he could find in the city. Looking down, he could see people walking down the street, hear car engines, and smell just about everything. Thanks to Izuku's trips in the mountains, he was able to smell from very far away. Smelling the air, Izuku separated and filtered out the other smells. After a few seconds he got it, Ochako's scent. There you are. Turning towards the west, Izuku now knew what direction to go. Still, even at my top speed I might not make it. No, I can't think like that. I will make it in time. Looking down at the street below, Izuku saw someone getting out of their car. That will do. Jumping down, Izuku landed right in front of the man, scaring him half to death. Give me your keys now, ordered Izuku as he popped his claws. The man, scared, reached into his pocket and handed Izuku the keys. I'll try to bring it back. With that, Izuku got inside and turned the car on. Stepping on the gas, Izuku took off as fast as he could. By his calculations, Izuku should make it within the 3 hours to Ochako's location, that is, if nothing went wrong. But as fate would have it, not even 20 minutes in, the police started chasing him. Oh, off, I don't have time for you. Waiting for one of the cars to pull up next to him, Izuku turned the steering wheel hard, crashing into the cop car and forcing it against the guardrail. The wheels grinded against the metal railing, and after a few seconds the tires exploded, causing the cop car to spin out. Seeing that Izuku wasn't playing around, the cop cars backed off. Looking in the mirror, Izuku thought he finally had some breathing room. Good, I can finally get there in time. Little did Izuku know that the reason why they backed off was because they had called in some help. As Izuku zoomed down the highway, he heard a loud boom. Oh no. That's when something came crashing down in front of the car. The car slammed into the object and came to a sudden stop. As a result of not wearing his seatbelt, Izuku was flung forward and went through the glass. The car was completely destroyed as it burst into flames and exploded. Hitting the pavement hard, Izuku rolled for several meters before propping himself up, and with the help of his claws, he slid to a stop. Looking up, pieces of glass were seen stuck into Izuku's face, but thanks to his healing factor they soon popped off. Great, now you're here. Stealing cars now, Midoriya. That's just a pity, said All Might as he stood in the middle of the highway. I don't have time for this, All Might, said Izuku. Sorry, but this time I can't let you go. You are coming with me back to UA, said All Might as he walked towards Izuku. Like that's ever going to happen. But there's a reason why I'm in a hurry. If I don't hurry towards Ochako, she'll be in grave danger, said Izuku. All Might stopped. Explain, now. It's the League, they are after Class 1A. I have to reach them before they do, explained Izuku. That's impossible, we changed the location of the camp at the last second. No one but those in UA should know. And why do you need to stop them? Aizawa and Vlad are there if anything happens, said All Might, not believing what Izuku was saying. Then it seems to me that you guys have a mole. Please, All Might, if they manage to get Ochako. However, before he could finish, a wall of flames erupted in front of him. Not another one. Looking back, Izuku saw the number 2 hero Endeavor walking towards him. Izuku, Midoriya, stay where you are. Your time of eluding capture is over. Izuku turned his head towards All Might. Please, I'll give myself up after, just let me go save Ochako. All Might was conflicted. He could tell Izuku wasn't lying, but to let him go when he's right in front of him. What should I do? With Endeavor here, there's no easy way out. Izuku readied his claws to fight Endeavor. First, a quick burn should slow you down. You heal, but while you do, I'll take you out. Throwing his hand forward, Endeavor let out a massive ball of fire. Izuku's eyes widened as he prepared to take the heat, but to his surprise a powerful gust of wind pushed the flames back. What are you doing? Asked Endeavor. Now standing in front of Izuku was All Might, making sure you don't stop him. Young Midoriya, I know that this won't make up for what we did to you. But at least this way I can start making amends. Go, I'll slow down endeavor. Get to the forest. Izuku nodded. Thank you All Might, I won't forget this. Running towards the edge of the highway, Izuku jumped over the wall and landed on the surface streets. There he found a motorcycle and once again borrowed it. Izuku now rumbled his way towards Class 1A as fast as he could. With Ochako, 2 hours and 40 minutes later, Ochako was currently grabbing onto Sue as they walked into the forest. This was a test of courage, something that the pro-hero team, the Wild Cats, came up with. Not good in the dark, Ochako? Asked Sue. And not really, especially not with all the jump scares, said Ochako. It will be fine, we'll just get past this and head back to camp. However, as the two walked down the path, Sue began to smell something. Do you smell that? Ochako sniffed the air. Yeah, it smells like smoke. That's when the two girls could see blue flames rising up from the tree line. The forest is on fire. What's going on? I don't know, but we should head back with the others, said Sue. Ochako agreed and the two turned and ran towards the others. However, that's when Ochako remembered something. Wait, the kid, Kota. He's still out here somewhere. Remember, Mandalay said he was near the mountain. We can worry about him later, he should be fine where he is, said Sue. But what if he isn't? That's when Ochako stopped. I'll go look for him, you head back to the others and tell them. Before Sue could protest, Ochako had already run into the forest once again. Using her quirk on herself, Ochako jumped into the air and floated towards the mountain. Kota, a small boy with a red hat and cousin of the pro-hero Mandalay who was part of the hero group Wild Cats, stood at the edge of the mountain looking at the forest burning below. What's going on? As he looked at the destruction, Ochako floated down towards him. Kota, are you alright? Ochako landed. Come on, we need to go. However, Kota refused. No, leave me alone. I can't trust any of you wannabe heroes. Ochako stopped. She recognized that look in Kota's eyes. You know, you remind me a lot of my boyfriend. He was a student at UA, but after the heroes lied to him he left. He too doesn't trust the heroes. Really? What happened to him? Asked Kota. They refused to tell him the truth. He had a troubled past, and all he wanted was to know the truth, to know what really happened. But the heroes lied, and because of that he left. Now he's on the run, confused, scared, but he trusts one thing, said Ochako. Kota looked at Ochako. What? Ochako smiled. He trusted me. I may not understand what you or Izuku may be going through, but I do know that I can help. So will you let me help you? Kota hesitated, but after a few seconds he nodded. All right, just this once. One time is all I need. Come on, I'll float us down. Just as Ochako was about to use her quirk on Kota, a voice was heard from the rocks. Well, isn't that nice? That's when a tall man wearing a trench coat appeared. That was almost touching, but right now you two have bigger things to worry about. It must be my lucky day, the person we were looking for is right here. I was just going to kill the kid, but now I'm going to have some fun. Ochako put her arm out to protect Kota. Get behind me. Come on, girlie. Do you honestly believe you can take me? That's when the man suddenly lunged at Ochako, punching her right in the ribs. The impact was so hard that it sent her flying towards the mountain. Ochako hit the mountain so hard that it partially caved in and crumbled around her. Kota was horrified. Oops, guess I shouldn't have hit her that hard. As long as she isn't dead it's fine. But you on the other hand, you're dead, kid. The man walked toward the boy, grabbing the trench coat. He ripped it off to reveal that he was wearing a black tank top and military-style pants. His most memorable feature was his eye. One of them was a prosthetic. Kota recognized that eye. Why your eye? You're muscular. Oh this. I got it from fighting some 2 weak heroes. Explained Muscular. You killed my parents, yelled out Kota. Muscular looked down at Kota. Wait, so you're their kid? Muscular then gave a twisted smile. It must be fate then. Guess I get to kill all the family now. That's when muscle fibers began to appear throughout Muscular's body, so much so that they bulged out. Raising his arm high, Muscular was ready to kill Kota, but before he could, a large rock came in and hit the villain in the head. What the? Looking over, he saw that Ochako had gotten up. Blood ran down her face as she touched the broken rocks around her. Get away from him. Well, looks like you still have some fight in you. Fine, if you're so eager, I'll deal with you first. They said they wanted you alive, they never said what condition to bring you back in. Muscular then charged at Ochako. Ochako grabbed the rocks floating in mid-air and flung them as hard as she could towards the villain. But thanks to the muscle fibers, the rocks either broke on impact or bounced right off. That's when Muscular came in and punched downward. Ochako instinctively used her quirk to jump back. While in the air, she twisted her body and managed to land a kick to Muscular's face. Is that all you got? You're so weak. Grabbing Ochako's leg, Muscular proceeded to slam her against the floor over and over again. With every hit, Ochako spit out blood as her organs were being damaged. He's too strong. After slamming her a few more times, Muscular stopped and checked to see if she was still alive. Bruised and broken, Ochako indeed still alive. Good, you're still alive. I would have hated it if you kicked the bucket on me. Now you can watch the kid die with your own eyes. Dropping her, Ochako laid on the floor motionless as blood ran down a large cut over her face. Her vision was blurry, but she could barely make out the silhouette of Kota. Run, Kota, run. But to her surprise, the kid wouldn't go. Instead, he put out his hand and fired water at Muscular. Get away from us. Water. Thanks, now I don't have to take a shower. Well, it's been fun, kid, but time for you to meet your parents. Transforming his fist, Muscular brought it down towards Kota. However, just as he was inches away, Muscular heard something. What is that noise? It almost sounds like. That's when a motorcycle jumped from the cliff side into the air. Its engine roared as it landed, screeching to a halt. Muscular could see someone riding atop of it. Who the hell are you? As the dust cleared, a snicked sound was heard, your worst nightmare. Getting off the bike, Izuku stood with his claws out and his costume on. Izuku looked off to the side and saw Ochako on the floor. Ochako. Running towards her, Izuku checked to see if she was still breathing, which she was. Sorry I didn't make it in time. Ochako weakly reached out and touched Izuku's face. I'm so glad you're here. The kid, save the kid. Izuku nodded. All right, just hang on. Once I deal with him, we'll get you some help. Ochako nodded and closed her eyes. She's just asleep, but these injuries. He did this. He did this. He did this. He did this. Placing Ochako's hand gently on the floor, Izuku stood up. So you're the Wolverine, huh? You don't look like much. Honestly, I expected more. Muscular then pointed at Izuku. Well, now that you're here, we can get on to the main event. The boss didn't say what to do with you, so I'll just have to kill you. As Muscular smiled, he suddenly heard the sound of slicing. He then noticed Izuku was gone. Where did you go? Turning around, Muscular found Izuku with his back turned. Hey you. Stay still so I could kill you. As Muscular tried to point, he came to a sudden realization that his hand was gone. Blood poured out at the now severed hand. Looking down, Muscular saw his own hand right by Izuku's feet. As the pain finally registered, Muscular let out a blood-screeching scream. My arm. My arm. Izuku once again moved in. This time he jumped and grabbed Muscular by the face and slammed him to the ground. The ground beneath began to crack from the sheer impact. You hurt my girl. That's something you won't live to regret, because I'm going to kill you. But not before I make you suffer. With his free hand, Izuku stabbed his claws into Muscular's shoulder and then proceeded to twist, which severed all the muscle fibers in his arm in the process. Thanks to Izuku's hand, only the muffled, anguished screams of Muscular were heard. That's when Izuku retracted his claws and began to punch Muscular, over and over again. Muscular could do nothing but lay there and take the hits. With each hit, blood would splatter across the dirt. Soon Izuku's knuckles were now completely covered in blood. Now a broken and bloody mess, Izuku could hear Muscular whizzing. Not so tough now, Izuku then placed his fist under Muscular's chin. This is for the boy's parents. Muscular's eyes widened as he heard the snikt sound. Izuku's claws had pierced Muscular's skull, killing him instantly. Getting up, Izuku turned and slowly retracted his claws. There he found Kota helping Ochako up. Walking over he gave Kota a helping hand. I got her, kid. Kota looked up to see Izuku's face. So you're the boyfriend, huh? Izuku nodded. Yeah, come on, let's get off of this mountain. With Ochako in his arms the three then began to run down the mountain. As he ran Izuku turned to the boy. Hey kid, sorry about muscular. I know you wanted some revenge. Kota shook his head. It's fine, as long as he won't hurt anyone ever again it's fine with me. You're a pretty smart kid, huh? Hey, thanks for sticking up for Ochako, it means a lot. Kota nodded. Good, let's pick up the pace, get on my back. We are regrouping with the others. Kota then jumped onto Izuku's back. Now secure, Izuku tightened his grip on Ochako and took off. Izuku dodged trees and he weaved back and forth through the forest. How can you do that? It's almost pitch black, asked Kota. I can see in the dark really well, almost as well as I do when the sun's out, said Izuku. Sniffing the air, Izuku got the scent of Aizawa. Looks like Aizawa is close. We'll head towards him. Elsewhere, Aizawa ran through the forest looking for Ochako. Come on, Sue said you were somewhere near the mountain. That's when Izuku slid to a stop in front of the hero, Midoriya. What are you doing here? That's when Aizawa saw Kota and a badly injured Ochako in his arms. How are they? Kota got off of Izuku's back. The kid is fine. It's Ochako I'm worried about. She's in real bad shape. Alright, I'll take the kid. Follow me, I'll take you to base camp. There we can give her some first aid, explained Aizawa. However, just as Izuku was about to move, he heard something behind him. Turning around, Izuku could see someone come flying towards him. Found you, said the person as they plunged a knife into Izuku's chest. Izuku grunted out in pain as the person twisted the knife. Throwing his head forward, Izuku tried to headbutt the person, but they jumped away at the last second. Landing a few meters away was a girl with messy blonde hair, golden yellow eyes, and wore a sailor uniform. So you're the one with the blood that has me. The girl then hugged herself and trembled with excitement. Quote. So excited. Give me some of your blood. You are one crazy bitch, aren't you? Asked Izuku. Removing a mask around her mouth, the girl let out a twisted smile. I'm not crazy. I'm Himiko Toga. It's nice to meet you. Well, Toga, I hate to break it to you, but I already have a girlfriend, so if you'd kindly off, that'd be great, said Izuku. Toga then pulled out a syringe that was attached to a long tube. That's fine, she can join us too. Izuku narrowed his eyes. I'm giving you a chance, Toga, walk away. Toga's smile then dropped from her face and turned to one of hatred. That's not very nice, looks like I'll have to punish you. So be it then. Aizawa, whoever these guys are, they are after Ochako. Do not under any circumstance let her out of your sight. Izuku then walked over to his former teacher and handed Ochako over to him. Aizawa was surprised, but he grabbed Ochako nonetheless. I'll head back to the base camp. Once you are done here, meet us back there. Izuku nodded. Sounds like a plan, now go. Aizawa took off with Ochako and Kota. Looking back, Izuku turned his attention to Toga. Now where were we? Snikt. Izuku was now ready for anything Toga threw at her. We were just at the part where I take your blood, said Toga, pointing the syringe at Izuku. Come and get it, said Izuku, challenging the girl. Toga then ran at Izuku. Swinging her needle, she tried to stab Izuku, only to have him dodge out of the way. Seeing his chance, Izuku threw his claws down. Toga saw it coming, however, and did a backflip at the last second. You're a nimble one, aren't you? Asked Izuku. And you're pretty fast with those claws. You're just like me, aren't you? I can tell. Those claws have so much blood on them. How many have you killed? Asked Toga. Izuku looked down at his claws. I'm nothing like you. Toga giggled. No. Then why aren't you with the school? If you were really different, then you wouldn't be here. I can smell it on you, the blood of countless people. You really are a monster. Izuku gritted his teeth. Shut up. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Don't like being called a monster. Well, too bad. It takes one to know one, and you certainly are one. Izuku roared in rage as he ran towards Toga. He tried to slash her across the chest, but Toga dodged at the last second. Your moves become predictable when you're angry. That makes you an easy target. Toga then jumped at Izuku, but before she could stab a needle into him, the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Looking down, Toga saw Izuku's claws stabbed into her guts. Izuku had caught her mid-air, and was currently holding her with his claws. Who said I was predictable? I was just luring you in. Blood ran down Toga's mouth as she felt the pain. Well, at least I was able to do it. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Do what? Toga smiled. Distract you. All of a sudden Toga's body began to melt. It wouldn't be long until Toga was nothing but a pile of brown mush. A fake. Then where's the real one? Izuku then turned around and faced where Aizawa ran. Oh no, this was all a decoy. Izuku then ran into the forest as fast as he could, following Ochako's scent. Looking ahead, Izuku could see a clearing coming up. As he emerged from the trees, a ball of blue fire appeared. With no time to dodge, Izuku took the fire head-on. The resulting fire knocked him down, causing him to roll on the ground. Now with half of his costume and skin burned off, Izuku got up to see a man with scars on his face. Well, so this is the guy Shigaraki was talking about. The burns on Izuku's skin quickly healed. Who the hell are you supposed to be? And where is Ochako? The name is Dabi, and the girl, motioning behind him, a man wearing a mask and top hat appeared holding what appeared to be a marble. Looking for her? Asked the masked man. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw that Ochako was inside the little marble. Give her back. The masked man threw the ball into the air before catching it. Sorry, but we have our orders. The girl stays with us. Izuku took a step forward, but stopped when Dabi activated his fire. Take another step and I'll burn her. She was already beat up. I wonder what would happen if I burned her a little. As Izuku thought up of a way to get Ochako back, he got a familiar scent. You better not miss. The two villains looked at each other. What are you talking about? However, that's when it happened. Die. Appearing from the trees, Bakugo rocketed towards the masked villain. Now in point-blank range, Bakugo fired off an explosion that knocked the marble right out of the villain's hand. Izuku quickly ran towards the marble. Dabi was about to let out his fire when all of a sudden, a wall of ice appeared in front of him. Damn it! Todoroki had arrived. Jumping into the air, Izuku reached out for the marble. He was inches away when a sword pierced Izuku's stomach. Ha! I got him, said a lizard-looking villain with a lot of weapons behind him. Thanks for the help, Magna. The villain known as Spinner had just stabbed Izuku, taking him to the ground. Blood splattered across the dirt as he twisted the blade. Get off of me. Spinner just smiled. Sorry, but you're staying here. Izuku looked up to see the marble falling, and the masked man once again reached out for it. I need to reach Ochako before they get her back. I could ask Bakugo and Todoroki for help, but they are being held up by Dabi. What should I do? Just as the man was about to reach Ochako, a white laser shot out of the forest and hit Spinner. The laser managed to knock the villain off of Izuku. He then saw another laser beam hit the masked man in the face. This caused the marble to pop and release Ochako. As that, Aoyama. This is my chance, I can't waste it. Grabbing the sword, Izuku quickly pulled it out of himself. Getting up, he got a running start and once again jumped into the air. This time, however, Izuku managed to catch her. I got you. Ochako opened her eyes and smiled. You better. Landing on the ground, Izuku held Ochako in his arms. This time I won't let go. Just as Izuku was about to leave, a needle attached to a tube came flying in, stabbing him in the back. Izuku flinched in pain. Izuku. Turning his head, Izuku found that it was Toga. Hold on tight, we have to move. Oh Izuku, why are you running? Once I want someone's blood, there's nowhere they can hide. Especially not from all of us, said Toga as she giggled. That's when several dozen more needles came in and stabbed Izuku in the back, each thrown by a clone of Toga. Needles. You'll need more than that to stop me, said Izuku as he began to pull the clones along. Oh I know, that's why I borrowed something. Pumping through the tubes attached to the needles was a purple-colored gas. The gas was then injected directly into Izuku's body. Immediately Izuku felt his body burning from the inside. Poison. Izuku tried to get away, but as he did, more needles came in and pumped more poison gas into him. Now with over 50 needles in him, Izuku slowed to a stop before falling to his knees. "Izuku, get up, you gotta get up," said Ochako as he dropped her. Izuku's veins bulged out as the poison spread through his body. "See, can't move, run, you have to run," said Izuku. Ochako tried to force herself up, but before she could get to her feet a hand grabbed her from behind the neck. "Sorry girl, but it's as I said before. You're coming with us." Dabi now stood behind Ochako with his hand around her neck. One wrong move and Ochako would be burnt to a crisp. With poison running through his veins and needles stabbed into his back, Izuku somehow managed to get to one knee. Give her back." Dabi smiled. "Don't worry, we won't kill her, the boss wanted her alive. If you ever want to see her again, you know what to do." With Ochako in his grasp, Dabi along with the other League of Villains members walked into the portal. "Don't worry Izuku, I'll take real good care of her," said Toga as she walked towards the portal. With the poison no longer being pumped into him, Izuku was frantically trying to pull off the needles. Thanks to his healing power, Izuku started to get his strength back. Pulling out the last needle, he ran towards the portal. Ochako. Ochako could see the despair in Izuku's eyes as she slowly went into the portal. As she disappeared, Izuku could see Ochako's lips move. "You are not a monster." With those final words, Ochako disappeared through the portal. Shortly after, the portal itself disappeared, leaving Izuku alone with Bakugo and Todoroki. Falling to his knees, Izuku balled his fists. "Gah!" Izuku's frustrated scream echoed throughout the forest. His scream caught the attention of Aizawa, and after a minute he appeared alongside the wild cats. Seeing Izuku on his knees, Aizawa walked over to him with blood running down his face. "You told me she wouldn't leave your sight. What happened?" asked Izuku. Aizawa looked away. "We got ambushed and However, before he could explain, Izuku got up and punched his former teacher in the stomach. The cats were about to move in, but Aizawa managed to put up his hand to stop them. "We'll get her back Izuku, you just have to trust us. We will find her." Izuku's eyes burned with rage as he looked down at his former teacher. "Now that they have her, I no longer have a choice." "A choice in what?" asked Aizawa. "A choice in joining us," said Shigaraki, appearing from a portal. The hero's eyes all went wide as they saw him appear. "Seems like you failed Izuku, you know what that means, right?" Izuku hung his head. "Unless you want us to kill her, you'll do what you are told. So let's go, the doctor is waiting." "If I go with you, do you swear not to harm her?" asked Izuku. Shigaraki nodded. "As long as you do as you're told, then no further harm will come to her." With no other choice and much to Aizawa's horror, Izuku began to walk towards Shigaraki. Now standing beside the villain, Izuku looked away. "I'm sorry Aizawa, for this, and for what's to come." "Wait Izuku," yelled out Aizawa. "Make sure my mom is taken care of, she's going to worry." With that, Izuku disappeared through the portal. Unknown location. Izuku along with Shigaraki reappeared in a bar. "Don't look so sad, kid. As long as you do what you are told, everything will be fine," said Shigaraki. "Now, I know you still might hesitate to do what you are told. So that's why we have a friend to make sure you do everything." Sniffing the air, Izuku got an all too familiar scent, and no. "Hello Izuku, it's been a while." Appearing from the doorway was the doctor. The man who created Izuku, the man who turned him into a weapon, and the man who tortured him. Thanks to Izuku, the doctor now sported a metallic prosthetic hand. "It's good to have you back. Now I can complete my work, meaning you." Izuku could kill everyone in the room, he could do it in an instant, but he knew that if he did that they would kill Ochako. "For now I'll buy my time and wait. I have to find a way out of this or wait for the heroes, but I shouldn't count on them. Just hold on Ochako, I will get you out of this." The last thing Ochako could remember was seeing Izuku's face as she disappeared through the portal. Opening her eyes, she looked around to find that she had a chain wrapped around her chest and arms. Thanks to the chain she couldn't move. Looking down at her hands, Ochako saw weird-looking cuffs around her wrists. "Huh, where am I?" Looking around, Ochako noticed that she was in a room with nothing but a door and a light above her. "Izuku, I need to find Izuku." Ochako tried to wiggle out of the chains but couldn't. "I won't do that if I were you," said a voice as the door opened up. Looking up, Ochako saw Toga. Where am I? What have you done with Izuku? Toga walked up to Ochako and stopped right in front of her. Oh, you don't have to worry about him. The doctor is taking really good care of him. Just like I'm going to do with you. Ochako's eyes widened. I want to see Izuku. You can do whatever you want with me later, just let me see him. Toga smiled. Anything. All right, deal. Going behind the chair, Toga unbound Ochako from the chains. All right, get up. Let's go see Izuku together, said Toga as she held onto the end of the chain tightly. Ochako got up and was ordered around the building. They then came upon a door. Ochako was about to walk into the room when she heard a scream. Izuku. With all her strength, Ochako pushed the door in, only to see Izuku strapped to a wall and the doctor injecting him with something. Izuku. Let him go. Ochako yelled out as she tried to lunge at the doctor, only to have Toga yank the chain back. What is she doing here? This is very delicate work. If I don't do this right, he will kill us all, said the doctor, angry that Toga interrupted his work. Yeah, I know, but you've been at it for a day already. And it worked, didn't it? I mean, he already killed a few people, explained Toga. Ochako's eyes widened. He did what? You son of a bitch. I'll kill you for what you did to him. Fighting the chains, Ochako tried to reach the doctor but couldn't. The doctor scoffed. You're the girl in the report. The one he loves. Consider yourself lucky you're not here too. The only reason you are still alive is because of him. Word of advice. You should forget about him. He's no longer the man you fell in love with. Now, he's the perfect weapon. You're wrong. Izuku is still there somewhere. I know he is, yelled out Ochako. The doctor smiled. You think so? All right, let's test that theory, shall we? Toga let her go. Are you sure? Asked Toga. The doctor nodded. Positive. Let her see firsthand that the person she loved is gone. Complying, Toga let go of the chains. Ochako then quickly ran to Izuku's side. Izuku. Izuku, it's me. Izuku had his head down. Come on, Izuku, we have to get out of here. Grabbing his face, Ochako saw something that shocked her. What is that? There around Izuku's face was a device that had 3 metal tubes. One was attached to his forehead, the other 2 were attached to the sides of his temples. The 2 side tubes had small metal hooks that latched to Izuku's eyes, peeling them back and forcing him to watch everything. Something I whipped up to make sure we broke him. It was rather easy. Once he felt the same pain as before, his mind quickly tried to retreat, and in that time I took the chance to break him even more. It took all night, but now he is the perfect soldier. He will follow any order I give him, explained the doctor. I even numbed his senses. He can't feel anything while in this state. Not even his love for you. I think a demonstration is in order. Izuku, kill her. The restraints around Izuku suddenly became undone. Ochako didn't even see him move but suddenly found herself on the floor with Izuku on top of her and his hands around her neck. That's when Izuku began to squeeze, cutting off her airway. Ochako struggled to breathe. Izuku, stop please, you're hurting me. However, Izuku did not stop. Ochako at this point was now turning purple. All right, Izuku, that's enough, ordered the doctor. Izuku then let go of Ochako. Gasping for air, she rubbed her neck. Now do you see? Izuku Midoriya is no more. All that's left is the killer, the one that I made, the perfect weapon. With tears running down her face, Ochako was then dragged by Toga back into the room. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Anyway, you remember our deal, right? So it's time to pay up. And I'm hoping for payment in blood. Ochako hung her head as she now knew that Izuku was gone. He was really gone. All that was left was the weapon. Izuku, I'm so sorry. As Toga was about to get started, she saw something around Ochako's neck. Oh, what's this? Reaching out, she yanked the necklace off of her. Holding it up, she noticed that it was a bullet. Why do you have this? It looks different somehow. I'll keep it. I don't like using guns. They are too messy, but I'll make an exception. This was the worst case scenario. Several students injured, one taken captive, and now Izuku was with the League. The heroes all stood around a table at Ua. What can we do? Asked Present Mike. Nezu stayed quiet. I don't know. Izuku has already killed several people now, and it's only been 1 day. He isn't doing it on purpose, you know. Reports say that Izuku was acting strangely, said Aizawa. People have reported that he had a strange device over his head. It's most likely the work of the doctor. If I can get close enough to take it off of him, then it should bring him back. He'll smell you before you even get close, said All Might. What we need is to find the League of Villains base. We are working on that, explained Naomasa. I have officers looking in several cities for anything suspicious. They'll slip up sooner or later. When they do, we strike. We need more help. No offense, All Might, but I don't think you'll be enough, explained Aizawa. All Might nodded. I agree. Besides, we'll need more heroes. We still need to find out where All for One is hiding. Leave the heroes to me. You focus on saving your strength. We can't afford to have you deflate in the middle of a fight, said Nezu. How are our students? Yaoyorozu is still unconscious, but is expected to wake up any time now. As for the others, they received only minor injuries, explained Aizawa. Still, the media are demanding answers, especially after All Might's fight with Endeavor. We will deal with them later. For now we have to find Uraraka and stop Izuku from killing any more people, said Midnight. The only question is, how do we stop him? We can't, said Nezu, much to everyone's surprise. But someone does have what it takes to stop him. All Might's eyes widened. You can't be suggesting what I think you are. With a heavy heart, Nezu turned to All Might. I am. First we need to find Uraraka and take the bullet she has. It's the only thing that can stop Izuku, permanently. Are you suggesting that we kill Izuku? Asked Aizawa. Nezu nodded. Yes, it's over. Any dreams of a normal life Izuku had are gone. He is now the second most wanted man in all of Japan. The Hero Council has already put a price on his head. Besides, Izuku wouldn't want any of this. He wouldn't want his name to go down in infamy. We'd be doing him a service. That's when Aizawa slammed his fist onto the desk. No, I won't let you kill him. There has to be another way. If I can get close enough, I can stop him. Everyone in the room was shocked. Aizawa was normally a calm person, but seeing him this angry scared them. Nezu then spoke. Aizawa, I know you feel responsible for what happened to Izuku. Aizawa's eyes widened. That's not why. Taking a moment, Aizawa composed himself. Yes, it's true that I feel responsible. Because I failed to save him, Izuku was tortured, experimented on, and broken mentally. That's why I won't give up on him. I didn't then and I won't start now. All Might smiled. I agree with Aizawa, we can't give up on him. Give us one chance to help him. Nezu thought about it. What if you fail? If we fail, you can do what you want, said Aizawa. Very well, said Naomasa. The police will give you one chance. If you fail, we take down Izuku, for good. Aizawa nodded. Thank you. Still, that leaves the question, where is Uraraka and Izuku now? Asked Midnight. As the heroes talked among themselves, Nezu got a phone call. After listening to the person, Nezu hung up the phone. It seems Ms. Yaoyorozu is awake and conveniently placed a tracker on a Nomu that was there on the day of the attack. Then that means if she can make something to tell us the location. Aizawa then turned to Nezu. Gather as many heroes as you can. We'll need as many as you can get. All Might, let's go to the hospital and get the tracker. As the two heroes went off towards the hospital, Nezu received word that yells were being heard from a bar in the downtown area. This might be it. The area is secluded and is perfectly positioned. Once Aizawa and All Might come back, we'll tell them about this place. Nezu, there's another thing, said Naomasa. The task force that's being sent by the Hero Council is on the move. Damn it, we really are running out of time. If the liquidators are on the move, that means the council has reached a decision. They are going to kill Izuku, or at least attempt to, explained Nezu. We need to find and stop Izuku before they get here. How long do we have? 1 week. They will be ready in 1 week, said Naomasa. I'm not supposed to say, but if the liquidators come and we have Izuku in police custody, we'll be forced to hand him over. This just means we have to capture Izuku ourselves, said Nezu. With Inko and Ochako's parents. Having found out that their kid was missing, Ochako's parents went straight to Ua to get answers. Unfortunately they couldn't provide much, all they said is that Izuku was involved and they couldn't find them. As they were leaving Inko managed to find Ochako's parents and proposed they talk at her place. Now in Inko's home she offered them tea as they sat around the table. "I'm sorry we had to meet like this," said Inko taking a seat. "Likewise, but the life of a parent is a hard one and unexpected things happen," said Mrs. Uraraka. "But to think that it would happen to our little girl, it's just crazy," said Mr. Uraraka. "The heroes and police are working hard in finding her. From what Izuku has told me Ochako is a fighter," said Inko. "Still though, I'm worried about them. Izuku wasn't in the best mindset. If something were to happen to Ochako." "We can't think like that," said Mrs. Uraraka. "We may not know all of the details but we know that Izuku has been through a lot and still came out alive. He did it once, he can certainly do it again." "You're right, I just wish things hadn't gone this way. Can I ask you something? After this, do you think you'll still allow Ochako to attend UA?" asked Inko. Ochako's parents looked at each other. "Honestly, I don't want my little girl to be a hero. It's a dangerous profession and no father wants to see their baby girl get hurt. But, it's been her dream since she was a little girl to become a hero to help us out," said Mr. Uraraka with a small chuckle. "She even wanted to help us with our construction business when she was little. Of course we didn't let her, but the sentiment was nice," said Mrs. Uraraka. Inko smiled. It was the same with Izuku. He used to dress up in an All Might onesie and play hero. But after he was diagnosed as Quirkless things changed. Then he got abducted, and things just got worse. When I first saw Izuku once they rescued him I was ecstatic, my son had come back. But I knew then that something within him was gone. The thing that held him together was gone, and there was nothing I could do. But strangely enough one day I saw a look in his eye, something I hadn't seen since he was a kid. Happiness. And it was all thanks to Ochako. She brought the happiness back into his life." Mr. Uraraka smiled. "Ochako has a knack of making people happy. However, that's when it happened. Izuku found out the truth. He was lied to by the police, the school, and the heroes. The same people who rescued him lied to his face. Once he knew the truth of what happened he broke, and I lost him again. This time I think I lost him for good," said Inko as tears began to well up in her eyes. That's when Mrs. Uraraka reached out a hand and touched Inko's hand. "Your son will come back, trust me on that. Either the heroes will bring him, or Ochako will drag him out. Both of our children are strong, we just have to believe in them." Inko chuckled as she wiped away the tears. "Yes, you're right. They will come back to us, they just have to." With Shigaraki, one day later. All for One called all the members of the league in for an announcement. "Master, we are almost ready for the final act," said Shigaraki. AFO's voice was heard coming from a monitor. Good, good, our new pet has killed enough heroes to catch the attention of every hero in Japan. Doctor, is he ready for the Nomu experiments?" "Yes, his entire body and mind are now under my control. All that's left is the fusion," explained the doctor. A small chuckle was heard throughout the bar. "Very good, doctor, and to think I was about to kill you for your past failures. You have proved your worth once again. Begin the experiments at once." "No, I did not expect them so early." The villains looked at each other. "Master, what's wrong?" asked Shigaraki. "I shall return, Shigaraki, I need to check on something first." With that AFO's voice disappeared but the monitor was still on. "What was that about?" asked Toga. "Not sure. Master is a busy man. Speaking of which, Toga, what did you do to the girl?" asked Shigaraki. Toga smiled. "She's alive, I wouldn't want my new toy to die, I'm having way too much fun." "Idiot, if she dies we lose all our leverage on the weapon," yelled out Twice. "But since he's already on our side it doesn't matter, kill her." "No, not yet. Once we accomplish our goals you are free to do what you want. But until then do not kill her," ordered Shigaraki. Toga nodded. "Good, in the meantime we should." However, as Shigaraki was going to explain what to do next there was a knock at the door. Pizza delivery. Everyone turned to the door. Spinner was about to move when all of a sudden the wall behind him exploded. Smash. That's when All Might himself appeared. It's All Might. Kurogiri, get us out of here, yelled Shigaraki. However, before he could activate his quirk, Kamui Woods appeared from the hole in the wall and wrapped everyone with his tree branches. Trees, really? I can just burn these, said Dabi as he tried to activate his fire. Sorry, but you guys aren't going anywhere, said a small old man wearing a white and yellow costume. Coming in flying, the old man knocked Dabi out. You seem to have gotten slower in your age, Gran Torino, said All Might. Landing beside All Might, Gran Torino scoffed, shut up and focus up. All Might pointed at Shigaraki, right. It's over, villains. We have multiple heroes and the police's elite special forces outside. You won't get away. Shigaraki smiled. You think so? Kurogiri, bring in the Nomus. But after a few seconds Kurogiri didn't. No, rather he couldn't. Sir, the Nomus are not there. What? Yelled out Shigaraki, furious at the fact. That's when All Might laughed. Ha ha ha, did you really think we wouldn't know about your second secret base? We sent other heroes to that location minutes before we got here. Now it's over. Why? Because we are here. Well, if it isn't my old friend All Might. The number one hero's eyes widened. It was AFO. All for one, we have captured your friends, taken care of the Nomus, now the only thing that is left is to return my students. Where are Izuku and Uraraka? Asked All Might. So you came for them. Sorry, but I'm not inclined to give them back. Especially Izuku, he is the greatest weapon we have against you. Besides, now is when the true fun begins. Out of nowhere black sludge began to pour out of the mouths of the villains. Soon hands began to appear, followed by faces of Nomus. They are getting away, yelled out Gran Torino as he tried to launch towards the villain. But before he could reach them they disappeared, leaving only the Nomus behind. They teleported out. Damn it. Quickly taking care of the ones inside the bar, All Might then heard someone call out to him, All Might. The other hero team, we've lost contact with them. And if Nomus were here, then that could only mean one thing, said Naomasa. All for one is in the other location. Where? Asked All Might. Naomasa pointed to the south, the next city over. Nodding, All Might quickly jumped into the air. All for one said, this is where the fun begins. If that means what I think it means, then we are in trouble. Please, Izuku, Uraraka, please be safe. The next city over, a large area of the downtown area was flattened, and the heroes Mount Lady, Gang Orca, and Best Jeanist all laid on the floor. How can one kid get the jump on us? Asked Best Jeanist as he laid on the floor bleeding from his face. How, you ask? Well, the answer is quite simple. He is simply better. With a snicked sound, 3 metal claws dug into Best Jeanist's abdominal region, seemingly killing him. Ochako looked away. Her arms and clothes were cut and bloody as a result of Toga's playtime. No, UN animals. Why are you making him do this? All for one had actually brought her too, all to witness Izuku killing. Because I can. With his claws dripping with blood, a controlled Izuku stood awaiting his next order. Very good, Izuku. Now get ready, your real target should be arriving soon. Do not attack until I give you the order. As they waited, black sludge portals opened up and out fell the League of Villains. Good, you are all safe. Master, what do we do now? Our base has been compromised, we need to strike back, said Shigaraki. Wearing his signature suit and a mask over his face, All for one landed on the ground. And we will, but for now you need to leave. I cannot have you captured here, your time is still not over. Toga smiled as she saw Ochako. Oh hey bestie. You're here too, I knew we wouldn't be apart long. All for one. Looking to the sky, the villains watched as All Might came rocketing down towards them. Pulling his fist back, All Might tried to punch the villain only to have it blocked by AFO. The sudden stop of All Might's fist caused a massive shock wave that pushed the villains back, however Izuku stood firm. Jumping back, All Might saw Izuku standing there. Midoriya. Uraraka. Oh thank goodness you're safe, come let's get out of here. But neither of them moved. Guys. Sorry All Might, but if she moves I will kill her, and as for the boy, he is no more. The doctor did an excellent job. He is no longer the student you once had. What I set out to create before has finally taken fruit. He is now the perfect weapon, said All for One. All Might gritted his teeth. Why you? I'm going to defeat you, once and for all. You can try, but you will fail as you always do. Raising his hand, AFO's arm began to scrunch up before springing forward and launching a powerful shockwave. The shockwave hit All Might in the chest, causing him to be sent flying through several buildings. Now Izuku, kill All Might. Izuku no, yelled out Ochako. But it was too late. Izuku had already jumped after the number 1 hero. All for One then passed the chain to the doctor. Take care of her, Doc, she will be important later. As All Might crashed through the buildings, he finally stopped as he slammed against a wall. He's gotten stronger, while I've gotten weaker. Can I truly win? That's when All Might suddenly got the sense of danger. Looking up, he saw a controlled Izuku falling towards him with his claws at the ready. Izuku slashed down, but before he could cut All Might, the hero managed to grab his arms, stopping his attack. Izuku, it's me, All Might, you have to snap out of it. Izuku snarled and growled like an animal as he tried to kill All Might. Seeing this, the hero knew that Izuku was gone. If words won't work, I'll just have to force you back to normal. With Izuku still in his grasp, All Might jumped into the air and back towards All for One. With a loud thump, All Might threw Izuku to the ground with so much force that it cracked. Last time you got the upper hand on me because I wasn't prepared, but now is a different story. You're right, but now you have to deal with the two of us, said All for One as black and red tendrils appeared from his fingertips and launched themselves at the number 1 hero. All Might tried to dodge out of the way, but the tendrils eventually stabbed into his side, pushing him off of Izuku. Sliding back, All Might looked at his greatest foe. I will stop you and save my students. Seeing the 3 titans clash, Ochako couldn't help but feel that she was so useless now. She was supposed to be a hero, but now she was nothing but a damsel in distress. Well, not anymore. She was going to fight back. Twisting her body, Ochako caused the chains around her to whiplash, forcing the doctor to let her go. Shigaraki saw this and laughed. What are you going to do? Fight us? You are covered in cuts and you can hardly move. Loosening the chains, Ochako was now free. Not really, but I can keep you here long enough for All Might to take care of your boss. Bending down, Ochako raised her cuffed hands into the air before slamming them against a rock, shattering the cuffs. With her powers now restored, Ochako reached down and touched several of the debris surrounding her. Now armed with several rocks and metal pieces, Ochako was ready to fight back. Bring it. Even though Izuku was built to kill All Might, he was never created to fight him head-on. All Might was simply too strong. Instead, All for One's plan relied on Izuku's regeneration ability. This was going to be a war of attrition, and with All Might's time limit it would only be a matter of time. However, there was another advantage. Ochako, with her here, All Might couldn't risk blowing her away with one of his attacks. All for One had thought of everything and All Might knew it. Shit, I need to get Uraraka out of here, deal with All for One, and Midoriya at the same time. However, as they were fighting, All Might suddenly saw it, a chance. All for One was watching Shigaraki fight. This is it. Charging in, All Might pulled back his fist. Texas smash. Thanks to the news helicopter flying overhead, the world watched as All Might got a shot into All for One's face. A large cloud of dust filled the air soon after, but as it settled, a look of horror filled everyone's faces. How stupid are you? Did you learn nothing from our fight before, All Might? With his fist still on All for One's face, All Might suddenly coughed out blood. Looking down, he saw Izuku with his claws dug into his side. Midoriya. Izuku timed it. Right when All Might went in for the punch, Izuku went in for the stab. Raising his other hand, Izuku then dug his claws into All Might's other side, causing the number 1 hero to grunt out in pain. Toshinori. Gran Torino then came in and kicked Izuku away. You alright? With blood running down his cuts, All Might shook his head, and no, he got my weak spot. I can feel my power slipping even faster now. Damn it, alright, you focus on All for One. While I'll focus on Midoriya, I should be fast enough to dodge his attacks. That's when Gran Torino noticed the device around Izuku's head. That thing around him, it's controlling him. If I can get it off, he might snap out of it. I saw that before, I just thought it was support gear. Alright, make sure to get that thing off of Izuku. Gran Torino said nothing as he air-jetted his way towards Izuku. Gran Torino tried to get the device off of Izuku and he got close, but every time Izuku would swing his claws wildly, causing the hero to back off. Damn it! Come on kid, let me help you. As this was happening, a loud boom echoed throughout the battlefield. Looking over, Gran Torino saw All Might standing there in his skinny form, protecting someone in the rubble. But in that moment of looking away, Izuku took the chance to swipe at the hero. Gran Torino was quick enough to get away but not unscratched. Blood now ran down the arm of the hero. Toshinori wasn't kidding, you really are dangerous. Growling, Izuku charged at the hero, but using his quick movements Torino managed to kick off two of the connectors that were on Izuku's head. I missed one, I need to get the last one off. With Ochako, rocks and debris were currently falling from the sky. Ochako was using this to keep the villains at a distance, but she knew she couldn't keep it up forever. Soon the debris finally stopped and the villains moved in. Ochako jumped back and using her quirk she managed to float in the air but was still under attack by Toga. Come on down bestie, we need to have more fun. No thanks, and you're not my friend, yelled out Ochako as she dodged knives being thrown at her. Laning on the ground, Ochako stumbled. Seeing this, Toga jumped out to stab her, but Ochako was ready. Grabbing her neck and arms, the young hero threw the villain to the ground. Using her weight, Ochako pinned Toga to the floor and twisted her arm back. Ow, that hurts. Then this is going to hurt more. Pulling Toga's arm further back, Ochako heard a loud crack. Toga grunted out in pain as Ochako had just broken her arm. As Ochako was getting up, she noticed something behind Toga. Reaching for it, Ochako grabbed a gun. Looking into the chamber, her eyes widened. This is the adamantium bullet. The doctor couldn't believe what he just heard. There's still a way. We need that gun, it's the only thing that can kill Izuku. However, as Ochako put the gun away, she looked over to see Gran Torino trying to get the device off of Izuku. That's it. If we can get the device off of Izuku's head, he might help us. Alright, it's now or never, I just have to reach. Getting off of Toga, Ochako used her quirk on herself, causing her to float into the sky. Once she was a good distance in the air, she deactivated it and fell towards Izuku. Back with Gran Torino, he slammed against a pillar and the hero spit out blood. I got careless, too eager to get the thing off. With the moon behind him, Izuku walked over to the fallen hero, claws at the ready. Now in front of the hero, Izuku raised his claws, but just as he was going to kill Gran Torino, Izuku smelled something. Without hesitation, Izuku turned around and threw his claws forward. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard throughout the battlefield. Everyone watching on TV, including Class 1A, Inko, and Ochako's parents, all went wide-eyed when they saw what had happened. There in the air and with claws through her abdomen was Ochako. Izuku had just stabbed Ochako. Blood poured down the 3 stab wounds, but with all her strength Ochako somehow managed to grab the final piece still attached to Izuku's head and yank it off. No! The doctor yelled out as he saw the device around Izuku's head fall to the floor. We need to leave now. Why? We are winning, aren't we? Asked twice. That's when Shigaraki took a step forward, not for long. With the device finally gone, the light behind Izuku's eyes began to once again shine. But that also meant that he now was aware of his surroundings, and especially what was in front of him. Oh, Ochako. Smiling, Ochako reached out and touched his face. It's good to have you back, Izuku, she said as blood dripped down the side of her mouth. Looking down, Izuku was horrified to see his claws dug into her abdomen. Acting on instinct, Izuku retracted his claws. Catching her, Izuku gently placed Ochako on the ground and immediately tried to put pressure on the wound. No, I didn't mean to. I had no control. Oh god, what did I do? It's okay, Izuku. I know, this isn't your fault, said Ochako as the pink around her cheeks began to fade. Gasping for air, Ochako could feel her heartbeat slowing down. See, come here. Izuku leaned down only to have Ochako beep him on the lips. After a few seconds she pulled away. People will fear you, hate you, but please don't let it get to you. They didn't know you like I know you. Don't become the weapon they made you to be. To his horror and to those watching, Ochako closed her eyes and let her hand hit the floor. For the first time since he woke up from the tube, Izuku began to cry. Holding her tight, everyone on the battlefield could hear his bellowing cries. All Might himself turned to find Izuku holding Ochako, and no. All for One then began to laugh. See, All Might. You can't even save your own students, you just let one die. Just like you did with your old teacher. Dead, both now dead thanks to your inadequacy. Taunted All for One. Shut up. All for One turned to see that it was Izuku who said that. This wasn't All Might's fault, it was my own. I killed her, and now the only reason why I kept myself in check is gone. Izuku then stood up with his back turned to the villain. If it wasn't for you, this wouldn't have happened. I may not be able to touch you, but I sure as hell can take something you cherish and rip it to shreds. With a snicked sound, Izuku popped his claws, and without warning he lunged at Shigaraki. Compress saw this and pushed the leader out of the way, but it wouldn't stop Izuku. Get out of my way. Slicing up, Izuku managed to cut Compress's arm into pieces. He didn't even have time to scream before Izuku headbutted him, breaking his mask and nose on contact. Shigaraki took a step back. This isn't good. He's going to kill us all. Grabbing Compress's body, Izuku tossed it aside like a ragdoll. Yeah, I'm going to kill you, but I'm not going to do it quickly. No, first I'm going to rip out your heart. Maybe then you'll know how I feel right now. Sorry, Ochako. I know you just said not to become the weapon they made me to be, but right now I'll show them the horror of what they created. With every step he took, Izuku would leak out killing intent. The villains were all hit by an overwhelming sense of fear, some even fell to the floor. The doctor in particular knew this feeling well. The weapon is unleashed, he won't stop until we are all dead. Shigaraki composed himself. Not if I have something to say about it. I'll turn his entire body into a pile of ash. No, we need that gun. Whatever you need to do, get that gun. Yelled out the doctor. Don't worry, Doc, I'll save you for last, said Izuku. After all you've done to me, it's only fair I get to enjoy killing you. A shiver ran down the doctor's spine as he knew that this was it. The very weapon he helped create was now going to kill him. That's when it finally hit him. The magnitude of his actions. What have I done? I created a monster. No, I created a demon. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.